unalive, right? Like the Yazidis that were taking part in the Holocaust and like perpetuating this systemic genocide of 12 million people, the ones that were running the death camps or making the orders, right? I think it was more than justified for the Allied forces to necessarily take them out to prevent the further expansion of the Holocaust. What about you?
No, I don't. They weren't harming them.
Okay, so like
I
in
don't
this
think
alternative
unaliving
version,
anyone is okay
so
unless
in
it's
this
in
alternative,
self-defense.
like in an
You keep
alternative
asking me
version,
questions, but I'm
so like
holding my
imagine,
point.
so like imagine like a worldview where the Allied forces didn't go into European front of World War II and didn't like specifically take out the Nazis that were running the death camps, and in this other like version of reality, because we didn't do that, the Holocaust continued and genocided another 12 million people. Would you say that version of reality is preferable?
I said there can be the less of two evils, but I still don't think it's good to unalive anyone.
Or so would that worldview be preferable?
More preferable than an abortion, yeah. Okay, now answer my question though. I answered yours.
What did you just wait?
You're trying to, I answered.
Wait.
No, no, no,
So you
no,
just
no.
said
You've asked 3 questions. You just said
so
I had to
not
answer.
not only did you not answer my question, but what you just said was absolutely insane. You just said that you would take 12 million more Jewish people being genocided than one woman getting an abortion.
No, that's not what I said. You took it
You
the
said it's more
reverse.
preferable than abortion.
Reverse, as in, I mean, it's more preferable to kill Hitler.
So you didn't answer my question then, because the question
I
that
did.
I asked
That was the second question, actually. Your first question was a yes or no.
I didn't. So you didn't answer my question. Okay, because you said that it is wrong to unalive individuals, even if they're causing great harm on other individuals, meaning that you'd say that it's wrong for the Allied forces to have necessarily stopped the Holocaust at the expense of the lives of like some of the Nazi foot soldiers that were doing the Holocaust. So
There's a lesser of two evils.
Do you wish
There's a
that
lesser of two evils, but I still don't think taking
do you wish that the Allied forces didn't unalive those Nazi foot soldiers, even if it led to the continuation of the Holocaust?
I'd have to think on that.
Okay, we'll do it.
So I am.
So now that you've thought, what's your
No,
response?
I'm not. I have to think about that. Once you answer my question, I'll be able to think.
No. Think right now. What's your response?
So you're asking if I think he shouldn't have been unalived?
I'm basically saying, well, if like the continuation of the Holocaust hinged on taking Hitler out, would you say that we should take Hitler out?
Yeah.
Okay, so you do think that it's okay to unalive other individuals in defense of like the
No, I
innocent
mean,
lives that
I wouldn't do it.
kill?
But I think, even
so
if
like
Hitler was
basically
still, even if Hitler was still alive after that, it's only 100 years.
The comparable scenario here is because you said that abortion in America on an annual basis it was worse than the Holocaust. You do think it would be a good thing to kill American women that might want to get abortions in the further prevention of something that's worse than the Holocaust.
Well, all those victims are going to have eternal life in heaven. Hitler won't.
I don't even know what you just said or how it relates to the final comparison that I
because
just drew.
they're going to be in a better spot and still are. Hitler's not.
I don't know what you like. So
you still need it. I will finish answering more of your questions, but you have to answer my one.
So I don't even no. I'm going to repeat what I just said because whatever you just said made no sense. Because like ultimately you said that it would be okay to take out Hitler to prevent the further expansion of the Holocaust, and you think that abortion in America on an annual basis was worse or is worse than the Holocaust. So I just want to clarify with a quick yes or no. Does this mean that you would be okay with taking out American women that are pro-choice and might be getting an abortion, and that will be getting an abortion in the future to prevent something that is worse than the Holocaust?
Okay, I have an answer and I will answer it, but you said after your one question I could ask you one. So after I ask you that,
this is all on the same question. You're going to give a response.
Multiple questions.
Why are you running away?
I'm not. I have my answer. I will literally give it to you right after you answer this question.
So then what is it? A yes or no?
I will give you after you answer this question. You said
sorry, everybody. She's running away from the question.
I'm actually not wrong.
I understand that I put you in a logical corner.
If I was running away, I would leave.
I understand that I put you in a logical corner here, and this makes you look terrible, and it makes you look insane because you are. I'm going to go ahead and have you give a response to the question.
Okay, I don't think I never said we should unalive women getting an abortion.
Yes, you did. You said that it would. You said that it would be justified to take out Hitler to prevent the further expansion of the Holocaust, and you particularly said that abortions in America every year is worse than the Holocaust.
The number is, the people aren't. The people are just misled.
Wait. So you're saying the reason
why you?
Oh, okay. So you're saying, in other words, that the reason it would have been okay to justify to kill Hitler isn't because he did the Holocaust, but because he had bad intentions doing the Holocaust. Dude, what the fuck are you saying?
You know what I'm saying. Okay, I answered your question. I gave you it. Do you think it was okay to
So I
go
just want
to
to know, I just want to
Osama bin
clarify,
Laden's
is
house?
that your
No.
stance?
Dean, do you think it was okay
Why
to
are
go...
you running away from it so hard? Why are you running away from it
Now
so
you're
hard?
the one running away
yes or
because
yes
I
or no?
answered three of
Wait,
your-
I'm so sorry. No. You don't just get to change the topic of conversation
This
midway through a line of logic here, a line of questioning, into asking what you want to. So I just want to clarify that the reduction of your answers to the last three questions is basically that you don't think that Hitler, it would have been justified to take out Hitler because of the Holocaust, but it was because Hitler had bad intentions doing the Holocaust. So if Hitler had good intentions in doing the Holocaust, maybe he just like genuinely thought that Jewish individuals were really bad and he was saving the world by doing the Holocaust, you wouldn't have unalived him?
Dean, you can question me for 5 hours. I don't give a fuck. I will answer all your
Dude,
questions. I have been answering all your questions.
Dude, so if Hitler had
Who's
good
the one running
intentions,
right now?
he
Who's the
thought that he
one-
was
who's the one who's
he thought
answered
that
all
he
your
was
questions?
he thought
You
that he was
haven't answered
justified
one.
in doing it. He thought that
That's
he was
crazy.
justified in doing it.
Dean,
He thought that he was
you-
saving the
you're
world. You
embarrassing
don't think it'd be
yourself on
okay
your
to take
own
out Hitler?
Dean, who is the one who has answered all your questions, yet you haven't answered one of mine?
Jesus fuck.
No.
I'll happily answer your question just so you could stop running away. So as it related to Osama and his family, I thought that it was an incredibly bad thing that Osama threw his family in front of him. That was like terrible, okay? Right? And I absolutely would agree with the mission of specifically only taking out Osama. However, I do believe that the deaths of his family members was bad. 110%.
Osama was hiding. I thought you don't agree with the death penalty. Osama was hiding. He was literally been hiding for almost 10 years. He was hiding from us. He knew. You literally argue. I'm pretty sure you've argued before that you don't think the death penalty should be okay. Yet you think it's okay for someone who's literally in hiding, hasn't done anything in 10 years. You think it's fine to go into their house, kill their son.
So this is why I wanted to wait to answer your question, because now you're just going to use it to completely
I'm not.
change
That's
the
all I
topic of
needed.
conversation.
Do you think it was okay? Yes or no?
Because
That's
now
all
I
need.
need to respond to what you just said. So you've heard me at points argue in the past that I'm not okay with the death penalty. So the reasons why I'm not okay with the death penalty don't apply to Osama. Like the two reasons is it's just like it's not practical in the sense that it costs our government significantly more to do the death penalty than life in solitary.
Why do you
And then
think Hitler was okay
then like the likelihood of them being innocent, right? However, as it related to Osama, like I don't really care. It was like one individual. Don't care how much it costs. It's just a cost of military, and then there was no likelihood that he was innocent. So for those reasons, the same reasons why I wouldn't support the death penalty don't apply to him. So it's like I would support like him dying. So
Wait,
now
but
that I've
you
answered your
support
question, now
Hitler
please go back
dying?
to mine.
You support Hitler dying, but that would be a death
Right.
penalty.
I would support Hitler dying just like Osama, and I just gave you I just demonstrated.
You know
to
what?
you
That's
the
fine.
reasons.
Okay, I'll answer your question.
Wait, no. I literally just gave you the reasons why I don't support the death penalty, and I demonstrated to you how they wouldn't apply in the context of like Osama or Hitler, right? Like once
I
again,
think
the
it
reasons
would
are very
apply
simple.
greatly
Like
because-
the first reason would be like the likelihood of somebody on death row being innocent. I think that it's something like 5 to 7% of individuals on death row are innocent, right? So there's like a likelihood that they're innocent. However, as it would relate to Osama bin Laden or Hitler, okay, there's no likelihood that they were innocent.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. So like if someone went into the courtroom with 5 people and unalived them all right there, the judge saw, the prosecutor saw, the lawyer saw, obviously there's no likelihood that they're innocent. So that would be okay. So you're not against the death penalty. You're just against the death penalty when we don't have enough evidence. Because in your line of reasoning, if someone did it in front of the judge, the jury, and the prosecutor, then they should get the death penalty because there's no likelihood that they're innocent.
Yeah, like for instance, if we know for certain that there's an individual that's like taking out a family of 5, if somebody takes him out, I don't care.
See, I disagree. I think honestly it's better for them to rot in prison. But I mean, they're going to hell, so. Okay, now I'll answer your line of questioning.
Okay,
You answered
great.
my question, I'll answer yours.
So the last thing that we left off on was you basically saying that it is the case that you basically think that the difference between like a Yahtzee or like a woman getting an abortion is, although abortion on an annual basis in America is worse than the Holocaust, the reason why it would be justified to unalive the Nazis but not the women getting the abortions is because the women getting the abortions are misled and think that they're not doing something wrong. So like given that Hitler...
So let
like,
me
was
explain
misled
my
and genuine-
stance a little
No,
more.
stop interrupting me. Why are you interrupting me? So given that Hitler had quote-unquote good intentions and he didn't think he was doing anything wrong and he thought he was just saving the human race, you would say that it wouldn't be justified to kill Hitler to stop the Holocaust?
My stance that the abortion is worse than the Holocaust is the amount of victims. Now, Hitler unalived many of those
Funny. Thank you
victims.
so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you.
His goal was out of hatred. Now these
Okay, are you gonna
women
answer
who
my
are going,
question or not?
please, no, I'm gonna finish my stance so you understand it before you answer questions.
I already understand your stance. I literally just rehashed exactly what you're saying right now.
Oh, so you
and then asked
understand
you
it?
a
You just
question
want
about
to
the
reword it
stance.
to make me look bad.
I didn't reword anything to make you look bad.
See, but you did. My thing
No,
isn't that
you said that like
thought it
Hitler
was
had bad
okay.
intention. The women
My
getting
thing,
the abortions don't. Yeah,
see,
we
you're not
already know all
listening, Dean.
this.
You're not. You like to put your own narrative in, but it's not the actual one.
Okay, yeah. Please go ahead and repeat exactly what I said. Take it away.
I think the number of victims is worse, but Hitler was a bad person. He did it out of hatred in his heart. He did it because he didn't like a certain group of people. These women are doing it because they are being misled, thinking, "Oh, this isn't a baby. This is just a clump of cells." And there's way more victims. The victim count is higher, which I think it's worse if one person or if 10 people died than if one person dies. But obviously they're both bad. Obviously, Hitler's a worse person. If someone had to die, it should have been him.
Ramble.
No,
Okay,
because you're
great.
putting words in
So
my
you
mouth.
repeated exactly what I just said. Thank you so much that I could prove to everybody listening that you repeated exactly
I
what I just
didn't.
said. You did.
No, I didn't. You like to paint your narratives, though. It's cool.
Okay, what was the difference between what you said and what I said you said?
You said, I said it's about the woman's intention and that Hitler had good intentions. Nope, I said it's the victim count and that women are being
okay.
misled.
So you
and
weren't listening.
Hitler did it based on a certain group of people. Women are not doing it based on a certain group of people.
Okay, so
or
you weren't
pre-acts
listening to
of
what I said.
prejudice.
Yeah, so you're
No.
just confused. I'll
No,
explain your
you're,
confusion.
bitch, you're confused on my stance. You don't even know what the fuck I'm saying. Because you're not listening.
No,
You just want to paint the narrative so you
with
look
all
good.
with all due respect, Kai, you're incredibly confused. So what you're confused about is like what I rehash your stance to be. So I rehash your stance to be exactly what you said in the sense that you were saying the difference between the women getting abortions and like the Yazidis doing the Holocaust was that you think the women don't have bad intentions. Meanwhile, the Yazidis doing the Holocaust did have bad intentions. That was the stance that I said that you hold to. And just to clarify, can we agree that is what you said?
Yeah.
Phenomenal. So I did appropriately rehash your stance. Thank you for conceding.
No,
Now,
see,
my
but you
follow-up.
only said certain parts. You didn't say the whole thing because you like to paint your narratives. So that's a lot of the time what you do. You like to
Okay,
take
so
what
then
people
what
say,
did I
spin
just
it to what
so
you
then
can
what
do
did
it
I
into.
just leave out? What did I just leave out?
That I think it's the victim count and that he did it off of hatred and acts of hate against a certain group of people. And
But that would amount to bad intent. So I did include that.
no, he probably had good intent. He probably thought he was doing amazing.
Oh, so then if you're saying that he didn't have bad intention, well then we can't say that he did it out of hatred.
Yeah, so he did it to.
Oh, also, hey, a question: why are you faking having cancer?
Yeah, it's exactly what I was about to ask about.
I'm
Yeah,
not. Thank you.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. The picture in your post is unironically from Pinterest.
No, you can look it up. It's not.
It is. We did look it up.
Do you want me to turn on my camera?
No, like I said, like we did indeed look it up.
Do you want me to turn on my camera?
I mean, I bet that's you in the second picture. We're just going to see this person in the second picture. We're not going to see the person in the first picture because the person in the first picture is unironically off Pinterest.
Yeah, I
there's
post
exact-
on Pinterest. You dumb
there's
fuck.
there's exact matches of it on Pinterest, on YouTube, on TikTok. These are like incredibly like public pictures that have been on the internet forever.
Yeah, I post, right?
Okay, for sure. What is your Pinterest handle?
Yeah, my Pinterest handle is at Kai717.
Great. Well, this is actually posted on @BIDDLE.
So they stole my
2960.
picture?
Oh, so they stole your picture. Why are you lying so hard? What the fuck?
I'm not. I'm sorry they stole my picture. The fuck?
It's a different eye color.
Yeah, so after you go through chemo, it can actually change the appearance of your eyes. Look it up.
Okay, I don't know why she's lying about this. Sorry, I don't know why they're lying about this. Could you just like admit to it? Like, we know
I
that you're lying.
genuinely am not, but you can look it up. Chemo can actually affect your eye color. And I did have cancer. I can actually show you my medical documents.
I don't know, Parker. What do you think?
I was gonna before I was gonna clarify to make sure what was the reason why people think that is it because
There's exact matches from all
the
over the
Pinterest
internet.
that they're claiming apparently doesn't have any posts.
Oh, Oh.
I
Oh, so
like
you said that you posted it on Pinterest and then you
Yeah.
gave us your handle, but then on that handle it's not posted on Pinterest.
I don't know what fucking handle I posted on. That picture was from no, it's actually 3 years ago.
You're like very obviously lying.
No, I'm not.
Okay, then show us the hoops in the first picture.
Okay. The first one, let me check which ones they were real quick.
What is going on? Why is this happening? Like if that's legitimately her, right? Like I'll sorry, if that's legitimately them, I'll apologize. But I'm like very much so led to believe that's not them. I'm like I'm like very much so led to believe that's not them. I mean let's see. Let's see if they could go ahead and grab the hoops.
Can you show me which hoops they were? Because if I go off on my thing, it's just going to disconnect me from the live.
No, you could go to your camera roll and you could look at the picture of yourself.
Here, then you better not kick me while I find it.
I'm not gonna kick you. Why would I do that? So they just said you better not kick me while I find it. So I feel like what they're setting up to do is to leave, and then like try to blame it on me for kicking them. I feel like that's likely what's like, I feel like that's likely about what's about to happen. Jesus, everybody, yeah, they're gonna run 110%. This honestly,
I guess
I
I'm
feel like
always just inclined to believe people when they say that they do because, you know, my mom, like technically, she's been diagnosed, and like I mean, people have denied that, so like it makes me feel, I guess, like weird or out. Like I guess I just don't like saying people like don't if I don't know. So I just wanted to verify before.
when there's like a billion matches for that same image on TikTok, Pinterest, and YouTube, like I'm actually inclined to just completely deny it. Because it's like specifically like on TikTok under shaving head woman alopecia. So if you look up shaved head woman alopecia on TikTok, that picture pops up. And it actually looks like the people in the chat are now finding where the photo's from. The real girl's name is Juan, and it's originally from Jane MC Banks. In fact, Effie, can you send me a link to like the page where the exact matches of the photo? In fact, if anybody could also do that on my Discord, that'd be sweet. Somebody in my Discord says, "Yo, I found the actual girl's account." Drop it. Drop it in the.
Here are
Drop it in the
the
TikTok.
earrings. I'll pull them up for you right now.
Okay.
It says live access needed to go live on a guest. You can also view. Hold on. You can also view this live on an audio.
Wait. There's a birthmark on the chest of the first woman, and there's not a birthmark on the chest of the second woman. There's a freckle that's missing. You're fucked.
Have you heard of foundation?
So you're just covering up the freckle in that picture?
Yeah, I'm insecure about it.
Okay, well then why is there not like foundation on the face? Why'd you just?
Because
put
I'm
foundation
insecure
on your
about the
chest?
freckle. Are you saying I should be insecure about my face?
No, I'm just saying it's like weird to say that like you'll put like foundation on like a really small like freckle on your chest, but then like not on your face. Like I guess that it's just like unlikely that somebody would do that. Like no, I'm not like saying that you should be insecure about your face. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's like really unlikely for like for like somebody to like put foundation on like a singular freckle on their chest, but like not anywhere else on their body. Then like have like that same image being found on YouTube, on Pinterest, on Google. C, like saying that you could like show us like the earrings, then not being able to show us like the earrings. Then D, also it's really uncommon for like the eye color of an individual to change. And like I'm actually like now, yeah, man. Like we're even like now finding this like photo like posted on like a bunch of different Instagrams as well. Like in fact, I'll even like show you one right now. Like let's just go ahead and like pull this one up. Oh, also, yeah. Wait. I think that you're fucking lying because this picture was posted on this on this Instagram account before it was posted on your TikTok account.
The old picture,
Oh, it's an old. So you've posted other places before?
maybe.
Okay, you have. So then show us this picture posted on an account that you control anywhere else from like before March 24th, 2023.
You know, this is a whole fucking rage bait account, right? You're so fucking stupid.
Oh, okay. So then you're totally
I'm
admitting.
literally-
You're admitting
This
to
is
lying
Katie.
about that?
This is Katie.
What the fuck is
Okay,
wrong with you?
So why are you lying about having breast cancer? Why are you lying about your pronouns? Why are you lying
Like
about
that's
your
like that's
name?
like actually really fucking disgusting. You like I just
It's a
genuinely.
fucking rage bait
But
account because
hold up,
our
please stop,
guys are
please
too
stop,
scared to
please stop,
debate
please
anyone.
stop for a second. This is not something to rage bait about. Rage bait about. Like I have a grandpa that died because of breast cancer. Right? You don't fucking literally lie about stuff
Shut.
like that. That's why I'm like so like I guess like not likely to like want to like like because I'm likely to believe someone in any circumstance because I guess I've been like personally affected by it. But that's just like so fucking disgusting for you to like lie about. Really fucking weird.
Absolutely, man. I'm sorry, Parker. I know how that could like personally impact you as like an individual with family members that have had cancer, that have died from cancer, as well as like there's many other people out there that are like watching this live right now with family members that have passed away from breast cancer or like maybe even have it themselves right now or have personally like battled it and won. Like there's probably like a couple hundred people out there with very similar experiences. So I mean, I'm sorry that had to happen to you, Parker, as well as like everybody watching on a similar note. And then also, I'll ask everybody to like. I mean, I think I've seen a couple comments basically saying to Parker like oh like why is he having such a reaction? Like imagine if there's like something that caused like your mom, your dad, your grandpa, your grandma to like suddenly like pass away from some type of disease and then like some stranger comes along and just makes like a complete joke out of it. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that would absolutely invoke an emotional reaction in anybody and everybody that it's personally impacted in such a way. 110%. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest, William Parker. If you need a minute, man, take the time that you need. You're not obligated to be here. You're not obligated to debate.
I appreciate it,
I just
man.
want to let you know, like it's yeah. And that was an absolute piece of shit thing for that guest to do. What is going on, William? Do you support Trump?
I do. You remember me?
I don't remember you. Have we debated before?
Yeah, a couple weeks ago.
Phenomenal. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, William. We are just looking to debate individuals that we haven't already spoken to, so we are going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got another Katie loading up in here, everybody. We're going to go get that next guest up in here, y'all. That's absolutely sick. Absolutely sick. Hi, Katie. Do you support Trump?
This was an accident, sorry.
No worries, Katie. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Just give us a minute here, y'all. Give us a minute here, y'all. Man. I got to show some love to Parker down below in that chat. Welcome in, Heather. Do you support Trump? Okay, Heather isn't here. Okay, well, it doesn't look like there's many people in the guest requests right now that are ready and willing to come up here and have a debate. So if you happen to be one of the 10,000 people watching and you're MAGA and you want to come up here and debate, feel free to let me know down below in that chat by dropping MAGA attached to your age. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Hudson?
I just had a question.
Sorry, we are just debating Trump supporters. So are you a Trump supporter?
Personally, I mean,
Okay. See, we're going to move on to Grove. Here we go, everybody. Do be patient while we're pulling that next guest up. Here we are. Welcome in, Grove. Do you support Trump? Okay, Grove is not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest. Here we are. Jamie is loading up in that box. Everybody, just give us a minute. Jazz, what's going on? Do you support Trump, Jamie? Jamie, hello? Okay, Jamie's not here either. It's incredibly hard to find somebody to come up here and debate. I'm really sorry that we're struggling so much. What is going on? Do you support Trump, Mason?
Shut up, faggot.
Okay. TikTok, we did immediately remove him from the live. We did immediately remove him from the live for violating the TOS. TikTok. Take it easy on me.
Take it easy on me. TikTok.
Okay, it looks like Davis has quite the echo, so we got to move on from Davis. We're going to move on to the next guest, Nick. Here we go, everybody. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat attached to your age if you want to come up and have a conversation with us. We're going to go to get the next guest up here. Everyone, just give us a minute, y'all. Okay. All right, they didn't join. Wow, it is really difficult to find anybody to have a conversation with. What is going on? Do you support TikTok? We also kicked them out incredibly quickly per your TOS. A removal was necessary per your terms of service. We got them out of there, TikTok. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Here we go. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the live. Here we go, everybody. Give us a minute. We have more Trump supporters that are willing to come up here, make fun of cancer, scream the F slur and the N word. Then we do have Trump supporters that are ready and willing to have a debate. So, I mean, I want to definitely leave that with all of you. That should be the takeaway. What's up, Kinser? How old are you? That's a child. Phenomenal. Moving on. Here we go. Everyone, just give us a minute. This is terrible, terrible, terrible. Everyone, just be patient. Oh my gosh. As well as Haley, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. And I'm so sorry to hear that. Same thing with you, Justin. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Then Sweet, thank you for the $10 as well. It looks like they left. Okay, what about Big Deuce? Then also Thim, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Then Sweet Dreams with the $20 and Tyler with the $20 as well. Show some love to Sweet Dreams and Tyler down below in that chat. Thank you both. Thank you both. What is going on, Big Deuce? Do you support Trump?
Nah, man. Just wanted to show love to Parker. That's all, man.
From him. Very well, very well. I have no qualms with you. No qualms. Moving on. Here we go, everybody. Trying to get that next Trump supporter up the live. Still proving to be incredibly difficult. Here, everybody. Also, Hannah, this was 20 minutes ago, but thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, Hannah. This is, funny enough, Kia's actually using somebody else's photo and claiming you have cancer. Just telling you, I think, because your Discord is saying, I don't know, just letting you know what your Discord's saying. I honestly wish I would have looked at the Venmo earlier, but thank you for the $10, Hannah. As well as Lisa, 15 minutes ago with the $25 over on Venmo, saying, I have an economics degree and do all the research, but I'm unable to articulate the information. Thank you so much for speaking out for me and for all of us who share your view. Lisa, that is incredibly kind of you. Let's get at least 250 Lisas down below in that box. While we are still trying to get a single Trump supporter up on the live. Incredibly difficult today. We've cycled through around 20 people. Nobody is here to debate. I repeat, nobody's here to debate. Let's see here. Z, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Kathleen with a 5. Amber with a 5. Emily with a 5. And then Lena, thank you so much for the $10, saying, hey, Dean, I really enjoy watching your debates. I appreciate you for that love, Lena. And Kiara with a $20. Thank you so much for the love. Kiara says, my brother's telling me some conservative shit and it's bothering me. Dude, tell your brother to pull up and debate. Appreciate you for the $20, Kiara. Show some love to Kiara and Lisa down below in that chat while we are working on getting that next Trump supporter up in here. Welcome in, Kraken. Do you support Trump?
I do to a point, yes.
Okay, so for what reasons do you support Trump?
Well, I mean, in his first term, I really feel that he did do a lot of good trying to get the economy back on track. I really felt that, he stuck to his guns to what he was really wanting to do. Even with some Democratic support to him. Obviously, Democrats are going to go against Republicans most of the time. This time,
so you support Trump because you think he was good for the economy in his first term. Any other reasons here?
The second term, I really do feel that we do need to bring more manufacturing back to the United States because I think a lot of it left the United States and went to other countries. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
So you support Trump because you think he's going to bring more manufacturing back. Is there anything else?
Not really. I mean, I'm very much an economic person. So.
Let's start there then. I don't think that Donald Trump is going to successfully bring back any fucking manufacturing to this country. In fact, I think that he's going to be terrible for American manufacturing. The biggest reason why I'd say that is his mass deportation. There's 8.3 million undocumented workers in the American workforce. They manufacture the goods that we consume. He wants to forcefully expel every single one of them from the labor force, as well as he wants to expel the 12 million undocumented consumers from the demand side of the economy. According to the Center on American Progress, the total... Jesus, that is loud. The
I
total
know, I was like,
impact
what the
of this
heck?
will... Sorry, that's the TikTok asking me to verify that I'm still here. The total economic impact of this, according to the Center for American Progress, is estimated to be around 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars taken away from the GDP per year. That will take a massive hit on American manufacturing.
Okay. Well, so let's talk about the deportation, right? Am I for deporting anybody that's illegal? Absolutely not. Okay. But on the other hand, if, for say, I were to just go, we'll say Canada, right? No passport, no nothing, not going through their process or anything, get a job, contributing to the Canadian government or, to their economics and everything like that, 10, 15 years, and then all of a sudden they're like, hey, can we see your whatever they need? And then I go, well, I don't have it. Are they going to let me stay? Are they going to have me stay in the country, do the process?
Okay, so you're basically telling us that you
it's
still
not a
support
question.
mass deportation, even though it's going to significantly impact the American economy. So I think this is really fucking funny because I was just able to walk you from saying that you support Trump because he's pro-American, pro the American economy, and then in less of like one argument, seriously, one fucking argument to you. All of a sudden, you now support Trump because he's going to hurt the American economy. You just think that it's justified. See how I could totally just change your view there in like less than 10 seconds?
I don't think you've changed my view, but
Yes,
do
I did.
see-
You went from saying that you support Trump because he's good for the economy to saying that you support
Correct.
Trump because he's bad for the economy, but yet you think we should have that negative economic impact.
Okay, I see your point, but I mean, do you not agree that the deportation should not happen?
Yeah, I don't think the mass deportation should occur. Absolutely not. I think that it has those negative economic implications. I think that it has negative ethical implications, as well as I think that it has negative practical implications. There's other solutions that are much easier to do practically speaking, such as mass amnesty. Mass amnesty is the alternative to mass deportation, but instead of being bad for the economy, it's good for the economy. And instead of being bad for ethical concerns, it's actually better for ethical concerns. And instead of being impractical, it's incredibly practical. Boom. Look at that.
Oh, okay. And I do see your point. I mean, and that's the point of a debate is you have your opinion on something and how you feel it should work. And then I have my opinions and really feel how it should work. I do disagree with the with just grabbing people off the street. Just
Okay,
looking at
then
somebody
you're just
at a
telling us
vendor.
that, like in total, you're just telling us that you disagree with the way in which Donald Trump is like handling the economy because the economic impact of mass deportation, which is something that you disagree with. Look at that. All of a sudden, you no longer think that Donald Trump is good for the economy.
But I do feel
Everybody in the chat, I'm texting Parker on my phone. Please continue to feel free to show love to Parker. I'm texting him on my phone. I'm trying to do like I'm in communication with Parker. Everybody, just don't worry about that. I am in communication with Parker, and I'm sure they'll be back soon.
My other question to you, my
No, get the fuck out of here, dude. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute here while we're moving on to the next guest. Give us a minute, y'all. We're going to go to get that next guest up in the box. Let us know if you are MAGA by dropping a MAGA with your age down below in that chat. Right now, we'll get you pulled up onto the stream, everybody. We are just looking to have some debates with Trump supporters, as well as Ro. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat saying, shouldn't Trump be deported since his mom wasn't born in America? I'm sure that you could probably find a way to convince some radical Trump supporter about that. Just not related to Trump. I'm sure there's people out there that would agree. What's going on, Gregory? Do you support Trump?
Absolutely, 100%.
Ah, Jesus, Greg. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Real quick, before we hop into the debates, William, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, saying for being a good human. I appreciate you for the love, William. As well as Linda, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Show some love to Linda and William down below in that chat, everybody. As well as Karen, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo, guys. Let's give 500 Karen W's down below. Karen says, as somebody battling cancer, I'm so upset and sad with how these people behave. Now onto the positive side, as a Gen X mom and soon-to-be grandmother, you and Parker and others give me hope for a younger generation. Keep it up. I'm so proud of you. Yeah, man, that guest was just like absolutely disgusting. Yeah, that was so gross, Karen. But I really do appreciate you for your kind words, as well as once again the $50 donation. Please show some love to Karen down below in the chat, as well as to Jade for the $50 donation over on PayPal. 500 JWs on top of the 500 Karen W's. Jade says, "I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create so many ripples." In quotation. So much love from the UK, Dean. Jade, that is so incredibly kind of you. Show some love to Karen as well as Jade down below in that comment section. I really do thank you both. As well as Eliza with the $10 on Venmo saying, love to you and Parker. Please never lose faith that there are good people out there. Some are just extremely misguided. Well, that's one way to put it. Probably much kinder way to put it than I would. But I appreciate your words nonetheless. And thank you for the $10 donation. And Gregory, take it away. Why do you support such a bad president?
Well, first of all, he's not a bad president. You got to understand, if they're taking a shot at him, they don't want him to do something because they know that he's actually trying to do something that's positive.
No, he's not trying to do anything that's positive. I think he's probably like the worst president of your life, and that's saying something because you sound like you're on the older side.
I mean, I'm 45 years old, man. I've seen a lot of presidents, and I know for a fact that each president that has been before this one has had their hands in the strings. You know, they're being pulled. They're nothing but puppets.
Dude, I mean, shit. I'll take one of these quote unquote puppets over the adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon that's boasted about perving on naked teenage girls, that supports economic policy that redistributes wealth from poor people to rich people. Any day, I'll take one of those puppets.
You're looking at everything that they want you to see. You're not looking at what actually is. You have to understand the fact that what is actually going on is the removal of freedom of speech. The reason that they're doing these deportations of these criminals, and I am saying criminals because they're not just deporting people that are working hard jobs, that are doing all the things that Americans don't want to do. These are the people that are actually, stimulating the economy.
50% of the people that have been deported so far by the Trump administration have not had a criminal record. And on top of that, Donald Trump explicitly repealed a stay on deportations as it related to hardworking hospitality service members. So you're lying.
No, I'm not lying. I may be misinformed, but it's not a lie.
Sure. Well, that's a better way to put it. So therefore you're misinformed.
Continuing on, I believe that everything that is going on right now is basically what you're being led to believe is for the most righteous. It doesn't even seem like what was going on before. Like when Joe Biden was in, they allowed all these refugees from every which way you could possibly go. And the fact of the matter is they are basically trying to turn the entire, as many swing states as they possibly can blue.
Okay. I'm so sorry. You're yapping. You're absolutely fucking yapping. What is it? Why do you support Trump? Be very specific.
Because I believe that he's trying to do what the 1% don't want him to do.
Wait, who's the 1%?
The 1%, the top of the economy.
At the top of the big beautiful bill literally increases the after-tax income of the top 1% of income earners by $25,000 per year, while reducing the after-tax income of the bottom 20% of income earners of over $2,200 per year. And if you're so concerned about the rich people, he literally had the richest man alive in his cabinet, and right now he has another 13 billionaires in his cabinet. Do not tell me that he's not doing what the top 1% wants him to do. Do we remember the press conference that he had at Mar-a-Lago with him and his rich buddies, where he specifically said he was going to make them richer? Get real. You're falling for the con, the greatest con in American history.
I disagree.
What did I say? What did I just say that you disagree with? I want you to be incredibly specific. I don't want the vague, oh, I disagree with you, Dean. I want the specific, here's what you said that I disagree with.
I disagree with. God, you said so much nonsense. I got to bring it all back.
Okay, is it nonsense that the CBPP would estimate that the big beautiful bill increases the after-tax income for the top 1% while reducing it for everybody else?
I mean, that's great. That's a wonderful thing.
Okay. Well, I thought so. Now we've already got you to roll over and just say, "Give me more, Mr. Fascist Daddy," because the first thing that you said when you came up here is that you
First of all,
support
how
Trump
is he
because he
fascist?
doesn't do what's best for the top 1%. But now that I demonstrated to you that he's only doing what's best for the top 1% and hurting everybody else, all of a sudden, wealth redistribution from the poor to the rich is the best thing since sliced bread. And you are a member of this deep
That's not what's
state
gonna happen,
that's
though.
puppeting the politicians that you claim to have so much hatred against.
What he's basically trying to do is make it a level playing field so that when it's time to roll out the basic home economy, the basically paying everybody a basic home allowance to stimulate this economy because we're all going under, man. Everybody's
Dude, more,
going
more
under.
nonsense, more gibberish, more gibberish. I have a question. How did you like the tax policy of the last administration?
It was terrible. Every single.
Would you ever vote for it again?
Absolutely not.
Prove to me that you're not a partisan. Prove to me that you're not a partisan hack by saying I, Gregory, wouldn't vote for the tax policy of the last administration, even if it was Trump's tax policy.
This policy or this president is the only president that I voted for in the last 20 years.
Please
Because
repeat what I just said. Say I, Gregory,
But I'm not
hated
gonna
the
say
tax
that.
policy of the last administration so much that I wouldn't support it, even if it was Trump's.
I'm not going to say that because I don't know what the next policy is going to contain.
No, you just told us that you didn't support the tax policy of the Biden-Harris administration and that you never vote for it again. All that I'm asking you to do is imagine if that wasn't their policy, but it was rather Trump's, thereby you wouldn't support Trump.
I wouldn't support that. If that's what he was pushing, then I wouldn't support it.
Okay. Well, it actually was his tax policy in effect all 4 years.
No, that was Biden's policy.
Nope. Nope. It was Donald Trump's. It was Donald Trump's TCJA signed into law in 2018, set to expire in 2025. The Biden-Harris administration made absolutely zero changes to the federal tax code outside of a couple miscellaneous changes, insofar as what you had to report coming through digital forms of payment, such as Venmo or PayPal, and lower thresholds for goods and services being reported in 2021. But 99.9% of the federal tax policy went unchanged from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And I mean, you're definitely not taking in any money on like Venmo, PayPal, or other digital forms of transportation of funds. So, I mean, the whole time you were only impacted by what Donald Trump had codified.
I mean, I wasn't impacted by any of it. I work for myself. I own my own business. I won't pay taxes because it's robbery.
You don't pay taxes?
No, absolutely not.
Gregory, you shouldn't be admitting to that
No,
in
I
front of
don't.
over
I don't care.
11,000 people.
They can kiss my ass.
Well, no,
And
they
they
could
can
report
come
you
get
to
it.
the IRS.
And tell them to come get it. Tell them to come
They-
get it. Tell them to
they
take the
will.
money out of my pocket.
Gregory, they literally will. It's the IRS. You don't fuck with the
We get it.
IRS.
Yeah. You know what? They can come get it. They can come get it.
How long have you been not paying taxes?
15 years.
How much money do you think you made in the last 15 years?
I'm not willing to make a statement on that.
Quite a bit, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely quite a bit.
Absolutely.
You understand? I think that there's like a finder's fee. Wait. One second. Let me see here. I'm pretty sure there's like a finder's fee here. IRS report somebody not paying taxes. Let's see here. I don't know. And what's your name? You even have your full name on your account. Where are you from, Gregory?
I'm from my mom. That's where I'm from.
Like what state do you live in?
Texas.
So Gregory Gonzalez from Texas. Let's see here. Verifying reporting so whistle guide. Honestly,
Me right now.
yeah, I feel like I could make some money. I think that they actually offer some type of
You know what, man?
finder's fee.
If me not doing what I'm being told to do offends you, then you know you're more of a pansy than you're letting on to be, bro.
Wait, oh yeah, wait. So the office pays a monetary reward to individuals whose information is used by the IRS. The percentage of the reward falls between 15 and 30% of the proceeds collected and linked to the whistleblower's information. The percentage of a whistleblower receives may vary depending upon the various rewards factors. So if you're telling us that you haven't paid like taxes in like 15 years and you've made a lot of money in the last 15 years, like there's like a chance that like somebody could report you to the IRS and like I'm not even joking, like literally get paid like $50,000 or more, like whatever it is. Like I don't know. Imagine that you made. I bet that you've made like what, like at least a couple $1 million in the last 15 years, right? Right? I mean, you're talking about big ball and big business. Like you're at least doing like a couple 100,000 a year, right?
Comment on that. I will say that everything that I purchased has been taxed, and
yeah, that's sales tax, but you don't
exactly. But to me, that's more than enough. You know, you're not reaching in my pocket to take what's already mine because I work for it. You know,
you've never been audited?
No, man. No, I'm
wow.
I'm a special case, man.
Well, I'm not okay. So I'm not gonna take the time out of my day to report you. But like, I mean, seriously, if there was somebody watching that felt like reporting this guy, go do it. You can make money. I'm not even gonna lie. And I wouldn't feel bad if I were you either. Okay, he's a Trump supporter. He supports like rule of law. Like, I have a question. Do you support mass deportation?
I support the deportation of violent immigrants of any standard.
I know, but what if they don't have like a violent offense?
Then they shouldn't be deported.
I feel like you're just saying that to say it.
Look, I've been in Texas since Texas was Mexico. My family.
No.
My whole
family your family has?
Yeah, my whole family has.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say like you're not that old.
Texas has been stolen. The United States stole Texas from Mexico. Okay.
Yeah, no, they literally did. That is true.
That's 100% correct. Now, what I'm going to tell you right now is that it is my right as a Texas citizen to be a sovereign citizen and to do what I feel that is necessary for my survival.
Okay. Well, you start off with the right idea. You start off with the idea that you're against mass deportation. And honestly, you might even actually believe that. Like, you may just be like a true sovereign citizen, and that's an infringement upon the sovereign rights of other people. So you may actually be against that. You start off with the right idea. You start off with the idea that, like Texas was stolen by the American government, but then you're yielding the wrong conclusions, man. The conclusion that you therefore don't have to pay taxes. Or like, I don't know, shit. What else? You like have a right to sovereignty. That's not true at all.
Taxation is theft.
Do you drive with a driver? Do you have a driver's license?
I haven't applied for a driver's license. In more than 20 years, man. I don't. Yeah, well,
but you think that you do actually have the right to free travel, right?
I absolutely.
yeah. Well, so what do you say when you get pulled over?
I don't. I don't say a damn thing. Because the Fifth Amendment, right? I give him the card of my attorney, and then I ask him if I'm free to go.
Right. Can you actually tell us why you think that you have the right to drive without a driver's license?
Because they didn't take away my ability to drive.
Come on. Most sovereign citizens have a better explanation than this.
It is no longer my ideal to be able to be told what I am allowed and not allowed to do. I can drive because I can drive. I can buy a car because I can buy a car. I can buy a home because I can buy a home. And there is nothing that a driver's license is going to stop me from being able to do. And there's nothing that a driver's license is going to prevent me from doing. I don't care if
you actually are my first sovereign citizen on the live. That has been like really open about like these things like ever. I mean, like, I know that people like you exist. There's totally a lot of people like you, Gregory. Do you have car insurance?
I have insurance on my business vehicles.
Okay, and that's not because the law mandates it. It's because like you want it.
It's because there's a lot of assholes that don't have insurance, and vehicles are expensive, and everything happens. Vehicles back on the road as quick as possible.
Right, phenomenal. Yeah, it's because it's not because the law mandates it. It's because
No,
you want it.
absolutely not.
Did,
It's
now, but
because-
one last thing. Did you vote?
This is the last time that the last election that came. Yes, I did vote, and I used my passport to do it.
Why did you get a passport?
Because I do some bit.
You cave into the system, man. Stop caving into the system.
Because I have to travel overseas.
Dude, come on. You need to be getting like a fucking like bay of a cargo ship or something. Okay, don't cave to the system, man.
Let's not go overboard, man. Let's talk about comfort.
Okay, Gregor, I'm not gonna lie, man. You did admit to tax fraud, and like for the last 15 years in a row, in front of 13,000 people on both TikTok and YouTube. I would.
That's what I
would
got
guess,
the text about. I thought Santana was texting me about older millennial because he
older millennial also
got
got
arrested. Yeah. I actually originally thought the text was about. I literally responded to Santana. I said "OM?" because I had no clue what was going on in the conversation.
Oh, this guy, dude, Parker, you gotta hear this shit. Did you hear anything?
No, I'm sorry. I was completely disconnected. I'm sorry.
No, bro, you're all good. You're all good. Well, welcome back. You're coming back at quite the interesting time. This guy's a sovereign citizen that hasn't paid taxes in 15 years.
Oh Jesus! Wait. So, are you saying that like there's no obligation for you to pay taxes based upon the law?
I'm telling you that I will not obligate or allow anyone to reach into my pocket and take what's rightfully mine.
Have you paid sales tax?
Absolutely.
You did say that.
Everything that you buy is taxed.
What about property tax?
I mean, that's one thing that they make me do, only because of the properties that I own. But basically, everything.
Don't they make you pay income tax too?
No. I don't file taxes.
I don't file taxes. Well, I promise you, there's probably something filed out on you.
Dude, especially after admitting to it in front of so many people. And
Come-
I was
come
reading
get
through the IRS's website. So if you
Come
whistleblow on
get it.
somebody, you get to
Anybody
collect
can
a 15 to 30% finder's fee.
Oh my God, Gene, you should not have said that. Someone's gonna collect the finder's fee on you, Greg.
Well, realistically, I'm not even joking. Like somebody could find out more about him, report his information to the IRS, and if the IRS audits him, determines he hasn't paid taxes and collects from him, I mean, like 10 to 15% of all the money that he's made over the last 15 years. Like, I mean, he's saying that he owns properties.
Well,
for his
actually, let's
business.
ask him this question. Gregory, how do you feel about enforcement of the law? Do you think that undocumented immigrants should be deported just because they're in
He
the
doesn't.
country undocumented?
He doesn't, actually. I asked him that too.
Surprising. Okay, you know what?
No, that's actually like he's like a true sovereign citizen. A true sovereign citizen does disagree with mass deportation.
So then why do you support Trump?
Because it feels like they don't want him to be president for a reason.
Who's that?
The marionettes of the world,
What do you
Hey,
mean?
do you wanna-
What do you mean the marionettes of the world? What does that mean?
the pullers of the strings, man.
Who's the?
these
Can you tell me who that is?
I'm not at liberty to discuss in that depth.
What do you mean? Why not? Why are you not at liberty to discuss? Do you plead the fifth?
I do.
Why?
Because he has the sovereign right to plead the fifth.
Well, I just want to
right.
let you know on this live you don't. On this live you don't. So welcome to.
You can't physically make me say it. You know.
Well,
Yeah, you're right.
Yes,
You
we
can't
can.
physically make him
We're
say it.
this is the Dean Wither show. We're going to telepathically cause you to say it.
To be fair, that's the funniest shit I ever heard, man. Good luck with that.
Dude, I'm totally fine with just like sharing a laugh with Gregory down here, and like honestly just like having some fun because this guy is gonna face the consequences of his actions. Like I don't need to hold him accountable. Like dude, like the IRS is gonna hold him accountable. I have no obligation to do any work with Greg here. I say we just have a quick laugh with. Greg.
Well, since Donald Trump defunded the IRS, who knows? Maybe he'll get away with it.
You know, the thing of it is when things are not in my name and they're in the name of corporations, I don't own any properties.
Does downtown Motor Company ring any bell for you?
I don't own anything personally. Everything is owned by the corporations that I own.
He didn't respond to my question. Does Downtown Motor Company ring a bell? Oh, you Oh, dude. Oh, Gregory. Oh, man. Oh, Greg. Oh, I actually kind of feel bad, dude. But honestly, if I gotta pay taxes, so do you, motherfucker. So do you.
Don't be jelly, man.
He's laughing, bro. What?
I'm the furthest thing away from jealous right now. Wow. Okay. Like, what do you guys? Okay. So, like, the next like year of your life, what is it gonna look like? So somebody's gonna submit that complaint. Like like Lord of the fucking Flies. With honestly, whoever's getting to the complaint first. It's Lord of the Flies at this point. It's just like everybody's fighting for it. Then you'll have the IRS audit you. The IRS will look at your businesses. They'll look at your bank accounts. They'll look at your like change in like gross income on a month by month basis. Then they'll look at your reported annual taxable.
And you're gonna
income
owe
over
the
course
money
of next
back with
15 years.
interest.
Dude, you're gonna like, oh my god, dude, you're gonna owe so much money because you were saying that you own like cars and trucks and properties.
Well, he's gonna be
like,
selling them.
like that's Gregory.
You know,
man.
we'll burn that bridge when we get there.
What's your next step? Because I'm not gonna lie. Like you're likely like I'd say you're definitely on your way to the audit. So what are you gonna do if the IRS does audit you and then they send you a bill for like $500,000? Like what are your next steps?
They can send me a bill all they want. I'll just put it in there with the rest of the paperwork that don't mean shit to me right there next to the toilet.
Okay, so you're right. So the paper doesn't mean shit. So,
They're
but
gonna
then you
start
have,
garnishing wages, bro. He's cooked.
yeah. So
Garnishing wages
Parker, what
before
comes
you,
out? What
sir.
comes after that? What comes after that? What comes after? Like what comes after they say they send him the bill and he doesn't pay it? What does the IRS do next? Honestly, is there any tax person or accountant watching the live that could come up and tell us about it? Like I'm being like dead ass. Like there's like 10,000 people in the TikTok live right now. There has to be like at least like one accountant that is like ready and like would be willing to come up here and have a conversation about like what the hell is going to happen to Gregory.
I'm sorry.
Like
Greg, I'm
let me
sorry.
know in
Like,
the
why
chat.
do you think this is a good idea, bro? Come on.
What do I think? What's a good idea?
To not pay
I
taxes.
don't have to think because they didn't earn it.
What do you mean they didn't earn it? That's not how taxes work.
I don't give a good goddamn how the fuck it's supposed to work.
Greg, I'm sorry. You sound like a fucking 16-year-old, right? That is like, I don't want to pay taxes at all. I'm not gonna do
Yes.
it because they can't tell me what to do. We live in society, bro. We live in society.
Hey, wait, very seriously, real quick. I need to pause it. I need to pause it real quick. There's 10,000 people on the TikTok live stream. There's a likelihood that at least one person watching the live, works for the IRS. Does there happen to be an IRS agent in here right now? And if so, can you just put in the chat like me?
No way, IRS agent versus person who hasn't filed taxes in 15 years. No, they should put this guy on Jubilee, dude. Seriously, this guy could have a whole episode about himself.
Now all of a sudden everybody's an IRS agent.
Yeah, you see how it's all BS, man. Nobody's gonna. It's just nonsense,
Dude,
man.
he's on a live in front of like 15,000 people. He's like, no one's gonna get me.
You know what? They can come try. They can do whatever they want to do, and I'm just gonna stand in there looking at them with my finger in the air. All right, man, you think you can do that too? And when the next customer cashes out and I have my hand there and they put the cash in my hand, it ain't gonna be no different.
Wait, how many years have you gone without paying taxes?
Oh, then also I just want to point this out here for everybody watching the live. Please don't like leak any of his information. Like I said earlier, like I like somebody's definitely gonna file a report against this guy, and like yeah, that's gonna happen. But don't leak any of his information like publicly. Like I'm being like serious, you guys. Like he is like about to face the consequences of his actions. Like I say, like honestly, like the goal here, like at least from my perspective, isn't to like really be that mad at this guy. Try to hold him accountable for myself. Or be like vindicative or like advocate for doxing him. Because, dude, he is going to face the fucking music. I am not kidding. He's going to face the fucking full force of the IRS. let's leave the
Fire and brimstone
vindication, the anger, and all of that to the IRS. Like honestly, I think that he seems like he's hanging out on this live and he's answering our questions. I
He's
honestly just kind of
cooked.
want to treat this as like a little bit of like a journalist opportunity.
Yeah.
Almost.
Can I actually
Like-
ask a question, Gregory? How many years have you gone without paying taxes?
More than 15.
More than 15 years. Okay. I have a question. What is your like? Have you been making like a lot of money during this time, or has this just been like
I'm
or
not
do
gonna
you run
answer
businesses? You said you owned real estate property,
I'm not going to answer that.
so you make a lot of money and you haven't paid taxes on that lot of money.
I mean, taxes come out of every. You see, what you're not understanding is when you put your money in a bank, they tax that every time that you use it. It's maybe a fraction of a percent or a fraction of a cent. But what you don't realize is that every time that you use money, move money, then you are definitely being robbed every opportunity that they get.
I think I found somebody that's going to collect that finder's fee. William with the $10 over on PayPal says, cyber expert here. Gregory has been reported by my company. You've been taken care of. Thank you for the help, Dean.
You can get it too, bro. Come and get it. Come and get it, bro.
Wait, I have a question. Like, are you ready to go to legal war?
Bro, I've been at war with this country for more than 25 years, sir.
You've been at war with the United States of America.
Absolutely.
Okay, how so?
That's none of your business.
What do you mean? You just said on a live that I'm on that you are at war with the
And that-
United States of America. Please
that
explain
is-
to me
that
how
is-
so.
That is my business and my prerogative.
No, just tell me. I'm just asking. Can you answer the question? Like, why specifically, or how, what led to you being at fucking war with the United States of America?
Because when I gave my oath, I promised to defend this country from all enemies, foreign and domestic.
And you voted for Donald Trump?
Absolutely, I did.
Okay, didn't he call for the termination of the Constitution? Didn't he say that the court system was wrong when 60-plus courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, plus the ones that held him liable for sexual abuse and he convicted him of 34 felonies?
I really want like a tax lawyer here, guys. Oh,
Like, what about that? Are those anti-American things, or like?
No,
At all?
but you know what? You can point your finger at anybody, and the powers that be can make it look bad no matter what you're doing. You know, you don't have to be a criminal to be accused, or even
He is a criminal.
Also,
But
yeah,
I'm-
Bane, hop in the queue.
you don't have to be a criminal to be able to accuse.
He literally is a criminal.
You know, so am I. So are you.
I'm not a criminal.
I beg to differ.
Really? How am I a criminal?
Because I can almost guarantee that you are doing something behind the scenes of any day that you can choose. That's whatever you want to do, whether it's speeding or whether you're.
I speed on the highway. You know what? Everyone in LA does that because you go the speed of the highway. You're like everyone else on the highway. Of course, I speed in LA. And now the cops aren't going to pull me over for speeding because they don't enforce that, right? At that level of speeding that everyone engages in on the highway. That's how LA works. By the way, dude, I have a lot of people to say thank you to. At some
Of
point,
course.
I don't want to take up too much time
do you,
doing so.
Do you just
but-
want to like segment them, like do like 5 or 10 at a time, and then like kind of split it up like every 5 or 10 minutes?
Yeah, we could try that. We could try that.
That's like if there's like a significant amount, like if it would take. Like,
It's
more
not like it would take, because I'm just gonna read off thank you to the
Yeah,
to the
dude,
number.
go for it.
And
Go for it, Parker. Go for it.
Okay. Well, I guess while they're gone, Parker thinks it's an LA thing. It's not just an LA thing, but I'm just saying that's how it works in LA. You know. But yeah, here let me say thank you to a bunch of people real quick. I apologize, everyone. It's gonna take me a minute. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna read off the amounts. I will try to look at this, by the way. Daniel, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. Jeanette with the $5. Thank you so much. Maudie with the $4.20. Brandon with the $20. Thank you so much. Megan with the $10. Thank you. Deanna, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. Andrea, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Hannah with the $50. Thank you so much, Hannah. I really appreciate the $50. Darling with the $5. Thank you. Valerie, thank you so much for the $5. Maudie with the $4.20. Haley, thank you so much for the $20. Blair with the $5. Maxine with the $5. Shea, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. David with the $5. Odessa, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Theron, thank you for the $10. Anna with the $5. Haley, thank you so much for the $10. Raven with the $10. Key Sky, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Cole with the $10. Thank you. And I really appreciate it. Haley, thank you so much for the $5. Absolutely go for it. Sharon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much, Sharon. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kenzie with the $10. Thank you. Leah with the $10. I really appreciate it. Michael, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Melissa, thank you so much for the $30. I appreciate it. Donovan with the $2. Griffin, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Calvin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Emily, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And by the way, can we get a fucking, oh my God, so many W's for Christian with the fucking $300 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate, because of W's for Christian in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate it. That's actually fucking crazy. Thank you so much. And also for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Philessa, thank you so much for the 57 cents. Colleen, thank you for the $5. Kyla with the $5. Lori, thank you so much for the $5. Iris with the $10. And Mary, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. And I'll stop right now, but I still have to do YouTube.
Keep it going. Fuck it.
Okay.
Keep it going.
Okay. All right. Let me get to it. 1 second, chat. I'm sorry for taking all the time on the stream. I apologize, everyone. I apologize.
Keep it going.
I don't mean to. I don't mean to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. Okay. Jesus Christ. Roro, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Daniel, thank you. Danielle, thank you so much. I can't even speak right now. Danielle, thank you so much for the $5. Roro with the $20. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Madeline, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Roxy with the 20 pounds. Thank you so much, Roxy. Disgusted Veteran with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Des with the $2. Thank you so much. Again, let's get some W's for Disgusted Veteran. Thank you so much. Sid with the $200 on fucking YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As always said, I really appreciate it. Sarah, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Jeff with the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Jeff. I really appreciate it. Phoenix with the $10. Heather with the $10. Evelyn, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it, everyone. I'm sorry. That is actually it. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Dean, for letting me. I apologize for taking so much time on the stream.
Dude, don't apologize.
All right, guys, I gotta go. Thank you.
Okay, all right, Gregory. I guess we're going to move on to the next guest at this point, everybody. Give us a minute to get that next Trump supporter up in the box, y'all. Everyone, just do be patient. Yo, Serenity, thank you for the $15 donation over on PayPal saying it's my birthday today. Yo, well, happy birthday, Serenity. Show some love to Serenity down below in that chat. Literally right the fuck now.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Serenity, not Serenity. Gregory had to dip out because the IRS was banging on his door.
Yeah, that was
all right,
they were calling. That was literally them calling.
If you happen to be one of the 9.7 thousand people watching the live right now and you consider yourself to be a Trump supporter and you would like to come up here and give it your best shot and have a debate, let us know down below in that chat by dropping a MAGA attached to your age. What is going on? Guest, I'm not going to try to pronounce your name. Do you support Trump?
Can we play some Minecraft now?
Get the hell out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We're going to get Chayton up in the box. Here we are, y'all. We're also going to try to invite Sam up and anybody else that wants to come up and debate. What's up, Chayton? Are you MAGA? Do you support Trump?
No, but I wanted to just say thank you, Parker. You guys are amazing.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Moving on to the next guest, we got Ty loading up. Here we go, everybody. If you're watching and you'd like to support either myself or Parker, you can find both of our Venmos and PayPals in the link trees and our bios. And also keep in mind, everybody, if you want to support me specifically, I'd suggest that you first attempt to support me over on PayPal compared to Venmo.
Oh, there goes. Jazz, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Jazz.
Oh,
what the?
Honestly,
Why is my microphone doing that?
Like, eventually, like, Venmo will get back to me and they'll be like, oh, like, you're a fraudster. We're going to go and refund all of this. You don't get any access to it. We're on like day 3 now. So I don't know. It's just starting to worry me a little bit. I know that did happen with my Cash App a while ago, but we're going to move on to the next guest here. What's up, Connor? Do you support Trump? Okay, Connor's not here, everybody. Really hard to find a single Trump supporter today. What is going on? Moving on to the next guest. For those saying that this isn't my account down below in that comment section, it is my backup account. Yeah. What's going on, German? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What time is it?
7:31,
Sweet. What state are you
New Hampshire.
in? Great. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's actually better than the woman that was trying to get in.
Who is the woman?
The Kamala.
Kamala Harris. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you know who that woman was.
Yeah.
Let's call her Kamala, not the
one
woman.
thing that you go on about all the time. That I
Oh
think
wait,
is
wait,
quite-
whoa. Name 3 cities in New Hampshire.
Nashua, Milford, Manchester.
Chat. Are those
Oh
are
my
those
God! You
cities
don't
in
even
New-
know
in
the
New Hampshire?
geography. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know any cities in New Hampshire. And honestly, I don't think that's unbelievable.
Are we good to go?
You might be the first British person that has come up on this live that actually may be from America.
Actually, I'm half American. That's why I have a passport.
Okay.
Really?
All right,
Never?
I'll
You've
trust
never
it.
had? I've had someone before who has.
No, I've
Okay.
never,
In
never.
any case, let's
Just one time.
let's go on why Trump is better than others. So just as an example, the tariff situation. Yeah, you're like, oh, everything's going to be expensive. But what happens when you put tariffs? You make exports less desirable than local products. Why? Because there are tariffs, and also
No, you make imports less desirable.
No,
than
no,
local
but
products.
think about it, yeah? The UK, for example, all the American products that go to the UK have to pay VAT of 25%, yeah? And normally, people could export from the UK to the US free. What Trump's done, he's imposed 10% tax on the UK.
Going straight to the UK. God, what is... Name a state that borders New Hampshire.
Massachusetts, Maine.
God. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Okay. So let's go. So what happens now? He gets paid on exports to the US from the UK. Yeah, and the UK charges the US 25% VAT. So what happens when you export to the UK and you have to pay tax, but the UK exports to the US and don't pay any tax? Explain that. How does that make sense?
Okay, so what's in like a sentence or less? What is your question?
I didn't follow at all. I'm gonna be totally
No,
honest.
me neither.
Okay, well, so let's go again. So if you're trading, yeah, you expect that the country is on a fair basis
Whoa,
with you.
where in America is this? That's not New Hampshire.
Wow. Caught
That's
in
Monaco,
real
man.
time.
Yeah, Monte Carlo. I don't think that Monte Carlo is in New Hampshire.
That's my trip. What were you on about? That's me on holiday, mate. What's wrong with you?
Okay, I'm gonna
Dean.
get you.
Dean,
I'm gonna get you.
Dean, you're cooked, bro.
I don't know. I think I don't know. Take it away.
Okay, so you're gonna. So another one I have in Bali, yeah. So because I was surfing Bali, then also I'm not allowed to be in New Hampshire. I'm not getting the point.
No.
Making no sense.
You can live in New Hampshire and take you can live in New Hampshire and take
New
trips
Hampshire's
overseas.
tax free, man. There's no taxes. It's tax free. It's beautiful.
What? New Hampshire is not tax free.
Yeah, it is tax free.
In what way?
Florida, New Hampshire, Texas, those are the tax free states, mate.
Since when was New Hampshire 0% state tax?
Mate, the license plate says leave free, or go and check what it says. It's beautiful.
Oh, that's state income tax.
The
emergency.
license
I
plate
guess
says-
that's true. I didn't know.
Oh my God, I'm having to educate you guys about the great state of New Hampshire. That's
I
are.
don't live on the East Coast. How the fuck would I know?
Yeah, how would you know? Honestly, like that makes me feel like you're not from America. Now, the reason why I say that is because if you were from America, well, then you would know that like America's fucking huge. Okay, there's like so many states in America, and like not just because you happen to be an American, that doesn't imply that
Right.
you're
So,
going to know
for
like a
example,
significant amount about
so
like
for
all
example,
50
I've been
states.
to I've been to how many? I think I've been to over 50 cities in America. Yeah. So, I think I've been to lots of states, and I think I would know the geography in California, for instance. I've been to San Diego, San Francisco.
Would you know about every
LA.
Would you know about every country in Europe?
A lot of the countries, yeah.
You would know about all of them.
So, for example, I've been to Portugal, Spain, France.
No, just because you've been to somewhere doesn't mean you know everything about.
No, but I
it.
traveled.
Then also like I mean
extensively.
I could also like name that like
No,
New
I've
Hampshire's gonna
you,
be a
you
state.
can ask questions about a country in Europe, and I'll be happy to answer. Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, I don't care to. Do you want to have a conversation about the topic?
Okay,
I really
yeah,
don't care to ask you a question.
one
You try to
sentence,
throw
one
me off
sentence or less.
balance
Why do you support
because
Trump?
unlike the normal Trump dumbass that comes here to talk to you guys, I actually have a brain. Yeah.
You really,
And I'm actually.
you know what? I think you're just incredibly overconfident and egotistical. You want to have a conversation? Let's have that conversation. I have a question for you specifically. Would you like to answer this one? Would you like to answer this one? Explain to me, explain to me why in the big beautiful bill, right, and HR1's even cuts to Medicaid and SNAP, why you support that when literally 45% of kids are on Medicaid in Alabama and 27% right are on SNAP benefits.
No. Listen, stop all of that. The thing is, let me give you an example outside Trump for a second.
Is he not going to answer that question? Can you address that?
Okay, so
tell me why
I'm
you
trying to
support a
explain to
candidate
you,
that
I don't
proposed that
agree
policy.
with the system in America where you don't have free healthcare. I think it's
Oh,
absurd.
where you don't have free healthcare. You wouldn't say that if you're an American. Gotcha! I fucking got
I'm
you.
half American.
I fucking
said
got
that.
you. I got
Half
you. I
American.
finally got you. I
said
finally
I'm
got
half
you.
American.
Duh!
Half
Vindicated.
American.
Hold up,
Half
dude. Do you
American.
get my point though? Like, why do you support a
I've
candidate
got
that proposes those
passport. It
policies?
doesn't listen. I never say to anybody, "Oh, I'm an American. I have an American passport." It doesn't mean I'm proud to have an American passport. I so happen that my mother is American. That's it. I have an American passport.
Oh, but you said you guys in America. This would like the language used would imply some exclusion from the guys in America.
Because I don't ever mention we. I always mention you guys, as I don't consider myself to be one of you. I don't think I'm one of you at all. I feel like I'm an alien despite having an American passport.
What?
I think it's very appropriate to say, like, when you have like the guys who call them aliens. Yeah, I'm alien to you.
No.
and you're alien to me.
Don't dehumanize people. Don't use that terminology. You're just saying that you don't understand, right? Like the typical culture within America. Is that what it is?
No.
Or like you didn't like grow up in America, but you just happen to be like a dual citizen.
Lots of people are like that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, if that's true, then like, yeah, I mean, I think that the language that you used was wrong. But at the end
Yeah,
of the day,
I'm
like,
sorry. I didn't mean to offend anybody.
You could like still assume like some disconnect to like
Sure.
America. Like,
No, but what I'm saying
as
is
well,
like,
Well, wait, can you address the original point that I brought up? Like,
oh my God! So can I? The thing
No,
is,
you still haven't addressed my point.
The thing is, let me just explain something that's very messed up and really pisses me off. Yeah, the fact that you know when who was there, the senator that wanted to stop aid to Israel because of what was happening in Gaza. Yeah, he tried to pass a bill to stop support to Israel, and they've only got 15 votes on each side of the Republicans and the Democrats. And the reason for that is because anybody that votes against Israel, it's committing political suicide.
Can you answer Parker's question?
Yeah, just completely yapping.
Yeah, you're just completely
you want
yapping
me
and
to
you're not
answer the
answering Parker's
question about some stupid policy? There are a lot of stupid policies. I don't agree with the bill at all. I think the
Okay,
bill
so
is
if you don't agree with the Big Beautiful Bill, and the Big Beautiful Bill is the most significant piece of legislation that Donald Trump has ever advocated for to be passed, either in his first or second term, then why do you still support Trump?
Can you name a piece of legislation that Donald Trump passed that you think is good?
Yeah,
the tariffs. I think tariffs are good.
What specific tariffs?
The way he's negotiating trades.
So not the tariffs, just the negotiation.
Yeah, the fact that he's negotiating better terms for exports. Yeah,
Okay,
so for
okay. So you're
example,
basically saying that you support him getting other countries to reduce their tariffs on us, so like we could have better exports to them.
yeah, I think
Okay.
so. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it is the case that I could agree that is like a very small positive that has come out of like some of Donald Trump's foreign policy, right? Even like as it relates to China, they were able to get their tariffs down from 22% on us to 10% of us. Okay. So this will have some like positive economic outcome of like an increase in exports from American companies to other countries. But now we have to consider the full picture. So let's consider the flip side of those tariffs. While this isn't even factoring in for the tariffs that we've imposed on other countries, that is inevitably paid for by the American consumer. So without even moving off of this specific policy of imposition of tariffs to trade deals, we've already determined that it is the case that Americans will be paying more for the bare necessities that they need to live. But as soon as we move on and consider his mass deportation that services to remove 8.3 million laborers from the labor force, we will see a massive hit to our
But that's what people voted for. He said he
Overwhelming
was going to do
compared.
that.
Well, what I'm saying is that this would not just contradict, but also overwhelm the positive economic outcomes that we'd see from the like the trade deals negotiated with other countries, leaving his total economic output, leaving his total economic like remarks to like a total like net negative. So although like like the tariff policy would indicate a trend of an increase in like a marginal increase in exports, well the mass deportation policy will like see massive impacts on all American.
Can I give you a different
producers.
perspective in the situation? So if you look at
Could you just
like
repeat my argument?
if you look at Tesla, Optimus, or if you look at Figure, the robotics are coming very soon, and all the blue collar jobs are gonna go. And
Okay.
imagine if all these people in the country, when we have full automation, someone's gonna have to support them. So if you think about it, what the politicians are looking at universal income once you have full automation.
So I just want to clarify that your counter response against the significant economic impact of mass deportation being overwhelmingly negative, right? What is your response there?
I think automation is coming very soon, where the most
have
blue collar
more
jobs are
automation?
going to be obsolete.
Oh, okay. So you're basically saying that those jobs would disappear nonetheless.
I think very soon the jobs are going to go. Yeah.
Okay. Well, A, first and foremost, a completely unjustified argument. B, even if, right, we had automation replace some level of like productivity via blue collar workers, still yet not doing the mass deportation would lead to significantly better outcomes and less inefficiencies in the transition. And C, right, I just don't think that you'd have that much evidence to support your argument. So even if automation does come very soon, it is still the case that doing a mass deportation today will have a significant economic impact on the economy of this country and be very negative. Like, for instance, the Center for American Progress would tell us that if we were to deport every undocumented immigrant from America tomorrow, that the GDP would shrink from around 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year. And when we combine that with the big beautiful bill that serves to redistribute wealth from the poor to the rich, that would only lead to further reductions in the GDP due to a reduction in consumer confidence and purchasing power of the average everyday American. So there's another couple billion there, alongside the tariffs that we have imposed on other countries, making you pay more for goods the less money you make. We'd have even more economic drain there. So I just think
But
that the
actually,
full picture of
American
all the
companies earn
negative
more money because
implications
they have
of-
less taxes on the exports. So you need to the deals negotiated. They actually reduce
I know,
the
but
cost.
I'm telling you all the negative impacts, right, of his other economic policy is going to outweigh the marginal positive impacts.
But the
from a
people
slight increase
wanted the
in
deportation.
exports.
Just because you guys don't want
that
that,
doesn't-
majority
doesn't
of
change
Americans
my-
are racist. Come on, guys, please.
doesn't-
The
that doesn't
majority of
change-
people wanted mass deportation. They wanted the guys out.
That doesn't change the fact that the impact on the economy of the Trump
Oh,
administration.
right. So you don't think
considering
the idiots that voted Brexit,
Listen,
they
I'm gonna
cut the
go.
nose off
I'm gonna
the
go ahead and
UK?
hey, bud, stop it. This doesn't change the argument that the total impact of the Trump administration's policy on the American economy will be incredibly negative, even when we factor in for the marginal positives of an increase in exports.
Unfortunately, it's something called democracy. Yeah, like there are places like the UAE where you don't have that, and stuff like that doesn't happen because someone is in charge and they make sure that things are stable. A country that allows people to vote, they run the risk of people doing the wrong thing.
Okay,
Yeah,
so then
so-
you agree that it was a wrong thing to vote for Trump, and so you no longer support Trump.
No, the thing is not about supporting Trump or not. It's just that I
It
think
is.
it's
What does
the
that
least
say?
work. Is the least work?
What does that
is
say?
the least
What does that say? What does that say?
right? Is I'm saying to you, it's about supporting the least worst option. Yeah.
Okay. So you're basically saying that Kamala Harris would have been worse for the economy than all the negatives that, as you say,
100%,
but to point
no
out, that would have
doubt.
resulted from Donald Trump. Okay. So what was the economic policy that Kamala Harris ran on that you very much so disdained?
For example, supporting Ukraine, the war, and
Okay, so
sending
how
money
would
to
sending
Ukraine.
how would sending $32 billion per year from our military budget to Ukraine be worse than 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars being wiped out of the
Yeah, but
American
you
GDP per
assuming
year
that that's
offset
the
by mass
case. There's
deportation?
no guarantee that that's going to be the outcome.
It is essentially guaranteed, and it's using economic projections. Now, if you want to argue that the projections are wrong, you can do so. You just have to give me reason that you would deny the projection.
I think that Trump is very dynamic, and he's able to change his mind very quickly. And if stuff starts to go south the way you're saying, I think he's got the ability to flip flop like in a split
Okay,
second.
so your counter argument is that Donald Trump isn't even going to do the mass deportation. Weren't you the one earlier that
No,
said
the
that's what Obama
deportation, I
wanted to
think
do?
he's going through with it because
Okay, well, it's
he wants
a
to
mass
leave it as his
deportation that would
legacy.
cause that 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion.
No, but I
dollar
think
loss in
there's a
GDP
counter.
growth.
I think that they can allow immigrants to come on some sort of visa. That's there are many counters to that. I don't think
Are you
that.
saying like maybe the Trump administration will decide to allow undocumented immigrants that work really hard to stay in the economy?
No, I think that if
Okay,
things
so then we'll lose that 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year. Yep.
well, that's your estimation, but I just don't think that that's realistic
Why is that not realistic? Tell me.
because
Because their direct contributions are $500 billion per year. Their
okay, so
indirect
he's just
contributions, such
completely
as
okay. So
profit
he's just
generated for the
completely. So you're
employer
saying he's
and
just
the overall
completely
productivity
stupid.
in the economy is that's what it's going to be, man.
So you're just saying he's completely stupid. The people with him,
Precisely.
they've got. Well, I don't think that that's the case.
Okay, so basically your counter argument is trust me, bro, he's not stupid. Yeah, that's the worst counter argument I've heard all day. So earlier when you were telling us that we've been debating all these other idiotic Trump supporters, well, guess what? You're not special. You're just like them.
No, we're gonna see. Like, I'm happy to come back again after
Right,
the
that's
events,
exactly
and
what
then
every
we'll
that's it.
see.
That's
We'll
exactly
see if,
that's
if,
exactly
if
what
you're...
every other Trump supporter says. That's
No,
exactly what every
because
Trump supporter says.
because I don't think.
I give an infallible economic.
So you think his
position
legacy will be
you
that
can't
he'll be
refute because
the
it's
guy
based
that will
upon
bankrupt the
evidence,
country?
reason, and logic. Absolutely.
It's just not realistic. It really
Right. Very good, very good. You're worse than the other Trump supporters because at least they try to rebuttal what I say. You're not even rebuttaling. You're just going, nah.
Yeah, but you're just giving him an estimation. That's it. You're saying that that's going to
One
happen.
second, I've explained the estimation, right? So,
And when he run,
okay, so I'll re-explain the estimation. Around $500 billion of that is the direct contribution of the 12 million undocumented consumers insofar as what they pay into the economy on an annual basis. The other $500 to $1 trillion of that is going to be coming from the contributions to the GDP generated via the profit extracted from their work by their employer, as well as the overall productivity in the workforce that would be lost if they were deported, right? Like these are things that would occur. Okay, you can't deny that we would lose their direct contributions. We can't deny that we lose the contributions that are extracted from their employer, and you can't deny that we'd lose the overall efficiency, right? So we know that they provide $500 billion per year to the GDP, and we know that the remaining amount would total to the other numbers in which I gave you. Right? And if you want to dispute the numbers that I gave you, you're going to have to give me good reasons.
and there's another thing that you need to take into account.
Such as like a evaluation from like another source that indicate.
And there's another thing.
My question to you is
the deportation.
No. My question to you is do you have like a study from like another institution that would yield an alternative conclusion to the one that I gave you insofar as what the contribution to the GDP is?
Yeah, actually, can you
Really?
do you have the exact numbers of how many have been deported or detained and how many illegal migrants are in the US? Because
I understand.
because
I
can
understand that
assure you,
I understand that you're scared of me because I'm right and you're wrong. But I am going to ask you very politely to simply ask the question that I asked you without pivoting or dodging. When you pivot and you dodge, it makes you look incredibly weak. And also
it's
incredibly
because
stupid.
the numbers are not there. The numbers there of migrants that have been detained or deported is a fraction of the illegals living in your country. Yeah,
All
so
right, well,
it's only smoke. It's only smoke. That's not gonna happen. They're not gonna take 10 million people and kick them out of the country. It's not gonna happen.
Well, you still haven't answered my question. Stop dodging.
Well, I just answered.
No, you didn't. My question to you was, right, is do you have an alternative source from the Center for American Progress to indicate that if all undocumented immigrants were deported, we wouldn't lose $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion in growth in the American GDP per year?
I just said if you were to deport all the illegal migrants, fair enough, but that's not going to happen.
Oh, and he got it restricted. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search for the next 10 minutes because Germano Noli 2 does not comply with our community guidelines. The restriction will be removed once they're disconnected. Okay.
Oh,
all right. Well,
we're good.
We kicked them out. Yeah. Yeah. Jesus Christ, man. I've been trying to keep it cool today, but I don't know. I haven't really been having that good of a day. Like these guys have just really sucked, man. I feel like nobody's really been here for like a productive conversation at all. Yo, Raymond, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Saying thanks for all that you do, Dean Parker. Show some love to Raymond down below in that chat. As well as Sarah, thank you so much for the $100. Oh my God, thank you for the $100 over on PayPal. Can we please get 1,000? Sarah W's down below in that comment section. Sarah says, thank you for putting up with these illogical guests. Love from Canada. Love to Canada. And love to you, Sarah. Thank you so much for the incredibly, incredibly kind $100 donation over on PayPal. You're from Canada, so that's like 144 Canadian dollars. So that's incredibly kind, seriously. As well as Ian. Thank you so much for the $15 donation over on PayPal. Show some love to the donors down below in that chat. I'd also like to show love to Blair for the $5 on Venmo. Once again, if you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal down below in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as it's in the pinned message over on the YouTube stream, as well as Jack and Dreams. Thank you both for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. This was back when we were on the line with Gregory. Jack said, I'm literally filling out Form 2011 application for award for original information right now. Dude, yeah, somebody's going to make some money off of Gregory. Probably a good bit of money as well. But let's try to get that next guest up in here, y'all. This person is spamming MAGA down below in that chat. But honestly, it says, like, atheists and Connell in their bio. So we're going to go to move on.
Serenity, thank you so much for the $5 or $15. Thank you so much. As well as Monty, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Sid, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Phenomenal. Yo, Caitlin! Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Show some love. Show some love to Caitlin down below in the comment section. I really appreciate you for the $20. Caitlin says, I was on the live with my cousin the other day. I was just wondering if you support gender fluid people. I've been finding my confidence recently while listening to your lives. Yeah, of course I support gender fluid individuals. Can I like really conceptualize of gender fluidity? Like, probably not. But can I like acknowledge that it exists and support its existence in individuals? Abso-fucking-lutely. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like a lot of the disdain that individuals hold towards gender fluid individuals is just the fact that they can't conceptualize its existence because it's not something that they personally experience, and like a lack of an understanding or conceptualization of a thing will like leads to animosity and prejudice, right? So, I mean, I think that two things could be true at once. I think that you can hold that lack of a conceptualization without holding without holding the animosity or prejudice, right? Like, even though like it's not something I can conceptualize of, I like can conceptualize of the fact that it's not like harmful, and it's just simply a fact of existence. What's going on, Robbie? Do you support Trump?
I actually had a question. So I just
see you, Robbie. Moving on to the next guest. We got Pedro loading up in the box.
Fuck, I should go on my phone and help you bring up people. I got you, bro.
For sure. Also, everybody talking about the warning in the chat. Warnings don't come in the chat, and when my stream gets a warning, you guys don't see it. That's just like a fake TikTok account.
No, there's actually a warning. It says, please avoid promoting negative stereotypes and generalizations about other groups of people.
On the live?
Yeah, literally. You want to see?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, let me put you on the big screen. Here, 1 second. Oh, it's like one of those warnings down there. It says, please avoid like promoting stereotypes.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
well,
that's
hey,
actually not that bad of a thing, to be honest.
Yeah, good on TikTok for like just putting that warning on the screen.
That's actually really good.
And not like banning me. You know what I mean? Cool. What's going on, Serenity? Are you MAGA?
Oops, I'm sorry. Pushed it by mistake.
Bro, why am I the only one with the warning?
By the way, guys, this next debate will probably be
Okay,
my
some
last for the
people
day.
some people see it. Sorry, I was about to say. I was like, am I the only one with the warning?
This next debate will probably be my last of the day, everybody. Then I got to get going. I know it was definitely a shorter live stream today, significantly shorter than most days. Like, what are we at? Like, we're literally only at like 2.5 hours by the time I land. But unfortunately, I do have to get off so I could go do some shopping. Got to get a pair of clothes for Aspen. Okay, who's the mic? Who's that?
That's our man. Yeah.
Yo, what's up, Steph and JV? Do you guys support Trump? Okay.
Hey,
Who spoke?
Steph,
Steph, how old are you?
22.
22. Or do you support Trump?
Sorry, your voice cut off.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting bad vibes. But why do you support Trump?
Because of his
In the arms of an angel,
I'm
fly away from here.
Yo, Mateo! Thank you so much for the $10, Mateo. That's incredibly kind of you. Shout out
I
to
love
Mateo
you,
for the
Dean. I love
$10.
you, Parker. Thank you for everything you do.
I appreciate you for your kindness. I will ask all the supporters in the queue to please leave the queue. I'm really just looking for a last debate of the night before I hop off. And if we can't get that last debate shortly, like I'm just gonna leave without a last debate, unfortunately, because I actually do need to end here pretty soon. Let's see if we could just try to get that last debate going, man. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Dude, fuck me!
Dude, that was bad. Don't do that. Dude, what the fuck? Why did he say it like that? Why did he say it like that? What's going on? Elvia, do you support Trump? Oh, guys. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got, hopefully, the last guest of the night loading up in. Everyone, just give us a minute. For everybody laughing at that, you guys can't laugh. Only I can laugh. You said it to me. I'm just kidding. What's going on, Adrian? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 25.
25. What year are you born in?
What year? 2000.
You're born in 2000?
yo.
Okay.
Hey, what
Logan.
was up with you
How old are
crashing
you?
out?
Logan, you want to pause? Come back.
You hear me?
Yeah, how old are you, Logan?
25.
What's your
Okay,
birthday?
what do you want?
12/29/99.
Okay.
Okay. What is
Dean,
that, Logan?
what was up with you crashing out about the vape, bro?
It's not. I'm just kidding. I'm not
It's
gonna
called
do
the
it again.
patience pen.
No,
Okay.
listen. I know, Parker. Joke's over. So
No, it's
the
not.
conservatives. It is the
No.
conservatives. The conservatives got a hold of it on Twitter. They've been running wild. They've been running wild with it. Even like Andrew Tate was hopping into the conversation. It's a fucking joke.
I hear you.
Dude, it's the patience pen, bro.
Joke's over. Joke's
So
over.
it's
Joke's over.
marijuana.
Joke's over. Oh, you can't say it.
You can't say it on the live, but
Oh,
Joke's over.
that's what we do around
Okay.
here.
All right, Adrian. Why do you support Trump?
I mean, I'm in the military, so.
So this should imply that you shouldn't support Trump because in doing so, you'd be breaking the oath that you took to uphold the Constitution. Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Great. So in taking an oath to uphold the Constitution, this would imply that you wouldn't support any person or any entity that would serve as a threat to the Constitution, correct?
What would be the threat to the Constitution? Because I studied it.
So answer my question first. So given that there is something that we can identify as a threat, because you took that oath, this would imply that you wouldn't support them. Right?
I wouldn't say so.
So you think that you could take an oath to uphold the Constitution while also supporting things that serve as a threat to the Constitution? Go ahead and explain that view to me.
Okay, define someone who's upholding against of the Constitution of the United States.
He called for the
Define
termination
what it
of all
means to
rules.
Because I
regulations.
am a immigrant.
He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles
But I
even
am
those
an
found in the
immigrant.
Constitution.
I'm so sorry. That wasn't even the question that he asked. Could you just accept or reject what I said? Because you took an oath to uphold the Constitution, this would imply that you wouldn't support anything or anybody that serves as a threat to the Constitution, correct?
Oh, okay.
Dude, what? Then my
Yes.
laptop just shat and died. Okay. Okay. Well, I believe that Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution for many reasons. But I mean, how about we talk about something that's like literally going on today? He signed an executive order into law in January, banning birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants. And then since then, he's had like 1 billion federal judges rule that that's unconstitutional. And then as of today, somehow he's able to convince the Supreme Court to argue that those federal judges don't have nationwide jurisdiction, only regional. So in areas where federal judges haven't made that ruling, technically speaking, the EOS is still in effect, and the children of undocumented immigrants don't have birthright citizenship.
I mean, do you want their kids to be away from their parents when their parents are illegal?
No, I don't.
That's what I'm saying. So wherever the parents goes, where the children goes.
Okay, so you support taking birthright citizenship away from a person born in America, even though the 14th Amendment explicitly states that all persons born in America are American citizens?
I mean, they can come back when they're adult because they have.
Bro, do you possess the capability to answer anything?
Do you think legal citizens should be deported? Do you think legal citizens, as granted by the Constitution, should be deported from the United States?
They're not getting deported though.
You just advocated for them to be deported.
He can't answer a question.
Anybody
literally, bro, answer my goddamn question. Do you support that EOS? I'm getting pressed because you're not answering shit. I don't waste my life on live to talk to people that won't talk to me back and use hours off of my day. No, I come on here for productive dialogue. So of course I'm going to get pissed when somebody's just so unwilling to engage in productive dialogue. Do you support Donald Trump's executive order banning birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants, even though that's just obviously unconstitutional?
Not right, but I'm not saying that it's wrong.
Okay,
It's
so
not right.
you're not saying that it's wrong to violate the Constitution. As an individual that took an oath to uphold the Constitution, you're a traitor.
Explain how.
I just did. You're saying it's not wrong to violate the Constitution when you took an oath to uphold the Constitution.
Do you realize how that's hypocritical? Uphold the Constitution, but you're supporting someone who does not uphold the Constitution. Does that make sense?
Also, Christian, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal, man. Christian says TikTok alerts about stereotypes that appeared as part of the new app update. Cool, yeah, man. They're definitely getting some updates to their TOS. I appreciate you for the $50, Christian. That is incredibly kind of you. Can we get 500 Christian W's down below in the chat for the crazy love? Hope you're also doing all right today, man. Good to have you in here with us today. He left.
W Christian.
Okay, we'll try to do like one last debate.
In the meantime, everyone, make sure to like the stream. Do tap the screen if you're here on TikTok. Let's get to 2 million likes. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream as well.
Oh. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here.
Alrighty, give
Goodbye,
it a second
Leo.
for people to join up. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
That's right. Just looking for some debates. I feel like I've been a little bit more chilled out today than most days. Chat, have I been less entertaining today? Do you guys like it when I'm more energetic? Yes or no? What's going on? Do you support Trump? Okay, INC is not here. You guys like it when I'm a little bit more energetic?
Yeah.
You know, I get it. Honestly, guys, I've just had a really busy last little bit. Like I'm going out of town tomorrow for a day or two. So, by the way, I may not be live to speak at the Aspen Institute of Ideas. And dude, I'm really excited for it. I'm going to be on a panel talking about why the Republicans won the election, and it's essentially going to be a 1v2. And it's also like rather cool because there's going to be like some crazy people there. Like the CEO of BlackRock is going to be there. Like what the fuck? Like the CEO of State Farm. Like I'm literally like I got invited to this like event with like the like.
You should ask them questions.
I know that's what I want to do. Could you imagine, right, a video of me debating the CEO of BlackRock? I doubt it will happen, right? There's about like a 0.0000001% chance that'll happen, but if it does, that would be insane. So, I don't know. I honestly, I just want to talk to them. Like, I want to ask like these people like why they think, like, I don't know, just like to see things from like their perspective. Like, what is the perspective of somebody that like runs a company that just objectively like screws over the lives of so many individuals? You know, honestly, I got to stop talking before I like get uninvited. I'm just going to stop talking there. What's going on, Juliana? Do you support Trump?
What's up? Wait, my name is Julian. I think you said Juliana.
Sorry, Julian, do you support Trump?
It's okay. I support one of the things he did, but I am a liberal. And I was just hoping if this could be more of.
Sorry, man. We're really just trying to find one last Trump supporter to talk to. Honestly, if I wasn't getting ready, and I'd let you hang out. If I wasn't getting ready to land, and I'd let you hang out. What's going on, Kiki? Do you support Trump?
Hi. Yeah, I voted for him, but I regret my vote.
Oh, dude, Kiki, you're this wonderful. That's awesome. Hell yeah. What's going on, Troy? Do you support Trump? Okay, bye, Troy. Honestly, Parker, you want to take over?
Yeah, I've been trying to add people up.
No,
Or do
like
you
take
mean go
over on
live?
your stream.
Oh yeah, I'll go live.
Okay. Yo, maybe before though, chat. Do you want to see the new PC I got? I want to show it to you guys. I want to do show and tell.
Should I start my live? Because I've seen.
Yeah, for sure.
Alrighty.
You go start that live. I'll
Have a
send it
good
right
night,
over.
bro. Have a good
Yeah,
night.
You too, bro.
Peace,
too.
bro. All right, bye bye, bye bye. Alrighty. There. Properties. There we go. All right, there we go. What's good, everyone joining in? How's everybody doing? What's up? Alrighty. How's everyone doing? What's up? Mr. Get a Job is live? What's up? What's up, everyone joining in the live right now? How's everybody doing right now? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It will help get out to more people. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate that. By the way, everyone, for anyone I did miss your donations, I really apologize. I appreciate seriously everyone for the support today. Everyone's been really nice. I don't know if I'll be on live as long as I expected today. We'll see how long I go. But I'll keep y'all updated. Plus tomorrow, everyone, I expect to be live like earlier on in the day. I expect to be live. All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Miss Smiles a lot. Thank you so much for the $100. I appreciate it. I actually used the point that you brought up in your comment. But thank you so much. I just want to say I really appreciate that. That was incredibly kind of you. Courtney, what's up? You're not saying hi too much. What's up, Christian? How you doing, Christian? Jocelyn, I'm so happy to hear that. That's amazing. We're gonna start getting some debates up here very soon. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. How does the stream look, everyone? Does it look fine? Yep, it looks good. Perfect. Sounds great. I changed the lighting settings with Dean because he recommended different settings. I think it looks pretty good. And I also changed the camera settings a little bit. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker, I love you.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Real question I'm going to ask people in the chat. Would everyone prefer if I like set up my background better for TikTok? Or is everyone totally like cool with like the background that we have right now on TikTok for people on TikTok?
Hey, what's going on? It's Johan, bro.
Oh my gosh. How old are you again?
Well, I'm 21, 2004 January.
Oh no. Okay, yeah, we can have a conversation. Chat. Good luck. I'm just gonna say this to the chat. Okay, good luck.
Okay, so can I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do you think that Trump is an overall bad figurehead or a bad fit for the presidential run?
Okay.
Like, why is he a bad leader?
I got you. I think you know this at this point, okay? But I got you. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He called for the termination of the Constitution. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Those are examples of why his character is bad, alongside his policy is destructive, right? It's incredibly fiscally irresponsible, adds trillions of dollars to the debt that wouldn't have otherwise existed in terms of what's signed into law by the opposing candidates, alongside the fact that it cuts taxes for very high income individuals and cuts things like Medicaid and not Social Security and food stamps. Which are going to hurt low-income individuals and overall reduce benefits for the bottom 80% of the country.
Okay, cool. For me, okay, I don't know if you know this, but Napoleon, Caesar, they all had to break the law at some point to create something better of their nation or country. In this case, I assign Trump to their chairs and say, okay, Trump could be a modern day Caesar or a modern day Napoleon. He's somebody that doesn't really care about what the leftists have to say. He's somebody that drags the right and drags it with him, and he transforms things. For me, that is a great man, an absolute diamond in the rough. A diamond in the rough.
Okay. So, to be clear, he's a diamond for being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman and calling for the termination of the Constitution and bragging about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, saying you dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, saying he had a Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, right? All of those things can just be written off as he's a diamond in this man. He's a great man because he's like Napoleon or Caesar and doesn't care about what the leftists think about him.
That's a bad argument.
Tell me what's bad about the argument.
Okay, and
I was just describing what your argument was, so please explain
that's
to me.
terrible. That's absolutely terrible. What you're basically saying is that Trump should be held liable in his leadership because of things that he might have said jokingly when he was on air many years ago.
Okay, so you think...
I mean, come on!
Wait, okay, Johan,
ridiculous.
do you think it's okay to make pedophilic jokes?
Do not put words in my mouth, dude.
Okay,
I
well,
hate
that's
this
okay.
game.
Do you agree that going up to a fifth grader and saying you date them in 10 years as a 50-year-old man is a pedophilic joke?
Why are we talking about this? Could you respond to the main point that I gave you? Like, why are you pandering to particular groups of people right now?
What do you mean by pandering? I genuinely hold
Why
this
are you deepening
perspective,
your
and I think you're a
voice?
disgusting piece of shit if you specifically hold to this, right? That you're just gonna write off
didn't
all
insult
of you're gonna write off all of those things because you want him to be like Napoleon or Caesar, and you think he's a great guy.
No,
Like, respond to
because
the
I
actual
think-
points.
No. I
No.
set the point. You changed the point. No, it's because I've set the point and you have changed it.
What
How
does that
dare
even
you play
mean?
the
What
game?
does that mean?
Well, I gave you the point as to why I think that Trump is great, and you're giving me personal things that he quote unquote might have done.
Well, I'm giving you reasons to believe that he's not a great guy like you prescribed,
But he's a
and
great
you aren't
leader.
responding to that.
He's a great leader.
I have a question. Would you support Hitler, right? With Donald Trump's policy over Kamala Harris?
Okay, so oh my god. Okay, so maybe if he would have changed his ways, maybe if he wasn't so crazy.
If your response to whether or not you'd support Kamala Harris or Hitler in saying that you would support Hitler as a response is saying maybe you'd support Hitler is crazy. What the fuck? Chat, I knew it was going to be crazy, but I didn't expect him to say something like that. I didn't even expect it to I didn't even expect that to happen. That was crazy as fuck. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo. 17.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live, everybody. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you could support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
April 29, 2006.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Wouldn't you be 19?
Oh, yeah, 19, sorry.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? By the way, everyone, thank you for joining in from Dean's Live. I really appreciate everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Is there not a single, for the thousands of people on the live right now, is there not a single Trump supporter in the live that is willing to have a conversation with me? Sorry, I got to do the Dean thing. Oh.
Hello.
Echo.
How you doing?
Do you support Trump?
Nah, not 100%. I'm from Scotland, eh?
Okay.
Fuck
Yo,
me,
what's up? How
fuck
old are
me,
you?
fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck.
How do I call in? You got to go into TikTok. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Kamala Harris doesn't care about black people.
Do you support Trump? Okay. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Whatever that was a ridiculous statement from that last person said. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
75.
Do you support Trump?
Hell no.
Nice. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
January.
January is a birth year?
Yeah.
Really? Can you tell me what's your birth year?
07.
07. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
No? Okay, so why do you support him?
You know what I'm saying?
What's up? Hello?
Alright. So what'd you say?
Are you there? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to tell me why you support Trump?
Because he's better.
Why?
He's stronger.
How is he stronger?
He's got muscles.
You think, dude, what?
Hey, he golfs pretty good.
You think Donald Trump has muscles? Where?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. You know, liberals are just crazy.
How are we crazy?
Just crazy.
How are we crazy?
Look at the chat.
Yeah, what about us is crazy?
Just crazy. Tell me why Donald Trump's not good.
tell me why Donald Trump is not good, or tell you why Donald
Yeah.
Trump's not good. Are you trolling? Just to
No.
clarify.
No.
Not at all.
No.
No.
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Okay. Well, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
Fake.
Fake? How's that fake?
All right, go ahead.
How is that fake?
Keep going.
Okay, called for the termination of the Constitution. He
That's
said he
fake.
dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. It's not fake. He tweeted it out himself. Hello?
How about this?
Are you trolling?
No.
You can admit it now, and I'll just kick you off. It's fine.
How about no?
Is that lifted F-150 actually real?
It is.
It is? Well, it's not lifted. So why'd you
It
say
is.
it was lifted?
3.5 inches.
Troller. Troll.
I'm not sure.
Well, if you're not trolling, then that's actually like I'm losing faith in humanity. That's like partially like gonna, make me go crazy. Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube is as well. Let's go on to the next person. Laura, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate it. We get some W's for Laura in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Caleb, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Caleb. I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. RJ, thank you so RJP, thank you so much. I really appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I think you should come back to the White House so we can snuggle and cuddle together, Parker.
Do you support Trump? Hello?
Don't kick me off, Parker. Come on. Don't. You remember the good old days of touching each other.
Can you please tell me how old you are? And what is wrong with you? Why are you doing this?
You have till 9:00 or get bombed. Bye, my sweet. Tight.
Okay. Samantha, thank you so much for the $2. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Gianna, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I'm really confused. What's going on? People are now like resorting to AI Donald Trump voices. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey,
Do you support Trump?
who, me?
You have an echo. Can you fix that? Can you fix that? Can you swipe out of the app, swipe back in? Hey everybody, welcome to a normal day of live on the Parker Get a Job Live. If you like this type of content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Should we just call it the Parker Get a Job Show? Or the Get a Job Show? Which one should we do? Which should we do? Kylie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yes, I know. I guess I've been wild. By the way.
Can you hear me okay?
No, you got to swipe out of the app and swipe back in. Get a Job Show. Get a job.
Show.
Hey, bro, your echo is unbearable that I had to kick you. Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm calling Pat God on you.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Quinn, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Quinn. As well as Felicity, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Felicity. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, 57.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, why so?
Well, basically, I said my number one policy that I would have to get behind Trump right now for is securing the borders, deporting illegals, and cleaning up really our whole immigration system that has been left for open borders for 4 years, which allowed in Chinese, fighting age men, allowed in who knows what because we had open borders. So I really just my number one thing that I would say that I support Trump on, closing the borders and getting a grip on our illegal immigration.
Okay. All right. I have a question. Kylie, think of the galaxy. What's wrong with people from China coming to the country who are men of the ages of 18 through 45? What's
They
wrong?
haven't been vetted, so there's nothing wrong with them coming in legally. That's fine.
Okay, I
The
have a
whole
question. If
immigration
you want to
process is legal.
incentivize people to get vetted, then why wouldn't you give people a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country?
There is a pathway to citizenship. My wife took it. My
It
wife is
takes
Canadian.
it takes too long.
What is too long?
Dude, multiple years is way too long.
So?
Taking decades for many people is way too long.
Not all of them. My wife didn't take decades.
Wait, I never said all. I said for some people.
But you, no, I know. Well, some people that's okay.
And also, by the way,
But
I have
look,
a
we have to
question.
have a control
How do
on
you
who's
how do
coming
you
in the
how do you
country,
know
don't we?
how do you know that the people coming from China are undocumented?
If they're coming across the border and they're not vetted and they're coming in,
How do you
we
know?
don't know
How
who
how
they
do
are,
you
right?
know that they're undocumented?
The statistics.
What statistics?
Well, maybe the 12 million people approximately that came across the border in 4 years.
How do you know if they're Chinese?
We don't know if they're all Chinese. And
Then
I'm
why
not
are
saying
you
it's just
specifically saying that people from China are coming to the country at mass levels, who are
I didn't
of
say
fighting age
specifically
men?
people from China. I was just saying, using that as an example, because there's a bunch of people that came into this country. We have no idea who they are. If you have a house party, are you just going to let everybody come into your house without knowing who they are?
I would like to know who people are, but it is the case that I have no.
course.
I would also be very clear that people treat their personal space differently than we would say that we should treat a country, because a country doesn't have an owner of just one person, right? And a
No,
household
but we have laws,
does.
right? Don't
Wait,
we
wait,
have
wait,
laws?
I just want to clarify. Just let
No,
me.
do we have laws?
I don't think that we have to uphold every single law, right? Because not every law is a rightfully
So
or
you get to
just law.
choose. So you're the arbiter
Yeah,
of laws,
I have,
correct?
I have a question. What app are you
Yes.
currently on?
TikTok.
Is TikTok currently banned?
Nope.
Yes. Why is it not
Oh,
currently?
yeah,
Why
so
is
we're
it
talking
currently
on the
still?
ban.
Why is it currently?
We're talking on the ban.
Why is it currently still in use? Because Donald Trump is not enforcing said ban. So you're currently on an illegal app not being enforced to be illegal because of Donald Trump not doing so, but yet you're so specific about how the law should be enforced in all scenarios. Secondly, you literally put into the position of presidency a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that pardoned violent rioters on January 6th that beat police officers and admitted to it. And were convicted of it, too. Allison, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. Potato, thank you so much for the 65 SEK. Thank you so much. I
So,
really
so
appreciate it.
January
Thank you.
6th, the worst day since Pearl Harbor, right?
Wait,
I don't know. It's so horrible.
wait, wait,
But
would
what's
you
going on in
would you like to
California is
would you
okay.
like to address what we just said? Donald Trump pardoned people who are violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers. Can you tell me one time Kamala Harris or Joe Biden pardoned someone who beat a police officer?
Not off the top of my head, I don't.
Well, there is no example.
But what you're saying, though, is that the January 6th was just a horrible scar on the day of America, correct?
Yeah.
But yet what's going on, and now if you want to compare violence, let's compare what was going on in LA recently.
Okay.
Is that the same level?
I disagree with any of the violence specifically. Now, can you tell me specifically why you agree with the violence when Donald Trump pardons people who did it?
Well, these people were actually let into the Capitol too, right? They were openly. There's video footage of them just being welcomed right into the Capitol. And so wasn't the National Guard? He offered to call the National Guard, but yet that wasn't.
By the way, even if you want to consider that true, which that's been vastly disputed, right? I want
No, it
to
hasn't.
because wait, oh really? Because I can show you a video of them breaking in. I can show you a video of them breaking in and breaking open a window to be able to get in. What? With a riot shield? Hello? Did you just like look past that video of them breaking in with a riot shield? Maybe that would be some important context. You gotta put in there, you know? Climbing the fucking walls. Like, dude, come on, bro, please. They broke in, right? There were violent rioters that beat police officers, right? It was on video. They've been convicted of it. They've admitted to it. And Donald Trump pardoned them because they did his bidding. Please explain to me how that's defensible by any means. And also, how the hell are you going to bring up
Please
anything
explain
that...
to me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please explain to me how he offered the National Guard and Nancy Pelosi denied it.
That's been disputed so many times. I can send you something from AP News indicating that's false, if you'd like to see. That's been vastly debunked. She did not. No. What are you talking about? Would you like to unmute real quick? You're so far behind. That was like a conspiracy talking point from like 4 years ago. That's been debunked for years. For years. And you're still repeating it on the live today.
No, it hasn't been debunked.
It has.
How is it debunked when there's actual audio footage? I don't know.
Audio footage.
Actual audio footage of her admitting to her daughter.
Really?
How is that debunked?
Oh, tell me what audio footage.
The audio footage when she was talking to her daughter about she probably should have called in the National Guard. That she let things get out of hand.
Okay,
and
please.
Donald Trump offered to call the National Guard, right?
Show me the audio footage.
I'm not gonna. I can't pull it up on the phone right now.
Yes, you can.
But
Swipe out of the app. Go find it.
Call back in.
Yeah, there is no fucking. What are you talking about, bro? By the way, you call yourself a fucking American patriot, but yet you're sitting here defending, right, a group of people that violently uprised against the legitimate results of a democratic election and beat police officers and were pardoned by the president of the United States because he's a fucking raging lunatic.
But yet, all these things that are happening and all these other protests. Let's talk about what happened in Portland. And
tell me one time when did Joe Biden or Kamala Harris pardon anyone who committed any of the violence? Please tell me. I'm waiting. Where are these pardons? Where are these mass pardons by Democrats for anyone who's engaged in the violence? Please explain that to me. I don't see it. And when I don't see it, how can you tell me that it's anywhere fucking comparable?
It is comparable. And I mean, it's great that you have to devolve yourself into using language like that. That's fantastic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I used the word fuck. So did Donald Trump. Cry about it.
No, I'm not crying about it.
You clearly are. You're clearly crying about it.
I've heard him use it once.
Go get yourself a baby bottle. Go run yourself into the little corner and cry yourself to sleep because I used the fucking swear word. I used the word fuck like Donald Trump did.
Well, not just like he did, because you've used it multiple times. And he's used it once in recent history.
Well, I got you. Fuck. 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 Fuck.
Most intelligent conversation to happen yet.
Yeah, good. Now, please give me an actual response to anything I've done.
Anything you've done?
Yeah, no, for anything in this conversation, because you clearly have just defended pardoning violent protesters, or not violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers. My bad. Not on Earth. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you.
So hold on here. What's the video? Hold on.
The one that you were talking about of Nancy Pelosi saying.
Yeah. Go ahead and find that video.
Okay.
Oh, let me turn my volume up.
Okay.
Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with? They thought that they had sufficient
There's
resources.
not a question of how they have, they don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
Wait, repeat it.
Okay, hold on. Oh.
Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with? Should have been here to start out. Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient
There's
resources.
not a question of how they have, they don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
Yeah, so I can send you a PolitiFact right now that indicates specifically that this is false. That it says in the ruling says social media users said video shows Pelosi takes responsibility for not having the National Guard at Capitol on January 6, 2021. In the video, Pelosi said, I quote unquote, I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more when talking about U.S. Capitol security. As then House Speaker did not have the authority to deploy the National Guard. The President, Defense Secretary, and the U.S. Army Secretary are the only people authorized to deploy the District of Columbia National Guard. Records show that Pelosi approved a request to contact the Pentagon for help getting National Guard troops to the Capitol as rioters laid siege. So it rates the statement as false. That's literally from PolitiFact, if you'd like to look over that.
Well, PolitiFact, yeah, sure, but I still stand by my stance that the National Guard was offered to be there earlier and wasn't deployed.
Wait, not because of Nancy Pelosi. Apparently, it's because of the president, the defense secretary, and the U.S. Army secretary. Please explain to me where all of those positions are appointed by, and what
the president.
Oh, okay. So explain to me who then is at fault. Who's at fault? Explain to me. Can you say it?
I don't know.
You don't know. Now you don't know. You just told me the authority was the president. Who was the fucking president?
Donald Trump.
So who has the responsibility? It's fucking Donald J. Trump. You try to pivot and you try to act like it's Nancy Pelosi that fucking did this. No, it was Donald J. Trump. Don't fucking sit here and lie when you know that it was Donald Trump's fault and you still decide to support him after that. You call yourself an American patriot, but you support the guy that called for the termination of the Constitution, that undermines our rule of law, that undermines our court system, that undermines practically every American value that we have, right? Immigration, right? That's a fucking core fundamental value of what it means to be an American in the very first place. You call yourself and you sit here and you call yourself a patriot when Donald Trump undermines those integral aspects of our nation and our identity of what it means to be an American. And you sit here and you act like you're pro-American, that you're a patriot? That's laughable. And all of us see through that. Everyone in the comment section, everyone watching this video, everyone seeing this back on YouTube later knows that you're not a patriot, knows that you're just a guy up here parading himself as a patriot to make himself feel better when he's supporting the most anti-American president of the modern era. And it's laughable to see that he supports him. That's laughable, right? You should be able to sit back here and you should be able to see that from the position you are if you call yourself a fucking patriot. He's violating fucking Supreme Court orders, right? He's undermining the Constitution. He's advocating right now to literally undermine something that's clearly described in the 14th Amendment, not only in terms of the due process of law granted to everyone in the country, but also in terms of literally, what's it called? Everyone who's born in the country being granted citizenship. You understand that, right? So that's actually, dude, it's so fucking crazy. So fucking crazy. You call yourself a patriot, dude. What? The most insane take I've ever seen.
So, I was on mute and I didn't realize it. So I'm not used to using this, whatever this is, TikTok. My daughter has me on this.
Okay, but look, why do you
Can
call
you hear me?
yourself a
Okay,
patriot? Did you
so
hear
now
anything
I
I
want-
just said? How's that patriotic?
Yeah, no, I wanted to know. So he's wanting to suspend the Constitution?
He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
When was this?
This was after he believed that he won the 2020 election with no evidence, where 60-plus courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
No, I'm just talking recently. So what does he call for that recently?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Does that justify him saying this here?
Well,
Because
people can say a
because
lot
he
of
hasn't
things.
said it since.
Yeah. Well, so if he really wanted to, he could do it now, right?
I don't think you can terminate the Constitution just by saying it.
Of course he
But
can't.
that doesn't mean that he isn't advocating against fundamental aspects of the Constitution. Also, why would you? I guarantee if a Democrat said this, you'd be fucking screaming.
No, they can say whatever they want because they're not going to be able to do it.
So,
because of the
so you're
separation of
telling me
powers.
if either Joe Biden or Kamala Harris called for the termination of all rules and regulations and articles, even those found in the Constitution, that you wouldn't be screaming your head off specifically because of the Second Amendment and your access to your toy guns?
No, I wouldn't because I know they can't do anything. They can't do that. Anybody can call for it. Doesn't mean they can do it.
Really? So
Yeah,
if,
really.
if Donald Trump,
That's
okay,
true.
so if the Democrats said they wanted to steal the election, right, you wouldn't
Yeah.
say that's indicative of anything bad about them?
They can say whatever they want. That's great. I don't care. Why should I care? Freedom. Everybody has a right to express their thoughts.
Okay,
don't
I
care.
have a question. If Donald Trump said that he wanted to be dictator, would you still support him?
Sure. Doesn't mean he can be. Doesn't mean he will be, and he won't be.
So
that can't happen.
So if he said that
he can say anything he wants.
So if he wants to be a dictator, that's not good enough reason to not support him?
No, because there's no way he can be a dictator because of the way our constitution, way our government is set up. It's not going to happen. So that's it's
I
kind
have a question.
Kind of a stupid argument.
Okay, if Donald Trump said that he wanted to mass murder people at large, right, in concentration camps, right, would you specifically say that you'd still support him because he quote unquote can't do it legally?
That's kind of a stupid argument because I don't see him ever doing that.
No, if he said that, would you still support him because you don't ever see him doing that?
Well, if my dad had ovaries, he'd be a woman, I guess, then, right? So we can just...
Can you answer the question? Can you answer the question?
No, would my dad be a woman if he had ovaries?
Can you answer the question?
I answered the question. I said he can say anything he wants. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen, so I'm not
So
in
you'd
fear
still
of that.
support him. So you'd still support him.
Yeah, because it's not going to happen. But it's not that scenario.
You would still support Donald Trump if he said that he wants to mass murder people in concentration camps. You're a fucking cultist, you disgusting piece of shit. You call yourself a patriot. But you just said you would support him even though he said he would fucking mass murder people in concentration camps. That's fucking disgusting, dude. Get the fuck off my live. What? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Of course I do.
What's your birth year?
2004.
And you said you're how old?
I'm 20.
Okay, what month?
October.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think he's done a better job with our
He said 21. Oh, liar. Rough. Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Oh my gosh. Dude, people have been so crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I support him because of his views on abortion.
Okay, so you were just on. Same guy? I'm sorry, chat. My brain just doesn't connect the dots sometimes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
And what's your birth year?
11/14/06.
Okay. U.S. How old are you?
Phone disconnected.
Oh.
Hello.
Well, do you support Trump?
Sort of.
If you could go back in time and vote again, would you vote for Donald Trump?
I could not vote by 7 days, unfortunately.
Okay, but like if you could go back and you could vote, would you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
All right, sorry. I'm 20. It's the same guy. I got.
Keep fucking sending guest requests, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. Why does it keep adding them too? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Bit, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm old enough. Hey, did
Jill,
you see
Jill, why are you on my stream again? You're insane.
Why? Yeah, I'm trying to bring you.
You're
bring you
batshit
truth
crazy.
here,
You're
buddy.
batshit crazy.
I'm trying to.
Thank
I'm
you so
trying
much.
to
I
bring.
appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Jill, get off. No way. Insane. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh shit. Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I voted for him.
Okay. Why do you support him?
To fix the border issue, too many illegal aliens coming in the country.
One, don't call people illegal aliens. That's fucking crazy. Two, as it relates to this, what's wrong with people coming to the country who are undocumented, who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes?
What, you said don't call them what? You said don't call them illegal aliens?
Yeah, don't call people illegal aliens. It's dehumanizing.
No, that's what they're called, right? By law.
Do you not agree that's dehumanizing?
How is that dehumanizing? Is this what they're called? There's also
Well, I'm sorry, I don't think
resident aliens.
I don't think that just
There's non-resident alien.
Yeah, can you not call people aliens? I'm saying we're not in a legal context right now, and also you don't have to use the legal definitions of terms. I don't know what's wrong with you.
No, we are talking about a legal issue as well, yeah? Border crossings?
What? Okay, I have a question. Do you think that every law should be enforced regardless of whether or not it's a justified law?
I mean, if you're gonna go to the TikTok ban, then it's just like the same old script. Kind of getting people get bored of it, man. You gotta do something
Do you have a
else.
response to it? You must have a response, huh?
Well, it's just like the same old script. People get bored.
I mean, would you like to provide a response?
Well, I
You've
never
heard the
said
argument
that
before. You
I
must have a
care.
response. You must have a quick. You know, he's
Well,
heard it so many
I
times.
never said that I
Chat,
care about every
chat.
single
He has heard
law.
it so many times. He's heard it
Yeah,
so
that's
many
great.
times.
Appeal to your
He
chat.
must have a response to it. Go for it. What's the response?
What?
Why is it wrong?
What is what wrong?
What's wrong about what I said?
I don't know. What'd you say? Repeat it. Dude, you're like all over the place, man. I'm sorry.
I'm all over the place. Really?
Yeah, just repeat it again. Repeat it again.
Do you like older millennial?
Older. I don't know who that is.
Oh, you don't. I was gonna ask you about your thoughts about him
No.
getting arrested.
No, is that a Republican or something? What happened to him?
Yeah. Just
Okay.
felt like asking there. Do you remember what we were talking about at all?
Yeah, we were talking about the illegal entry, unvetted entry. That's what I came with.
Yeah. So I have a question. What's the point of the immigration process?
It's just to vet people, to do background checks, and also it's to
Why?
decide how many immigrants we can take into the country,
But why?
or refugees, things like that.
Why?
So security, I would say that's one issue.
Security.
yeah.
Okay. I have a question. How does it make us more secure to deport people who are in the country who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime? How does that make us more safe or secure?
There's no way of knowing of their history really. But it's my issue more is it's more contingent on the border crossings, not necessarily.
I'm waiting for the response. Would you like to provide it?
No, I'm telling you, my
So then
issue
you
is
aren't
more so
advocating
on
for
the
mass
border.
deportation?
I don't think we're gonna get mass deportations, so I didn't vote for mass deportations. We were never getting it anyways. We didn't get it under Obama or Biden or any of that, so I don't think we're getting it now as well. It's more of just Trump saying what he, says.
Okay. Do you support deporting people without due process?
Yes,
Yeah, you do? Why?
to speed it up.
Okay. So I have a question. Do you care about the Constitution at all?
I do not.
You do not?
No, I'm not for the.
What are fundamental values of America that you care about?
Well, I think immigration is very important, don't you think?
Yeah. What else?
I don't know, liberty, like whatever the Enlightenment ideas were. That's usually what it was originally. But I'm not.
What's liberty? What's liberty?
Are you? I don't think you were for the Constitution either, though.
Can you provide what's liberty?
Freedom, I guess, to do whatever you want.
Freedom from
to
what?
an extent.
Freedom from what?
Just to have the personal choice.
Really? So, Donald Trump restricting women's access to abortion by by putting people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, that reducing freedom, that specifically is promoting more freedom?
I don't really care about abortions.
That's freedom, is it not? That's liberty, is it not? So provide me any.
What does this have to do with immigration?
Provide me any foundational value of America that you agree with.
I don't know. I mean, I just voted for Trump for the border. That was about it.
So
we can talk about the border.
So he doesn't have any foundational values of America that he agrees with. And yet you can
list, if you want, you can list me some, and I'll tell you if I agree with them or not.
The rule of
law.
law.
Mind, but which is why, can you define it?
Oh, like equal protection under the law, due process rights. Right? No one's over the law. We don't believe in kings.
No, I believe in kings.
You're trolling.
I'm not trolling. I'm being 100% serious.
You believe in kings? Do you want Donald Trump to be a king?
No, definitely not. Not Trump, no.
Who do you want to be a king?
I haven't really thought about it. I'd probably need to read more books on monarchy and things on feudalism, but I would prefer a king. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a king.
Do you support feudalism?
Honestly, I don't know much about feudalism, but I would like to read some books on things like that. Yeah, for sure.
He might support feudalism. Do you think slavery is okay?
We already have slavery with prison systems.
Oh, and do you support it?
I support labor, yeah, for felons, yeah.
Oh, so like Donald Trump? So would you support? Would you support forcing Donald Trump to work?
He's the president.
He's a felon. He's a felon, though.
Well, he's not in prison. I'm talking about felons in prison.
Oh, okay. So only if the felon is in prison. So what justifies treating the felon in prison that way, but not the felon out of prison?
Well, if Trump is a felon, he should be in prison, and it's what a fine. Yeah, I don't care. I'm not a Trump cultist.
So
I'm a Trump MAGA cultist.
So you think Donald Trump should be in prison, and you think that he should be utilized as a slave, right? Right, as an enslaved person, specifically from the governmental perspective. You think the government should be able to enslave Donald Trump? That's what you just advocated for?
I don't think. I mean,
wow.
I don't know if that would be.
Everyone, I did not expect. I did
exception.
not expect a Trump supporter on the live today to advocate to enslave the candidate that they're supporting.
I'm not a Trump cultist. I told you. I just voted for him. For the border. You want to talk about the border? We haven't even talked about that yet.
I mean, I think that's too crazy of a view where I don't want to engage with you any further. What's the point of talking to you? That was insane. Not you just like sitting there and defending slavery. Like what? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We're having diabolical guests today. Yeah, it's been horrible. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
I wouldn't say support, but I like the choices between Kamala and Trump. I felt like Trump was better.
Okay. What makes you think that Donald Trump is better than Kamala Harris?
Well, I actually have a question for you because I'm not
Wait,
like trying to.
how old are
debate.
you first, actually?
23.
And did you vote
February
for Donald
7, 2002. Yeah.
Okay. So what's your question?
My first question is like, do you think you would ever be not like friends, but like ever have like a just like a decent relationship with a Republican or a conservative?
Would I ever have a decent relationship with a Republican or a conservative? Like would
Yeah,
like would I engage nicely with them, or like are you saying family speaking?
No, just like like family, just like a person you see on the street, or
Yeah.
like
So
say like I saw you at like a restaurant. I was like, oh hey, like,
so I'll give you an example. Like a family member that I was already have a family member. Yes, I'll engage nicely with the family members, but I wouldn't actively look for any new friends specifically that I didn't know prior, right? That specifically are Republican or have those views. I would try to change people's minds though, but I wouldn't actively try to make friends with someone that hasn't changed their mind or isn't open to
for
that.
sure. Okay, and then my second question is like, say after Trump is done with his term, and like another Republican runs for president, do you think it's like just like your issue is just specifically with Donald Trump or just with the Republican Party?
Both.
Okay, so do you ever think that there would ever be a Republican in office that you can maybe see eye to eye with, or you just never see that happening?
There are Republicans in office that I could see more eye to eye with than Donald Trump, but not in like a Republican that agrees with me on eye to eye on every issue. Like, no, definitely not, unless the Republican Party vastly changes. Also, like, I mean, even the Republican Party that exists today, most of it's MAGA, right? So it's like that's definitely not something that I would ever be close to in terms of values. But if different values existed in the future within the Republican Party, maybe like, are there certain Republicans out there that I would probably agree with on a lot of things? Probably. But like after a conversation that they have with me, they probably wouldn't be Republican for very long, I feel like.
For sure. All right. Well, I want to apologize to you then because I always kind of assumed like you were just like anti-Republican, and I guess that's kind of messed up from me. But my question to you is, do you what specifically about the border do you think is like fair for immigrants and for Republicans? Or not Republicans, but people who actually waited in line and took their time to get their paperwork like the right way.
I think a system specifically that makes it faster or quicker for everyone who's in the country and everyone who's going through the process specifically would be what's most fair for people who are currently waiting so long in the process. I don't think, right, specifically just doing it for people who are in the line but not doing it for undocumented immigrants that are in the country who didn't go through the line, right, is specifically beneficial for everyone at mass.
Okay. All right. So my next question for you is then, so like the way I see it is like, so obviously back then there wasn't really like a wall or very much security in the border. I'm talking about like way back then, like when you can literally just walk from Mexico to like LA. Well, obviously not walk, but you know what I mean, right?
I repeat, I have no clue what you just said.
Okay. So like, you know how like back then, like I'm talking about like way back then, you can literally just walk from Mexico to the US. Like there was no security, there was no border, no nothing.
When?
Like long time ago, like long time ago.
Sure, at some point, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, at some point there wasn't a border.
Yeah, so the way I see it is if back then there wasn't really like that security or wall, I think it was a little more fair for you to come over just because it was kind of on each country's fault for them to like be like, okay, well, you know, there wasn't any security, so how are we supposed to like kind of stop people, right? But I think now there does need to be some sort of law or maybe just like better law for people to start coming over here, because I think it's at this point it's gotten so out of hand where we don't know where people are going, who people are, and what they're what they're doing and what their intentions are. So don't you think it's a little understandable for more
Then
people
give
that
people a
want to
pathway
come
to
over here, that it's
citizenship.
gonna take longer?
Then give people
Yeah,
greater
but that's what I'm
access to
saying. If there's more,
documents.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If there's more people that want to, doesn't it make sense that there's gonna be a longer wait?
Not if we make the system go faster. There's a longer wait because there's been these particular types of restrictions put into law by Republicans historically that restricted people from being able to go through the system, like purposefully.
Okay. I guess I could somewhat see that. All right, my last question to you is, how do you
Do you
feel
wanna
like the fact
debate
that
any points?
I'm just trying to have like a decent conversation with you. Like I feel like how every political talk should be.
Do you wanna
Not
do
everything
so,
has to be a debate, right?
Well, this is a debate platform. A debate platform is just where we provide different arguments in response to each other for particular positions that
Well,
we
yeah.
support. That doesn't imply any particular level of energy in the conversation. So I'm just
Well, yeah. I
asking
mean,
you like so could I provide maybe specific questions that relate to your worldview?
ask me questions. Yeah, of
Yeah,
course. Go ahead.
yeah. Do you consider yourself a patriot?
Um, yeah. I'm not a patriot, but I do feel like I do patriotic things.
So you're not a patriot?
I mean, I would say yes, just to kind of sum up the question.
What's a
Not to
patriot?
get too. I mean, that could be defined in many different ways if you really think about it.
How are you using the term here?
I would just say like maybe just the way like an American would live.
Maybe the way an American would live. What do you mean?
And then there's Republicans that believe in certain laws. I would
You
never
said you said
have
what?
I said there are Democrats who believe in specific laws and certain morals, and then there's Republicans who believe in certain laws and morals, right? I would never tell a Democrat how to live their life, and I would never tell a Republican how to live their life. So I can't really tell you an exact definition of what a patriot is.
Okay. All right, that's totally fine. Here I guess I'll ask you this question: Can you name two good policies of Trump's that you like?
I guess just like, well, I mean, I know you said the border policy isn't really one, but I guess I would consider that one.
Which
And
border
then
which border policy would you like to reference?
why would you technically consider it being a policy by him kind of having more security and him closing it?
Like, how did he provide more security?
I would say, I guess I know you're probably going to use this against me, but I would say with immigration and just the fact that it's actually closed now.
What do you mean by it's actually closed now? Like, how do you do that?
Compared to like when Biden was in office, it was open.
How did Biden open it?
I mean, there's literally videos of immigrants walking through the border from Texas and
How do you know that where they're located?
What do you mean by that? Like the
How do you,
immigrants that
how do you know it's not a state border?
I mean, again, I've seen videos. I mean, obviously my For You page is going to be different, so I'm going to see more like conservative pages. So I've seen like people walk through the border. Not only that, like I'm
Okay,
living
you've
here
seen
myself, so
some people. That doesn't mean that there's like a lot of people. So like, what's your point from seeing videos?
well, let me ask you this: if you lived in Mexico and you wanted to come to the U.S. and you saw that the border was open, wouldn't you want to cross?
I don't know. Sure. What's your point?
Okay, that's what I'm saying though. Like, how would I know if you wanted to cross or not? Either way, what I'm saying is like, I am Mexican, so I do hang around a lot of Mexicans, so I do know like, people that are illegal, and I have no issue with it. But again, I do feel like there is specific ways for you to come here legally.
Okay, so anyone in the country who's undocumented, who has not committed a violent crime or a bad crime, Shouldn't they be given a pathway to citizenship and be allowed to stay in the country? What's the point of deporting them?
I believe it depends on who it is because, like, I know people who are hard workers. They provide for their families. Literally, what an American person, not an American person, but
What set
American
of conditions
father
should they
would.
have to set? Should they have to meet in order to be able to be given a pathway to citizenship?
So, like a work visa, right, or like a student visa, right? Like we have those, right?
It's not, but not everyone qualifies for those. So I'm just saying,
Yeah, exactly.
like
But
like
that's
for
what
that,
I'm
for
saying.
example, if someone has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, what's the reason to not allow them into the country?
That's what I'm saying, though. They should at least wait for some sort of visa, or just
Should
get the
they be
proper.
allowed to get into the country just based on that set of criteria?
No. I think you
Okay.
should show some sort of proof that you are going to be, responsible for your actions if you do come over here, and you should show like, hey, I'm going
What
to
can you
help.
provide for that?
What do you mean provide?
Yeah, what should they provide for that?
Well, I feel like it's a little harder more in Mexico because they don't really, keep documents of like work hours and all that. But I feel like if you work at a specific place in Mexico and they say like, yeah, this person's a hard worker, this person, is very responsible, then yeah, they should be able to come over, at least on a
Okay,
visa.
so if someone specifically that they've worked with says that they're a hard worker,
Mhm.
so couldn't they just go to anyone to say that?
I mean, no, because you need. That's what I'm saying, though. You need the actual physical proof,
Okay, well,
like kind of like a pay stub or something. You know what I
here,
mean?
let me give you an example. What stops there from being a particular company that employs people, right, and does this as their company's basis, right, in order to be able to give people, right, the set of qualifications to get in the country? What stops a business from doing that? Because then they can just employ anyone, right? And it is the case that they would be given that set of criteria, and then they get paid for it, right?
Yeah, that
And
makes sense.
they'll say
Well,
that they were employed with them, and when they were employed with them, they did great, and they're a hard worker, right? They'll meet that
yeah,
set of
that's what I'm.
criteria. Okay, then there's going to be a bunch of different businesses that are created just so that people can meet that set of criteria, regardless of whether or not they actually work to meet that set of criteria.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. But what I'm saying is that
So what's your point?
there needs to be some sort of proof that they are going to not, come over here
The
and
proof is
just.
that they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. That's the proof.
But there needs to be more.
I just
It's
want you
not
to know,
just one.
undocumented immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. So the fact that you're
Oh
saying that
yeah, I
undocumented
agree
immigrants
with
need to
that.
prove themselves, but U.S.-born citizens don't need to prove themselves, I think is interesting in itself.
Yeah, but that's because they're born. They were born here. If you were a U.S. citizen, you were born here, right?
Yeah, but like I don't think that you need to prove yourself in that type of way. I don't think you can. I don't think that makes any sense to ask someone for.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though. That's why it's like
Well, so if it doesn't make sense to ask someone for that, then why are you asking someone for that?
asking someone for what?
What were we just talking about? Those set of conditions and qualifications to be able to get into the country legally.
Well, I mean, technically, don't we do that with like work visas?
Yeah, and I'm saying that like we have a better process that we can accept. We can accept a process that lets anyone in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, because there's no reason to not let them in the country given that particular standard. And the standard that you're asking them to prove is just like not a fair standard.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to say, Rad?
No, but I do want to thank you for actually like having a civil conversation with me. Again, like you always kind of like seem a little hot-headed, but I kind of understand just because I'm not gonna lie. Like there are Republicans who are, they do just troll a lot, but there's also a lot of Democrats that troll a lot. I do feel like both parties just need to like both take a chill pill and just like have conversations exactly like how we just had one. You know what I mean?
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Rad?
Are you not going to acknowledge what I just said? Like, I just thanked you for having a decent conversation like a human being instead of yelling at each other, right?
No,
That's what the
I appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for having
All right,
the conversation. I appreciate it.
all right. Thank you.
All right. Have a good day, man.
You too. Bye.
go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
I do.
Why so?
Mainly his stance on abortion and the border.
Okay, for sure. So can I say thank you to some people real quick, and then I'll make sure to be able to get to that point. All right.
Yeah, gotcha.
For sure. Let me thank some people quick. Navi, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I typically don't check. I don't know what message you're referencing. I typically don't. It sounds like Discord. I typically don't check my messages. But if you'd like to send it through the message you've already sent, you can copy and paste into different messages within the same message that you've sent, and I should be able to see that. I think they said to say W said W love you. W's for them. W's for them. Okay, so let's go on to the next person. When I say next person, what the fuck? My brain's not working. Christian, thank you for the $150. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Christian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I wish I would have saw that before. I would have then been able to show that to the last guest. Or to the I think it was a few guests ago, because that was from 36 minutes ago. But thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much, Christian. Can we do some W's for Christian in the comment section right now? Odalis, thank you so much for the $5.
Bro.
I really appreciate it. Maudie, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Ashlyn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3. Thank you. Alrighty. And then also, let me make sure to check YouTube real quick. I think I'm a little bit behind on YouTube. Sorry, everyone. Give me 1 second, and then I will get to this debate real quick. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Bit, thank you so much for the $2. Demon, thank you for the $2. Evelyn, thank you for the $5. Potato, thank you for the 65. Thank you. For the SEK, thank you. And then Marley, thank you for the $3. Thank you. All right, go for it.
Hey, yeah, definitely abortions and the border policies.
Okay. What specifically? What border policies?
The no tolerance.
No tolerance. What about it?
Earlier you were saying that they shouldn't be called illegal aliens, which I get it. You know, that's kind of dehumanizing, but they are committing crimes by crossing here illegally. I understand wanting a better life, but there are ways to do it. I recently met a dude from Kenya, and he went through all the things, and he was saying the exact same thing. People coming over here. He said the back door is what he said. I thought it was hilarious, but yeah, no, if you want to come over here, that's perfectly fine with me. Like, I want people to come here and experience the greatness that is America, but you have to do it the right way.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it takes too long right now. So there isn't particularly a right way that actually makes sense. So what I'm saying is that anyone who's in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, deporting them isn't like going to help the country. It doesn't make the country safer. It doesn't make the country better. It actually makes the country worse.
How does it make it worse?
It makes the country worse specifically because it decreases the size of the economy. It hurts our cultural norms specifically because it is the case that it's inhumane treatment of people who have come to the country and violates specifically one of the foundational elements of this country, immigration, in the very base of itself. And also, it would continue, right, there to be more undocumented people in the country because it is the case that you didn't provide people who are already in the country who are undocumented a pathway to citizenship specifically, right? So people are going to choose to be undocumented and continue to be undocumented because it is the case that they can't go through the legal process quick enough because you didn't fix the overall system. So not only do you need to give people mass amnesty, but then you also need to make the system make the system safer and faster.
I agree. No, that's true. It definitely does need to be a better system, 100%. And do I believe that it's, hard to get into America? 100%. Also, like the tests that you have to do to become a citizen, most Americans don't even know. I do agree with that, 110%. But at the same time, if you break a law, there are consequences, and that's the only reason why I agree with it. Right? If I
You
break
break
a
the law,
law,
there are consequences. You're currently right now on an app that's been banned by the federal government, and the only reason you're able to use it right now is because it's not being enforced by the Trump administration.
So there was, yes, that is true, 100%. I agree. Um, but I also don't believe in banning free speech, and that's
Exactly my
something that
point. Exactly my point. So
yeah.
you don't think that it's a justified law to ban the app, and that's why you're totally okay with it being on the app, right? That's exactly my point.
Yeah,
Does that
no,
make
I get
sense?
it. Yeah, because a lot of people do come on TikTok to express free speech and have a good time. I'll sit here for hours scrolling and laughing because, people post things that I enjoy, right? And so I believe that there should be a complete and total ban? No. But, you know, it is a Chinese app and there are documents saying that, they were selling information, and I don't believe that's
It's not about selling data.
right.
We already had a thing specifically for the data to be stored in the United States under like servers here,
Well, I
under
understand,
the
but
control of Oracle. That's currently how it's working right now.
yeah, but like if we have our citizens' information, that's one thing. But if another enemy country does, that's different.
What do you mean enemy country? Like we have full control over that data.
How if another country has it?
Also, I just want to let you know, all of that data is already being sold to them anyway.
Yeah, that's true. My data's out there because I've gotten
Because of American
spam and scam.
businesses that sell it to them. So are you going to
Yeah,
stop
that's true.
American businesses from selling it to them?
If I could, I would.
Well, that's not what
Am I
Donald Trump's
am I
advocating
saying
for, clearly.
and do I believe in everything Trump says? No, but I still support him because there are things that I agree with, and no president's going to be perfect. And I do see a lot that Felon's your president. That's true. He's done some questionable things, 100%. Do I believe that he got out of it, without all of the what's it called, all of the consequences that he should have had, 100%. But that's just the problem with the rich. It happens. But I also don't believe that that we should uh, you know put super high taxes on the rich because a lot of times the rich create jobs. But
The
that's
rich
neither
create
here nor
jobs.
there.
No, what creates jobs is the demand. And then they follow through
Well,
with
I
the demand
understand,
because
but
they
if you
can make
have
money from it.
I understand, but if you completely tax the rich, well, they're not going to want to go and try to create jobs because it makes it harder.
Not
But
true.
that's
And,
that's
and
not that's
if they
not
don't, someone else will. That's how the market works.
and yeah, but if you just completely, if you make it harder to be rich, no one's going to want to go and try it and be rich.
Really?
Does that make sense?
Really? Because, I mean, people are already doing it. And also, you're not making it harder to be rich. How are you making it harder to be rich?
If you just put crazy taxes on.
What crazy taxes?
That's what I'm saying. There's not
Are
any
you
crazy
saying? Are you
taxes.
saying? Are you saying a 50% tax rate would be crazy?
Yes, a
Why?
50% tax is crazy.
Why?
Because I don't believe
If you're
50%
if
of
you're
our
making if
paycheck
you're
could go
making
in.
$10 million a year, what's wrong with paying 5 million of that in taxes?
The fact that you're getting, almost all of your half of your paycheck is gone. Granted, you still have $5 million, but what's the point of trying and
Half your paycheck's
going
gone.
and
What's the
earning
point of
10?
trying so that you can make more money? Actually, here's my question: after you make fucking $5 million in a year, what's the point of trying?
What do you
After
mean?
you made $5 million
You go in
dollars.
you go and try to make 10 million, but now you only have 5 million
Oh,
because 50%
okay.
tax.
So
That's
wouldn't
doesn't
you
even make
wouldn't you
sense.
even be incentivized harder so that you can make even more money?
It's just, I mean, I guess you could say that, but it's just
Oh, okay. So it creates actually more of an incentive because they're greedy anyway, right? And it is the case that they're trying to make a bunch of money anyway. And in that effort to make a bunch of money, we're just able to tax them. If you
okay.
want to make hundreds of millions of dollars, we are going to tax that. And that's just the
And
reality of
granted,
things. Because you want
but
to know what? You
you
want to know what? We want people to have healthcare. We want people to have childcare. We want people to have housing affordability. We don't want people that don't have a basis in our society because we didn't care about them, because we weren't compassionate, because we didn't provide the basic set of social necessities that everyone within this country relies on and needs. And we live in the richest country in the history of the world. For you to sit here and tell me that we don't have the capacity to easily care about the basic necessities of every American is laughable. It's actually
No, I never
laughable.
said that.
You care more about Donald Trump doing massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires than you care about him providing basic set of social services for people who are homeless in this country, for people that don't have health care in this country, for people that can't afford the rent in this country. How about any of those people specifically that are going to have less benefits because Donald Trump's policies are cutting Medicaid and food stamps? so that
Well,
people
then
were gonna
go
have
and
less food on their children's table, so that they'll have to go to fucking bed, right, without food in their stomach because Donald Trump decided to cut food stamps so they can give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires so they can go out and buy more yachts, so they can make more money for themselves, so they can hoard
yeah,
more
but why
wealth to
don't you go and
themselves while everyone else, right, is in a state where they can't afford healthcare or childcare. They're living paycheck to paycheck.
go and make more money?
Oh, just
You
go make
even
more
said,
money. Just get a
yeah,
job. Just go make more money. How about you say that to the people specifically who have to pay a little bit of higher tax rate so that we can fund these social services? Just go make more money. How about you say that to them? How about you stop saying that to the family of four that wants to put fucking food on their table and that relies on food stamps because they can't afford that? And you tell that to the people who have multiple yachts that are paying multiple millions of dollars in fucking taxes because they made tens of fucking millions of dollars. How about you tell them to go make more money and stop fucking worrying about the extra fucking millions that they had to fucking pay in taxes, when there are people out there that can't put food on the table, that can't pay for healthcare bills, the medical
yeah,
bills.
that was my family. That was literally my family.
Exactly.
But guess
Wait.
what?
So
But guess
why
what
would you
happened?
want to hurt
No,
your
they win.
family? What the fuck is
No,
wrong with you? To give
no.
tax
Guess
breaks
what
to
happened?
millionaires and billionaires that aren't you. That don't know what it's like to not be able to pay for medical bills. What are you talking about? They, even if you tax them, will never have to worry about that in their life. And that's the point.
Well,
We want to create a
but that's the
baseline for
thing.
everyone so
I
they
don't want to
never have
sit
to
here
worry
and
about that.
I don't want to sit here and rely on a government. I don't like because why would you sit here? That's literally the basis of
Did you go to
socialism and
public school?
communism.
Did you go to public school?
I did.
Oh, so you relied on the government. Do you use
Mm-hmm.
public roads? Oh, so you relied on the government.
Okay. Okay.
So it's almost
Saying
like
public
you
school
can
and
rely
rules.
on those
No,
specific
saying
aspects from the government, and it's completely and totally fucking okay. If something happened and you needed to call the police, would you rely on the fucking government? Absolutely, you'd fucking rely on the government. So don't act like to me right now that you relying on the government isn't something you can fucking do or that you don't do in your life. You absolutely rely on the government. You rely on society. That's why we live in fucking society and we don't live in the middle of fucking buttfuck nowhere where there's no one else in the middle of the woods, in the wild, where there's no one else because we want to live outside of the context of society. No, we want to live in society. And if you want to live in society, we have fucking things that we have to take care of. We have obligations. That's how society functions. Okay, if you don't want to live in society, go fucking live in the middle of the woods. Okay? Go live by yourself. No one's asking you to, like, you know, fucking live with the rest of society. Go do that. Do your thing. But if you're gonna live in society, we have obligations. People need healthcare and childcare and housing affordability, and people need basic necessities. And in the living again in the richest country in the history of the world, we should clearly be able to do that. And if you're fucking pro-America, if you're America first, isn't it fucking America first to pay for the healthcare bills and medical bills of people who can't afford them? Isn't it America first to like put food on the table of children that whose parents couldn't afford it through the context of food stamps, or like expand Medicare, or like expand Social Security? You know, those types of things, those social services to like have compassion for our like fellow community members. That's not socialism. That's being a fucking basic human being. That's still under a capitalist framework. That's called being humane. That's called caring about people around you. That's all it is. And we
Yeah,
can still do that
can,
within a capitalist framework. So there are certain
can
elements
care
of the
about
capitalist
people.
framework that we'll deny, but there are certain aspects of the capitalist framework we'll still use.
You know, and you did make some good points. I agree that, but I'm not saying that roads and hospitals and stuff and, the police, that's not us relying on the government. Our government should, give those things for us. Yeah, but I'm
That's
talking
you relying
about
on the
just
government. That is
straight up giving
absolutely
money.
you relying on the government.
No, I'm saying just completely giving money. Like the
Okay,
food stamps and
how
all
about
that,
this?
that's great, but that's not permanent. That
Push the
shouldn't be a
cover.
permanent
Thank you.
fix.
Wait, and
So
oftentimes
what
it's
it, what
not.
it should be,
Oftentimes it's not. It helps people get off of food stamps in the long run.
yeah, agreed. Do I think that food stamps should be done away with? No. But what I'm saying
Well, you
is
wanted to
that
cut it. You know, Donald Trump through the big beautiful bill is going to cut it by $300 billion over the next 10 years.
yeah, and I said earlier I don't agree with everything that Trump does.
Yeah, but these are the
And
inevitable
what I and what
reality
I
of the
and what I
policies you
wanted to
support,
talk
of the
about was
candidate
the
you
border and
support.
abortion.
Okay, but you can't say you're pro-life if you don't care about them when they're outside of the womb.
I'm pro-life. Have you ever watched an abortion?
No.
Like then you definitely should. I'm not saying to like go and go to a hospital and watch it, but there's videos of the
Have you ever been forced to go through a pregnancy?
No.
Okay. So then, like,
I'm a male.
Okay, so if you want to talk about having experience before, you can say something.
No, what I'm saying is the fact that you know, they want to talk about, oh, these, you know, they're just cells, they're just, you know, that's not true. They're human lives, and and it is murder.
Why?
Why it why is me shooting someone murder? That was your argument.
Because they're
What do you mean?
sentient. They have a first person subjective experience, past or present and future subjective experience, and they're a human being. They're a person. Okay? Zygotes are not people. Embryos are not people because they are not sentient. They have not met that set of criteria. So it totally
But
makes sense to
how do you
me.
know they're not how do you know they're not sentient? Because I've watched
Neuroscientists.
a YouTube video. I've watched a YouTube video of an abortion, and it is very obvious that you know that baby in there is feeling pain.
Wait, so again, we're talking about a subjective experience, and that doesn't happen around until the 20 to 24 weeks. That's determined by neuroscientists.
And there's still abortions after the 20 to 24.
So people aren't just like going around having lethal abortions after that point, right? For elective purposes, right? After that point, it's for medical reasons. After that point, it's to save someone's fucking life.
I understand, but that's not always the case.
Oh,
I agree on
practically
abortions
in
in
every
cases of
circumstances.
in cases of rape, of all the things that are terrible. But if you truly don't want to have a kid, then don't have sex. Like
Don't have sex.
that's
If you don't want to have a kid, don't have sex. You know what?
yes.
Just don't have sex. How fucking great did that work for you, buddy? It didn't fucking work for you. I'm sorry.
It's worked for me because I don't have a kid yet.
Telling people not to have sex is not a way to get them to not have abortions. Ridiculous statement. Okay? I'm still going to have sex. I'm still going to do it, and you're still going to cry about it.
I'm not crying about it.
Well,
I just
you
have my
clearly are.
beliefs
You're on
and
a
you have
live right
yours.
now saying if you don't want to have a kid right away when you are a 20-year-old, 23-year-old, or however old you are, that you shouldn't have sex. Like, dude, come
Yeah,
on.
that's my belief.
Okay.
I
Apply that to yourself,
you
buddy.
know
Don't apply that to everyone else.
I'm not trying to apply it. I'm just saying, like, if you are if you truly have a problem with having a kid, there are things that you can do to prevent that.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, there are things you can do to prevent, but if it inevitably ends up happening because those particular pathways didn't work, well, then I think you should still be allowed to be able to get access to an abortion.
And I'm very happy that you have your own opinion.
And I'm very happy
Uh,
that you are responding.
I'm just saying that you have, I think it's great that you have your opinions. I've expressed mine, you've expressed yours. That's what a debate goes. And then now about, the border policies.
Do you just want to not acknowledge what I just said? You couldn't respond?
Oh, I'm not George. I don't need validation.
What do you mean?
As in, you said thank you for responding. That's what I'm here doing.
Yeah, you didn't respond.
To what?
What were we just talking about, bro?
The the abortions. You made a point that I cannot dispute because there's no point in trying to dispute something that you are 110% stuck on. And I you gave yours. We're still at the same
Charlie
point.
Kirk owns you.
So
Charlie
let's
Kirk
move on.
owns you. Charlie Kirk owns.
Sorry, it was a fetus.
That was funny. Crazy. Yeah, so let's move on because we've both given our opinions, and
You don't want
I've
to, and you
given
didn't want to
my.
respond to it. He just didn't. He couldn't do it.
Yeah, because I don't have a response to it.
Okay.
There are going to be arguments
No
that I cannot
response.
make because
Okay,
they're going to be
interesting.
points.
Okay, name a single policy of Donald Trump's, economic policy of Donald Trump's that you like.
To be completely honest, can't give one. I'm going to the military, so
It's grudgy. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Matt. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. I just want to let you know. So you're going to go into the military. Do you want to send yourself to war?
if yeah, that's what it takes, then yeah, I want to serve my country.
Okay. Um, So you consider serving your country, going to Iran to fight a war for what purpose?
To defend Israel.
Israel first?
No,
I have a question.
I put God. I put God first.
I
God is
well,
Israel's God's country.
I have a question. I have a question. Do you have an issue with the United States defending Ukraine?
I have an issue with sending troops there.
But you don't have an issue with sending troops to defend Israel? Why?
One, it's
You
two
don't
different
care about
countries.
being one of those troops.
What are you talking about? I will be one of those troops. I'd rather go and fight for Israel because Israel is God's country, and Ukraine is not. That's my personal.
What the fuck? What do you mean? You want to go fight for Israel against Iran for a war that they started against Iran?
How did they start it? Explain that to me.
Who attacked first?
You tell me, because I'm going way back to when Israel was started. Because Israel's been under
Israel attacked
oppression
Iran
for
first.
thousands of years.
Israel attacked Iran first.
Israel has been under oppression for thousands of years, and
Love you. Think of the future encounter.
they should. What?
I was thanking someone
Would
for
you,
a gift. Dude, that is
oh,
diabolical.
okay, my bad.
No, it's diabolical that you're not addressing the point. Not so Iran specifically, right, was bombed first by Israel. Okay? We're talking about the conflict that's happening right now. Okay? Do you agree that Israel started the conflict that's happening right now?
Right now? Yeah, sure.
Okay. So why would you defend Israel on their offensive conflict? That doesn't make any sense.
Because it's not so much as defending Israel, and I know that I said that before, and hold on. It's also more of I don't believe Iran should have nuclear weapons.
So, okay, so okay, so I have a question. Do you believe the war in Iraq was justified?
No, I believe we played right into the hands of the 9/11 attacks.
So, so then you don't, okay, you don't think it was justified to go invade the Middle East because of quote unquote weapons of mass destruction?
Oh no, the whole Afghani war was literally just our president got uh, upset and
So
wanted
so
to keep
again to
another country.
clarify, you don't support going to war in the Middle East because of weapons of mass destruction.
I do. But this isn't, trying to be a retaliation for a terrorist attack.
So to clarify, you do support going to war in the Middle East because of claims of weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
So would you have gone to war in the early 2000s because the Bush administration claimed that there were weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East?
It's a little different because he claimed that because he wanted a reason to go and fight because he was mad about it.
Okay. Does that change whether or not Donald Trump's looking for reasons as well? Or
What
that
reason did he give other than
Israel's looking for reasons?
Israel's looking for reasons to attack Iran?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they probably are.
What is this conversation?
What do you mean? What is this conversation?
Have you learned anything from this convo real quick?
Yeah, I've learned that my blind trust in just trying to defend Israel probably isn't the greatest because I'm gonna be completely honest. I didn't know that Israel, um, shot first. Didn't. I just knew that that is what um, Trump said, hey, we're gonna defend Israel, and in my mind, hey, Israel's God's country, so that's what we're gonna do. So yeah, my blind trust in it is probably not the greatest.
Yeah, and couldn't people also use the name of God to do atrocious and despicable things? So you have to be very clear with whether or not they're actually like upholding that.
I mean, yeah, you can use God's name, but it even says in the Bible, hey, just because someone claims to be doing my works doesn't mean that that's what it is.
Isn't that kind of the point you could apply here, though?
That that Israel is God's country, so it's um so they're using that they're God's country to as a reason to bomb another country. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like that's literally like the reason that you're using now in support of them. And that's the reason some people
Well,
use
no,
now.
I'm
It's
not.
not
I'm
now.
not saying.
It's not the overall justification, right? That's always provided by every Zionist, but some do.
No, I'm not. I don't agree with just using God's name as something to start a war. But what I do believe Israel should stand as a country.
You believe they should what?
I believe Israel should stand as a country.
Okay, so you mean like Israel's the right to exist? I have a question. Um,
Yeah.
do you believe ethno states should have a right to exist?
You'd have to talk about those.
Like, are you saying Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish ethno state that maintains a legally mandated majority Jewish population? Is that what you're arguing? Or are you saying that Israel has a right to exist as a secular nation, just named Israel, but as a secular democratic nation that doesn't particularly instill, right, um, a like an apartheid state or like a like a majority Jewish population like has to uphold that?
I mean, it's a Jewish country. If that's what they if that's what the humans want to do with it, then that's fine. Like that's their prerogative. I'm not Israeli,
Wait,
nor am I Jewish.
so to clarify, you think ethno states are totally cool?
And that's just and you're saying that those are countries that mandate
Yeah, they mandate
a
certain
certain
ethnic
population.
population. Yeah.
Um, sure, but if it goes
I
to
have a question then. Would you be okay with certain
yeah,
European countries forcing their country to be a certain ethnic population?
no,
You don't disagree with that?
no, as in I don't agree with that, and I know
Oh,
what you're
you
referring
don't
to.
agree
You're
with that.
referring to you're referring to Germany, Nazi Germany, correct?
That could be an example you refer to.
Yeah, yeah, no, that what they were doing is going out and conquering other countries and putting them into internment camps and things like that. Are is in Israel, if you're not Jewish and you're that one person over the line, are they going to go and put you in an internment camp and try to kill?
Repeat. I couldn't hear you. You cut out.
I'm saying, Nazi Germany was going and trying to conquer all of Europe and eventually the entire world and make them all one superior race. Right. Israel isn't going around and killing everybody that's not Jewish because they're that one person over the 50%, as you're saying.
Okay, so I mean, Israel is mass murdering Palestinians, right? Like literally mass murdering and genociding Palestinians. That's a fact of reality.
Terrorists.
Palestinians are not terrorists. That's fucking gross for you to say. I'm actually gonna kick him for that. That's so fucking disgusting. I just referenced the fact that they're mass murdering Palestinians and he just assumes Palestinians to be terrorists. This is so fucking gross. Like are the Palestinian children terrorists? That's fucking crazy. You know what's up, Haldy?
I focused in on it. You fuck.
That's so fucking insane. Stephanie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Natalie, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Dakota, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right. let's get the next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description, as well as the description of the YouTube. So also, if you want to support me over YouTube Super Chat, you can do so. I'd really appreciate if you like the stream if you're on YouTube. Let's try to get to 1.5 thousand likes. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Let's go to the next individual here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get the next person up here. What's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Charlie Kirk owns you, Charlie Kirk.
Oh, it's the fetus again. You know what's up? How old are you? Coral, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for having to deal with these sickos all day. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Coral. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been kind of wild today. I might have a shorter live stream today. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. We'll see how I feel. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I didn't mean to join.
You're good. Appreciate you coming up. Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, 25.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, why so?
Well, I don't necessarily support him, but I like his administration.
What state do you live in?
Florida.
Florida? What time is it? What time is it? You're swiping out of the app. I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Hello? Did you look it up yet?
Sorry, I didn't know how to unmute.
Yeah, real question. What time is it?
9:43.
What's the capital of Florida?
Tallahassee.
Name 3 cities within Florida.
Miami, Tampa, Orlando.
3 more.
St. Petersburg, Jacksonville. To be honest, I don't know anymore.
How?
Because I don't like my state.
You don't like your state? Can you name a state that borders Florida?
Alabama's right next to us.
Okay, can you name 1 city from Alabama?
No.
What about from Georgia?
No.
You can't name 1 city from Georgia.
Nah. Why would I want to know that?
You don't know Atlanta?
Oh yeah, I know Atlanta. But you just reminded me that was in Georgia. So what am I?
If you live in Florida, how the hell do you not know that Atlanta is in Georgia? What the fuck? Come on, please. Actually, I genuinely want to know. Are you trolling me right now? Are you actually from Florida?
No. I came up here because I saw the thing.
Are you actually from Florida?
Yeah.
That is so fucking sad.
Really?
That you're from Florida and you don't know that Atlanta is in Georgia.
Oh no, I knew Atlanta was in Georgia. I had brain fog. You just reminded me. Let me off, man. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Again, I support his administration more than him. I think he's a snake. But I guess he lets my business run smoothly more than the administration could have got. I guess operations run smoothly under Trump's administration. I get more free will, basically.
How so?
His administration basically lets me. It's there's fewer restrictions, so I can because my business
What
basically
restrictions?
like at the border, there's basically we have because my business imports exports, imports and exports.
So there's actually more restrictions with Trump.
Really?
Yeah.
I've not had
Do you
any
know what a
any
tariff
problems.
is? What's a tariff?
Tax on a country.
Nope, it's a tax on an imported good. Okay, and
Well, I do not. I do not.
if your company deals with importing products from other companies, you're going to be the one that gets taxed
We ain't getting taxed over here.
because some are paused. But you know that
What?
that's what a tariff is, right? So you're
Okay.
trolling. You know you're trolling. There's no fucking way.
No. Okay, you've educated me.
I don't believe that they're actually being legit and genuine. There's no way. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay. What's your birth year?
It is 05.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Let me think. I didn't think I would come up here, so let's see. Let's talk about immigration if you want.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, just too many immigrants coming in. It's not safe, so
Okay, how are immigrants making the country less safe?
because they're coming in undocumented, so I think it makes the country unsafe, and we don't know anything about them, and
Okay.
and it's not just them, but
Did
there's
you know
also
undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States compared to the natural born U.S. citizens?
Yeah, so what?
So please explain to me how they're bringing crime when it is actually the case that they would be reducing crime as a percentage of the population.
Wait, hold on. I gotta turn it up. Sorry. Can you ask that question again, please?
Yeah, how are they increasing crime when they reduce crime as a percentage of the population?
They reduce crime. How
Yes.
do they reduce? What do you mean they reduce crime?
Because it is
I
the
didn't
case
say that they
undocumented
increase
immigrants.
crime or reduce crime.
Yeah, undocumented immigrants. Yeah, you were saying that they increase crime. Undocumented immigrants.
No, I said it's unsafe.
How is it unsafe?
Yeah, because it's unvetted. It's unvetted entry. We have.
By the way, did I
people
talk to you
coming in
earlier?
from-
I swear to God, I've talked to you.
No.
Chad, have I talked to this guest? I swear to God, I've talked to him.
No, it's my first time. You can check my profile. You can click on it.
Your voice sounds way too familiar. I know for sure. I know for sure. There's no way. Did I talk to them today? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
February.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, part of the reason is because Tim Walz was Kamala Harris's vice president,
What about it?
he has absolutely ruined the state of Minnesota.
How so?
Crime has went way up.
How did he cause crime to go up?
He defunded the police.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
How
There's
so?
way less. Have you been to Minneapolis?
Yeah.
How long ago?
I went this summer.
I bet you didn't walk around downtown. Because if you did, you probably wouldn't be here right now. That place, the carjackings went up a metric shitload overnight after how poorly he handled the George Floyd riots and let the city burn to the ground.
Okay. So did you know that Donald Trump praised how Tim Walz responded to protests? Secondly, I can point to
Where
the
did he praise Tim Walz?
I can point to the fact that Minnesota experiences lower rates of violent crime, right, than plenty of states around the entire United States. Did you know that?
Yeah, it receives less crime because there's a lot of rural areas. But if you...
by per capita.
Yeah, there's a lot of rural areas
Per capita takes into account population.
No, I understand that. But if you went to Minneapolis before and after, there is a complete difference. Not to mention, he just tried to impose another tax on us.
So what did he do specifically to cause the rate of crime to go up?
He let them burn down the city, so then they realized they could get away with crime, and crime went way up when he defunded the police.
Okay, well, can you show me how he defunded the police? And also, again, you have yet to show me anything about that.
Would show you what?
Can you give me any
I'm
good
on the
evidence
screen
that...
talking to you. Do you expect me to have a binder with me?
No, you just need a source for any of the claims. You can't just give me like a trust me, bro. Like you gotta like actually just give me a source. I don't want to.
I don't remember.
I don't want to add you to the trust me, bro book.
She was a reporter. I don't remember her name. I could check it, but I don't know.
Kirk, thank
This
you
is
so much for
honestly
$10. Thank you. What's up?
This is a lot more boring than I thought it would be. You have a wonderful night.
Oh, you're gonna run away? Are you serious?
Run away? No,
you're running away because you can't provide a source for the claim that you provided, and you're saying it's boring because you couldn't provide a source.
Yeah.
Did you know I can send you? Did you know that crime in 2023 fell in Minnesota?
Doubtful.
You want to see something crazy? This is from the Minnesota Reformer. I want you to look at this right now. Take a look at this. This is actually hilarious that you say that because actually crime has been going down, right? The only reason it slightly went up during 2020 was because of the pandemic. Did you know that?
Is crime going down or is reported crime going down?
Oh, now you're just gonna deny it. Crime, right? Listen, looky here, buddy. Looky here. Let's take a look at this. Take a look at this. Take a look at this, buddy. Look at this. Do you see this? Here, let me actually make it smaller so you can see it. Do you see it? Do you see it going down? Oh, look at that. Look at that. It went down. Aw. Does that look like a trend of it going up since Tim Walz got in office? No, it doesn't. It looks like it's on a trend down. Look at that. Aw. Violent crime and property crime. Oh my gosh, look at that. It's been going down. When you were a little kid, it was way higher. Look at that. Look at that. You weren't saying that when you were a little kid. When it was way higher. Seems like you were only saying it when it was going down right here. Explain this graph.
It's a graph. What do you want me to say about it?
Explain why it's going down when you were claiming that violent crime was going up since Tim Walz got in office. Tell me, what year did Tim Walz get in office? Push the hand art.
I don't know what year he got in office.
You don't know?
No.
Regardless, crime's gone down.
Regardless, he still tried to impose another tax on us just the other
Oh,
day.
so now you gotta move on to the next lie. Go for it. Try again.
He tried to impose a tax on us the other day that didn't get passed.
What tax?
Another
Oh, so
tax.
no tax. So no tax based on you. So tell me, what did he do that he's passed that you disagree with?
Nothing. He put tampons in boys' bathrooms.
No, he didn't. The specific order that you're referencing only said that just people who are menstruating, right? Students that are menstruating have access to menstrual products. It never said specifically that it had to be within the boys' bathrooms. There are only 2 fucking schools within the entirety of Minnesota that specifically put them in boys' bathrooms, and that's so people who are menstruating within boys' bathrooms can get access to it.
There shouldn't be people menstruating in boys' bathrooms.
Okay, I have a question. So you're saying, wait, I have a question. Do you think trans men should go into the men's or women's restroom? They are biologically female, but they are men.
I think that they should have their own restroom.
Okay, how about I ask you this? I'll ask you this question.
Transitioning is a
Hey,
huge mistake.
did you know that specifically during sports events, it is the case that the opposing side will utilize the bathrooms of the opposite sex while school is not specifically within jurisdiction, like it's not happening at that time because they're specifically at a sport event, right? In that scenario, there would be specifically girls who are menstruating, particularly within the boys' bathrooms. In that context, should they be able to get access to menstrual products? Silence.
No, every single school
Silence.
I've been to has girls' locker rooms and boys' locker rooms.
Yes, I understand. And they separated them specifically because both teams needed a locker room. Okay, so one team uses the boys' locker room, the other team uses the girls' locker room. Catch up.
Okay, so why do you have to put it on the wall? Why can't you just bring a box in there if you have a girls' team? Isn't that a little bit more logical?
You can have it either way. I'm just saying specifically that was the choice of the school, right? They didn't have to do that based upon the order provided under Tim Walz's jurisdiction. Tim Walz specifically just said that any person that is menstruating has access to menstrual products. Do you disagree with that?
No, if they're menstruating.
No, you don't disagree with that. So then tell me, what specifically did Tim Walz do that's so bad? Tell me. Because it can't be your fear of tampons.
Taxes. People are leaving the state.
What tax?
Our state taxes.
Wait, you said people are leaving the state? Do you want me to pull up Minnesota population. Watch this. I'm going to cry. By year. Macro trends. Take a guess. What happened? Take a guess what happened, chat. Take a guess. Everybody take a guess what happened to Minnesota's population. Take a fucking fat guess.
Who does that include, though?
Just hold up. I just want you to chill real quick. Hold up. Just give me 1 second. I just want to, just real quick. Give me 1 quick little second. Let's just take a look at this real quick. Oh wait, do you see this? Yep,
Who does that all include?
That's the population of Minnesota. It never fucking declined.
Who does that include?
Minnesota as a population as a whole.
Yeah, so we're obviously taking in a bunch of people in Minneapolis and pretty much giving them free shit.
Do you have an issue with immigration?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of undocumented immigrants.
Wait, no, we're talking about legal immigrants.
No, I have no problem with them.
Okay,
I work with a lot of them. They're great people.
Okay, so then what's the issue?
The issue is that the ones that go to Minneapolis don't work and feed off the system. And then we have to pay more tax.
Can you provide me a single source to indicate that?
Yeah, the fact that my roads aren't fixed.
That's not
anywhere.
A source.
Come drive on the road, you'll blow out your fucking tie rod.
Would you like to provide a source specifically for the claim that you made? That people just specifically within Minnesota don't do work at all, and they specifically just live off the system.
I didn't say all people in Minnesota, but there are a lot of them in the cities. You can go down and see them yourself.
Who's them?
Damn, I had a fly distracting me. Fuckers flying all over.
Who's them? Who's them?
Tim Waltz gives free shit to people who don't work and don't pay taxes, and it's ridiculous. We have to pay all their taxes.
Who doesn't work that he gives money to?
There's a bunch of people in
like
Minneapolis.
Like,
you want me to list off every specific name or what?
Just any information to indicate this to be true.
Come see it with your own eyes. Come to Minnesota.
Okay. I know Minnesota. I grew up in Iowa myself. Okay. This isn't true. It's not the case that people are going to Minnesota and not working at all, and they're just living off the system at mass. That's not happening. That's a ridiculous statement. Most people are working. That's a fact. Most people are providing into the system. That's a fact. And if you're saying that there are people that are not providing into the system, how about you incentivize them to provide to the system by providing by providing social services to do so.
There's a lot of people hiring. We don't need social services to give people jobs. Everybody's hiring.
So, okay, so you're saying just get a job. Just get a job. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's so many jobs that are open, so then you're totally okay with undocumented immigrants fulfilling those jobs after they were given a pathway to citizenship, correct?
No, only if they came legally.
Oh, okay, but like there's so many jobs.
Yeah, what about it?
Don't we need people to fulfill the jobs? Aren't you okay with it? People come to the country to fulfill the jobs?
Not if they're coming in illegally.
Why not?
Because they're breaking the law.
You're currently on an illegal app. The app you're on right now has been banned by the federal government, the TikTok ban, and it's just not being enforced by the Trump administration.
Why am I on it? It wasn't enforced if I'm on it.
Exactly. It's not being enforced. So you just gave an example of a law on the books set up by Congress that Donald Trump does not enforce. Silence.
So you think... So you think that Trump just said, okay, essentially gave them all the middle finger and said, no, I'm putting TikTok back on.
Trump, yeah.
You really think that's how
Taylor,
it works?
thank you for the $19. Thank you so much, Taylor. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Repeat what you just said.
You think Donald Trump just walked in there, gave him a double middle finger and said, yeah, you guys made a federal law against this TikTok, but I'm going to allow it anyway.
Yeah, literally. Essentially, that's what his executive order says, yeah.
What's your source?
His executive order.
Yeah, I guess fair enough. That's why I like him, though. He's a savage.
How is that savage? How is he a savage?
The American people wanted it. They wanted it to stay on, so he gave the American people what they wanted.
Wanted what to stay on?
TikTok.
Oh, Okay, so then you're saying it's totally okay because people wanted it. Okay, if people want undocumented immigrants who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes to be allowed to stay in the country, should then he allow it?
Yeah, that's kind of what our country's built
Okay,
on, isn't it?
I think if you specifically in the chat would be totally okay with undocumented immigrants who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime being given a pathway to citizenship in this country, type a 3 in the comment section right now.
Okay, but this is clearly
Melissa,
your
thank you so much for
people.
the $5. Taylor, thank you so much for the
Your people
$19.
are
Amber
all
with
gonna
$1.
type 3
Stephanie,
because
thank
they
you for the
have your
$10. Thank
views.
you, Stephanie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sonny, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Look at all of the people that
That's like
specifically
me
think that.
walking into a McDonald's with a bunch of fat people and saying, "Who here likes McDonald's?" Everybody's gonna be like, "Yeah, me."
What a weirdo. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40.
Do you support Trump?
I sure do.
Why so?
Because you don't.
So do you disagree with every position that I hold to?
No, not really.
Okay, so then why is that a reason?
Well, I mean, you choose to breathe in and out, right? I support that. I agree with that.
Okay. So then what's your point? Just because I
My
agree with
point-
something isn't a reason to dispute it.
No. I do solely for the combative aspect of it. 'Cause
Okay.
it's-
So then give me a
yeah.
reason. What's the reason why you support Donald Trump?
Oh, because he does things right, and
Maria, thank you for the $5. Okay, like
Yeah.
what?
with what? Like
what?
I'd say immigration, the fact that he gave the right to choose abortions back to the states rather than just federally mandating it. There's plenty more, but
Okay.
I give you one.
You think okay? So immigration and abortion left up 2 states.
No, I said abortion left up to states.
You know what? You know what's
Immigration,
crazy?
he did right with
You know what's
states.
crazy? It's like
What's that?
insane. Practically every guest that's came up on my live today has
I'm
given
from California, by the way. Just let you know.
practically every guest that's come up on my live today has said the exact same thing.
No, they haven't. You.
Yeah, literally.
No.
Literally. Hold on. Can I please explain? So basically,
Oh,
every single person that's come up on my live today has said they specifically support Donald Trump because of abortion and immigration.
Not because of abortion, because he gave the right back to the states to determine whether or not abortion is okay.
I understand.
He didn't like say, "Hey, abortions are banned for life for everybody."
I have a
He just gave
question.
it back to the states.
Do you think that abortion is okay in the first trimester?
I think if it's an emergency situation, then obviously, yeah, it's. But other than that, like late term abortions, that's murder. That's not even debatable.
So is abortion in the first trimester totally okay?
In emergency situations, yes.
In
I
elective
believe so.
circumstances.
Elected, like you chose to do that. I mean, that's on the person's conscience. That's up to them. But I mean,
Should it be illegal?
No.
Okay, so then you agree with Roe versus Wade that it should be federally protected prior to the point of viability?
No. I believe that it should be up to the states to decide because the government shouldn't have any. There shouldn't be a man who's discussing abortion, let alone.
No, that's what the Roe
full-blown government mandate.
Listen, Roe versus Wade federally protected access to abortion in all states prior to the point of viability. And after viability, it left it up to the states.
So the states can govern themselves on certain issues, and then the government has to take in for the rest.
So it sounds like if you think that abortion should be legal in the first trimester, that you agree with Roe versus Wade because you think it should be federally protected to get access to abortion prior to the point of viability.
I don't think federal should be anything. It shouldn't even be discussed by anybody that's not a woman.
Aren't you fucking discussing it right now? You absolute dude. This is the dumbest
No, I'm
take I've
discussing it
ever.
because you're the
I'm
one that
sorry.
took the
I just want to elucidate on how fucking dumb of a take that was. You brought it up in the discussion as a man. So shut the fuck up.
Okay. So you're the one discussing it. I just brought it up as a policy.
I'm discussing it. You brought it up in the conversation. You brought it up to the discussion.
I gave it as a point that, or a reason why I support Trump, or why I thought Trump.
Here's my position on it. I think
I know your position
I
on it,
think
bro.
I think
no one cares about it.
Hold up. I think men should have a position on abortion. Just the position they should have is pro-choice. I don't think men should hold pro-life positions. But the idea that like men shouldn't have the idea that men shouldn't have a position on abortion in all circumstances, I think is bad, and I disagree with that. One, because it is the case that there are trans men that specifically have uteruses, particularly that people still believe should be able to get should have a say over it. Secondly, it is the case that men should have good positions on abortion. It is the case that people should have a position on things. They should just have a good position on the things. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, since we're in fairy tale land, why dinosaurs should have umbrellas, for the sunshine.
What fairy tale land?
You're speaking hypotheticals. Like I'm talking in reality, and
hypotheticals hypotheticals are important to reference for reality. Do you want me to explain why?
No, please, God, no. Yeah, no. Men shouldn't just be discussing abortion like at all. It should be left up to whoever's the higher authority, I guess, and.
Who the fuck brought it up in this conversation? Who brought it up in this conversation? Who brought it up in this conversation? I cannot fucking believe that this argument is coming out of this guy's mouth. There's no fucking way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for screaming the mic. There's no fucking way this argument is coming out of this guy's mouth. This is probably the dumbest point I have heard on live stream all day.
Is that why you're muting me? Is that why you're muting me?
Yes.
You keep muting me?
Are you a woman?
Oh, it's not because you're just getting.
Are you a woman? Are you a woman?
I am not a woman.
Exactly. So why the fuck did you discuss it in the very first place? Why'd you bring it up? If you say men shouldn't even have a position.
It as a policy position. Are you retarded, bud?
He's gonna use a slur. Fuck you. Fuck you.
No, not the slur. No.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick you because you used a slur. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why so?
Huh?
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
For illegal immigrants and for getting transgender people out of the military. That's why.
Here's my question. What's your argument for banning trans people from the military?
Because they're uncomfortable. People are uncomfortable with them.
Why are you uncomfortable with trans people in the military?
No, I'm not. People are. Some people are
Who?
uncomfortable. People in the military.
I think some people are uncomfortable with you on the live. So should I kick you?
For saying that?
Yeah. Ben, think of the $5. Thank you.
Oh, bye, faggots.
Oh. All right. That one just said the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah. Anyways, on that note, I have my final day in uniform on Sunday.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
No, it's honestly, I'm gonna say this because I think it needs to be said. Like, I don't want a job that doesn't reflect my internal moral values, anyways. So like, if I'm not gonna get to do what I signed up to do when I said my oath, then no, it's not the right job for me anymore, anyways. So, that's at the end of the day. If you are still serving and you have the same moral values as me, please remember your oath, and please protect the country that you said that you're going to protect, and that means upholding, defending the Constitution. So yeah, but yeah, so Sunday's it. I'll be placed on administrative leave, and then I'll be trying to find a job, a new job. So would have loved to have a conversation, but that person didn't seem to be genuine anyways. They just seemed to want to hate people. So no point, you know. But I wanted to tell you thank you because you have done so much work to speak on certain points for the trans community. Like you go through like points 1 through 3 before just automatically calling upon like a trans person to speak on something. And I just want to tell you that that means so much because there's not a lot of our voices. And so the more and more voices that can do that, like accurately reflect good faith discussions, I just appreciate it so much. And to do it on like a platform, like you got on the fucking news and did it, man. Like, I just wanted to say like a big giant thank you for standing up for us like that. Cause everybody who's doing that for us right now, we need you. But yeah, thanks Parker. And
I appreciate you so much. You always know that, Eli.
Yeah, thanks. I'll see
Thank
you
you so
later.
much, man. Have a good night.
You too.
Can we get some W's for Eli in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I always appreciate it, man. Seriously, so fucking kind. So fucking kind. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I mean, I voted for Kamala Harris, but
Kamala. Based. Taylor, thank you so much for the $1 twice. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Abigail, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much for always enjoy your debates. Thank you so much. Maria, thank you for the $5. Ben with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Coral, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Coral. Thank you, Coral. So kind of you. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
oh shit, I'm actually on this live. I didn't mean to request. I'm just viewing.
Gotcha. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person real quick, everybody. Lisa, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. And Taylor, thank you so much for the $9. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I just have a question about like what's going on with like the birthright stuff. That just like I'm just so confused. So I was just wondering if you can like clarify.
For sure. I'll let you ask one question, and then I will go into the next person real quick to get a debate up here real quick. Go for it.
Yeah, so I'm just confused, like, because I'm not really educated on that well. Like, I'm just confused, like, what's gonna happen now, like that. That it was like. I'm just so confused. Like, is the like birthright citizenship gonna be gone?
Yeah, so like right now it's currently on a pause essentially, and essentially they just said like the different courts that have ruled on it before in the past, specifically on Trump's order, that they didn't have validity. So it's essentially on pause until they are going to look over it, and there's gonna be different courts that specifically look over it. So we actually don't know what's going to happen with the ruling as of right now, but it's in jeopardy is essentially the idea. But I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for clarifying.
Thank you. And by the way, everyone, if you ever want updates when it comes to news like this, I would seriously recommend going and checking out Matt's Substack. Like, seriously, I would really recommend going and checking Matt's Substack out. I think he puts a lot of incredible information there, and he always puts information related to that. So I think it would be great. It's actually free, specifically. Thank you for the money gun. Thank you. Fletch, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? Standard, are you there? Unmute your mic. Go for it.
Hello.
Do you support Trump?
You invited me to be on.
Do you support Trump?
You invited me to be on.
I understand. Do you support Trump?
No.
No, you don't?
Nope.
Then why are you complaining in the comment section about me interrupting people?
Because I think that's a bad debate style, man.
Okay, well, what makes you think that?
Well,
actually, I am interrupting. I am interrupting you, even though you don't disagree with me. You were saying in the comment section. You were actually saying. You were actually saying in the. You were actually saying. You were actually saying in the. You were actually saying in the conversation. 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 Seriously, dude, you were saying in the conversation. You were saying in the conversation that I only am cutting off people specifically that disagree with me. But actually, right now, I just showed that I cut off people specifically that agree with me.
What? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
Because
you
you just
because I
said
was
this specifically. Wait, you specifically don't support Donald Trump, and I still am cutting you off, right?
I've been cut off nonstop.
Exactly.
Who would ever believe what you
Yeah, like you
believe?
said in the comment section specifically that I was only cutting off people specifically that were Trump supporters. But now, right now, as a Trump supporter on the live, right, I am cutting you off. Oh my God.
What?
Look at
I'm
that.
not a Trump supporter. I'm not a Trump supporter at all.
Exactly. That was the point. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Take me off mute, man. I'll behave. I'm sorry.
I didn't put you on mute.
No, your moderator did. I said something stupid.
Okay. You know what? My moderator probably muted you for good reason. Mickey, thank you for the $3 Australian. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
Huh?
What's your birth year? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
March.
Have I talked to you?
Have I talked to you before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I beat you.
The fuck out of here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sierra because not only is she gorgeous.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Why so?
By preponderance of evidence, I think he's the better candidate because he actually follows through with things he's going to do, things that he says he's going to do.
So do you think preponderance of evidence is a good standard to justify things to be true?
I mean, we both know where you're going with that. That's why I use the phrase.
But then I use the phrase
No.
against you?
No, I mean, what I'm saying is maybe he's not the best candidate.
Well, I just asked
So,
you,
it's not the best standard.
So preponderance of evidence is not a valid standard? So then what is the reason why you support Donald Trump? Try again.
It's not a valid standard to decide if things
so
are true.
just to clarify. Okay, so then I have a question. If Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would you still support him?
Yes.
So clearly, you still would?
Yeah. Because I don't give a shit about that. I give a shit about foreign policy, about keeping America safe. I don't give a shit about
Yeah,
any of
you
that.
keep America safe by voting in someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child. Interesting. I have a question. Would you let someone legally immigrate to the country if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child?
I wouldn't know.
I thought preponderance of evidence wasn't a good enough standard specifically to justify something to be true. So why are you saying it's a good enough standard to justify not allowing someone into the country?
Because we should only be taking the best and the brightest and the ones with clean records.
And you agree that the best and the brightest are not the people held civilly liable of sexually abusing people? So then why did you want someone who's not the best and the brightest as president of the United States?
Because he's already proven himself to be a great president.
How so?
Because of the economy that he had pre-COVID.
Really? Name one macro indicator that was good.
The unemployment rate.
Unemployment rate hit 14.8% under his administration.
Yeah, during COVID.
So you say just because it happens under the administration doesn't mean it was caused by them, okay? Good answer. Why specifically is it the case that he caused any of the good economic indicators under his administration? What evidence do you have that it was specifically because of him?
Well, he passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that added to our GDP. But at the end of the day, whenever he's in office, the data shows that things are on the right track.
So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act actually harmed our economy. The reason why the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act harmed our economy is because it is the case that it added $1.9 trillion to the debt over the next over 10 years, which was also not compensated specifically by the $8 to $16 billion GDP growth. So the GDP growth was significantly lower than the amount we actually spent, right? Which means that we lost money. essentially. Teresa, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Teresa. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Teresa in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Teresa. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, well, lowering the corporate rate drove a lot of foreign investment into the country. The blue collar
No, it
wages
didn't.
went up for the first.
You're wrong.
What?
Your reason why you're
What?
wrong is because manufacturing investment actually went down or stagnated under the Trump administration and only increased once we met to the Biden-Harris administration. Santana, by the way, your mic is on a different one.
Wait, you said it's on a different one?
Yeah, I think it's
Blue
just on
collar
your
wages.
device.
Wages outpaced
Oh, okay.
inflation for the first time in decades.
Repeat that.
Real wages outpaced inflation for the first time in decades. You're asking for economic indicators.
Wait, are you saying under the Trump administration?
Yes.
Real wages were surpassing that prior. I'm confused. And it also happened under the Biden-Harris administration.
No, they weren't outpacing inflation.
You know that yes, they were. That's what real median wages are. Secondly, if you want to look at this, did you know that real median wages have declined in Q1 2025 because of specifically Donald Trump's tariff policy that have led to a decrease in wages because it is the case that there's lower GDP in the country? Right, it was increasing real median wage when Biden was in office for multiple quarters in a row, and then Donald Trump got in office, and then it declined.
The blue collar wages are going way up. So what's your source?
Wait, what are you? The St. Louis Federal Reserve. What are you sourcing?
Oh, let me see.
Yeah, I got you. I have a feeling it's this.
No, it's. I didn't know we were going to come on this topic, but.
In the meantime, everyone tap that screen, share the live. It'll help get out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the bio, as well as you can support me on YouTube Super Chat, as well. Those are some of the great places to support me. Plus, if you want to support me for free, everybody make sure to follow me here on this account. This is my third account, so you can make sure to follow me here in case I get banned in the future, along with the fact that you can subscribe to me on YouTube. I would really appreciate if you go subscribe to me on YouTube for anyone who's in the TikTok stream. If you go over to the YouTube and subscribe to me there, I'd really, really appreciate that. I posted some great videos for you to check out on YouTube. Seriously, posted some bangers on YouTube if you'd like to go check it out.
Does this sound better?
Yes, a lot better.
All right. I think I need a new like soundboard connection. This one's been acting wonky.
You see this, Parker?
Yeah, what are you showing us?
Axios? I'm showing you, there we go. Real blue collar wage growth. Look at the, only two times.
Can you zoom in? I
like,
can't really see. Oh, you're just looking at net wage growth?
Blue collar wage growth. The only two times it's gone up is under Trump.
Can you go to the left a little bit? Let me see it. Real blue collar wage growth from Axios. So let me go to the title and look it up. Okay. Real blue. I don't know what blue collar means. Do they define blue collar? Because I'll just show the chat real median wages if you want to look at that.
Yeah, but the whole idea is blue collar wages outpace executives and managers' wages for the first time in several decades as well.
Here, let me just.
And so that's not helping the rich.
Let me just
right.
Let me just clarify for you here real quick. This is real median wages. Boom. All right. I wonder why it's not coming up. Hold up 1 second.
Real wages for hourly workers and non-supervisory workers rose almost 2% in the first 5 months. No president has ever done that before.
Wait, say that one more time? Sorry.
We've seen the real wages for hourly workers and non-supervisory workers rose almost 2% in the first 5 months. No president has ever done that.
Where are you reading this from? And that's not true.
It's a direct quote from the same page from Scott from.
Ripsy, thank you so much. I appreciate the member subscription. That you're just saying from that article, and what do they source for that?
It's a direct quote from Scott Bessent, the treasurer.
Okay, you mean from the Trump administration?
If you go to the bottom of that, what does it say the bottom line is? Why? Because if you keep looking, the actual the wages also increased under Biden, but there was a factor that caused it not to be the same as it was under Trump. What was that factor?
No, it says Biden was
Yeah,
one of the
sure. Keep
worst
going.
ones
No,
at
no, it
negative
doesn't.
1.7.
Yeah, keep going down to the bottom. What does it say? What's the bottom line?
In the first 2 years of the Biden administration, workers saw nominal pay increases, but high inflation left them worse off.
Yeah.
In the last couple of years, wage growth has outstripped inflation, and the pattern has continued in the first 5 months of the Trump administration.
Exactly.
Oh, that's
So this is
brutal.
saying that inflation was the reason why the Biden administration was struggling with the actual increase, but the last 2 years it started the path that put Donald Trump on the track that he's on. So if you look at the actual inflation, it's a factor. It's not just, Donald Trump doing anything amazing.
Plus, I want you to take a look at this. Do you see this real quick? Well, I had it so you could see it. Do you see this?
I see it.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. Right, here, specifically right here, you see 4 quarters directly. Quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4, all showing an increase in real median wages. Then you see once Trump gets in office, there's a decrease. Yes, under Trump's administration, there was an increase in real median wages. This is only because of us and the pandemic specifically just doing it. Right, and this is the trend that resulted after. That's the normal trend in the economy. But that's a normal trend in the economy. That's not specifically caused by them. You see, it was already a trend that existed from Obama's administration in 2014. It started increasing. Then Trump got in office, actually, and it decreased. Right, you see? Real median wages went from here and decreased. So if anything, he would have had a decline on real median wages.
At one point, when he was adjusting all his policies into place, just like this term.
When you say adjusting all his policies, but the trend already existed that was going up already.
Okay, I mean, I don't.
So it's not him specifically causing that. If it's not him specifically causing that, why are you attributing it to him?
He is the one that's keeping the trend going, so I don't understand.
What did he do to cause that? What did he do to cause that?
Well, he brought manufacturing jobs back.
Really? Because manufacturing investment stagnated under his administration. Do you want me to show you that?
Do you want me to show you that he added like 500,000 manufacturing jobs to the economy pre-COVID? He's the first president to do that in decades.
Really, show me.
Okay, I will.
Show me.
I mean, it's on the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
And then tell me what was going on with jobs right before COVID. Like right before.
Yeah, I would love to see anything he's got here. I'm gonna show him manufacturing investment, and hopefully he can see this. Look at this. Look at this, buddy. Take a big.
I got something for you. I got something for you.
Oh,
Don't worry.
I can't wait. Can't wait. Please do show me.
All right, this is from Presidency.
Do you see this? Hold up. First, look at this. This is real. This is a real private fixed investment in manufacturing. Do you see how under the entirety of the Trump administration here from 2017 to 2021, we actually see a decrease. It went from 71,000 to 66,000. And from Biden's administration, 66,000 all the way up to fucking 149. Are you kidding? That is a huge, massive increase under Biden.
It is.
You look under Trump. Look at that stagnation. Nothing.
Yep. You're right. I mean, you're right on that point. But here we go. I got something for you as well. The U.S. added. I don't know. Just go here. It's presidency.ucsb.edu. And
what's the title?
It's the American Presidency Project. It says Trump campaign press release. President Trump has boosted U.S. manufacturing.
That's from the Trump campaign.
No, this is actual stats.
It's a Trump campaign press release.
This is from an American Presidency Project. It's a .edu site.
Okay. I don't think you understand what you're looking at.
I'm looking at the facts.
Is it from whitehouse.gov?
We can go there too.
That's literally from the White House.
This isn't. I'm just saying this wasn't even my original source. I know that I've looked it up on BLS.gov and all that stuff, but this is just backing up exactly what I said.
No, it's not. Wait. Show me where it backs up.
The U.S. added 510,000 new.
Oh my god, dude!
jobs.
This is just the fucking press release, dude. Oh my god, it's just citing the press release. Oh my god, dude.
I know, but that's exactly what I said because I've looked it up on the actual BLS.gov. If you want me to find,
it's literally no. This doesn't provide you anything. What does this provide you? What resources does this provide you? This is just them claiming they brought back manufacturing jobs because manufacturing jobs, right? Any increase in manufacturing jobs they attributed to their administration. Just because it happened under the administration. If you want to look at just things that happened under the administration, how about we look at the fact that a net loss in jobs happened under his administration?
Also, I
because
would love
of
for you to
COVID.
take a look.
Almost
at,
just showed his Chat GPT.
Yeah, no,
Wait,
it's
oh,
not.
he was looking
It's
up
not.
Chat GPT. Let me see. Show.
It's not.
Yeah, but that's where I get my sources, brother.
That's where I get my sources right there. He admits it. ChatGPT is where he gets his sources.
Yeah, like whitehouse.gov and axios.com.
No, that's
I
not
go
a
to the
source.
actual
Hey,
websites,
if you
my
go,
guy.
if you go take a look at the Bureau of Labor and Statistics.
Honestly, if you're
the-
not using ChatGPT these days, you're actually not very smart.
Sure. That's cool. Hey, just FYI, so the actual job market had started to take a slump in December of 2019. It was slowing as far as adding jobs, and it was starting to take a small dip down before COVID. And so COVID actually masked the fact that it started right before what was going on. So a lot of people don't even notice that. But if you look at the actual job reports, you'll see it.
All right, here we go. We're going on BLS.gov now for you. Why don't you show me what you're talking about, Santana?
Just told you, go to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics and look at the actual job reports. You can look at the month-over-month trend. Everything seems kind of... Oh, there we go.
Sorry, I had to text back to my girlfriend chat. Sorry, everyone. Give me 1 second. I just want to say, Megan, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Wish these guys could understand that things that Trump passes won't be in effect until the next 10 years. Or will be in effect the next 10 years.
That's like the interesting part about all this is like literally you think that Donald Trump did something that had an immediate impact as far as like making any type of adjustments.
Well, so you don't think he makes any impacts on the economy?
Yeah, but they're all negative.
They're all negative. See, that's just like the provincial attitude that just prevents like any type of decent discussion in this country.
Okay,
It's
hey
like,
Ryan,
it's so dishonest to say he doesn't have
do you-
any good policies.
Wait, do you think that rapid knee-jerk reactions and random responses is good for like business or stability?
I mean, stock market just hit a record high.
I hear
so-
you, but that was after taking a massive loss because of his ineffectiveness
You mean
to
a buying
create tariff
opportunity?
deals.
You mean a buying opportunity?
But okay, so you hear yourself, right?
He
So
made
you-
a buying opportunity. He fucking mass manipulated the market so that he could profit off it. He said now's a good time to buy. Sorry, I had to say that. That's unhinged.
No, it's all good. I mean, like it's justification at every point. I mean, I'm not saying that if it was a natural occurrence, yeah, sure, but like him manipulating the market by putting tariffs on, taking them off, threatening, and like all this other stuff, that's what actually did it. It's market manipulation. And now even he's saying that the tariffs that were supposed to happen in July, well, he's going to delay those.
But we're taking in all
A
this
buying
extra
opportunity is
tariff revenue
unhinged.
from
What's
China.
ho? What's tariff revenue? You guys have been. Someone taught you guys that phrase, and for some reason you think that's a good thing. What's tariff revenue?
It's the amount of money we take in on tariffs.
Sure, we took in a lot of tariff revenue, right?
Yep.
Where do we get the tariff revenue from?
From our importers.
From the importers. Okay, cool. So who actually had to pay the tariff revenue?
The importers.
Mm-mm.
I mean, we go over this every time.
Who do the importers pass it down to? They pass it down to
Not
the consumer
always.
because it's cost
They do.
push. It's practically always passed down because it's a tax not on the profits, but it's a tax on the cost of production.
And we also know that companies
I
like
thought he was all about helping out the
Kroger.
rich, though.
That
We know
is-
companies like
I thought he was all
Kroger
about helping
use.
the rich.
We know
that is
companies
him
like
doing that.
yeah, we know companies like Kroger actually mass additional tax. I'm not tax side, but additional costs whenever there's any type of increase. I mean, they've openly admitted during the time of inflation, they actually add an additional cost to make more profit. So the likelihood of a company not passing on those charges, very unlikely.
Sure, but all that's going to revenue for our government, and you guys are the ones that are always saying
So,
people
but
need to
you're
pay
for more
more
taxes.
taxes.
Wait,
Yeah,
by the
for-
way, not only does this not get our taxes to the point in which we are actually even more fiscally responsible, because Donald Trump still has us less fiscally responsible, but it is the case that it's getting it from a regressive system that specifically disproportionately takes the taxes from low and middle income individuals that spend their income on consumer goods, right? A greater proportion of their income.
Why should we reward people for being poor?
What? No, why should you reward people for being rich, for getting a lower tax rate? Because people who are
Because that's what
let me explain,
drives
actually let me explain why.
innovation.
People
That's why America is the greatest country in the
No,
world.
what drives innovation is demand. But specifically, if you want to look at like the low and middle class, why should we provide benefits to people in the low and middle class? Because already, based upon how society functions and based on how the economy functions, because they are lower income, they spend a greater proportion of their overall income on basic cost of life, cost of living. Okay? So that specifically is the reason why, right? We need a progressive tax structure because people who are richer have more disposable income. Does that make sense?
Yeah, people, I understand, but that's how it should be. Like we should have an incentive to make as much money as possible to drive innovation and drive creation and competition.
By
That
the
is
way,
what
Teresa, thank you
America's
so much for the
founded.
$50. Thank you so much, Teresa. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Like you shouldn't want to be poor. You should want to climb out of the system and work hard and
Wait,
get a
wait. So
business or whatever.
Are you a top 1%er?
I'm not a one. I would love to be. I'm trying to be
wait. So
Okay.
do you think that you actually could be?
a 1%er.
Yeah.
Well, how much is the net worth to be 1%er?
How much you got in your pockets right now?
Yeah, in terms of 1%, top 1%, you're making 500,000 plus a year.
But what's the net worth?
Millions of dollars. Do you have millions? No.
Not anymore.
Did you have it before?
Yeah, I had over $1 million.
And you lost it?
And even then, you weren't. That's still not even 1%.
I've lost some of it.
Well, what happened?
I still got about. I mean, I lost some of it. I made bad. I didn't sell early enough in some of my investments.
Wait, did you lose it recently?
No.
So you were investing improperly and you lost money?
I mean, I invested to get a ton of money. My portfolio went over $1 million, and now it is under $1 million.
Was it crypto?
A lot of it was crypto. I mean, I still got like 600K, brother.
I hear you. Hey, I got a question for you.
Dude, did you sell?
So
I still have investments.
Dude, he's
Like,
still
I'm
not
still
selling.
doing
He's
it.
still not selling. You have 600K in there and you're not selling?
No, I have it
diabolical.
spread out. I have it spread out.
I got a
So
question.
I got a lot of
how
stocks.
much much did you invest in crypto?
At least 100 grand.
Okay, so you
Because
invested 100 grand. Cool. how much have you actually taken out and it's like tangible liquid money that you can use?
Bro, I got like 200K in like just mutual funds that are very safe.
No, but how much have you taken out of your crypto?
Dude, how old are you?
I'm 36.
What do you do for work?
Right now I sell vacations.
What?
For Hilton.
Okay. All right, keep answer Santana's question.
You remember the GameStop thing?
Yeah.
I put 7 grand into an option that week when I read it on Reddit, and it turned into 120 grand in a couple days.
Got it.
And then
You
I
got
took
it.
all that 120 grand.
Wait, so are you saying that you didn't pull your bootstraps and grab yourself with that? Like you found a quick scam and got lucky? That's how you made your money? And everyone else is supposed to grab their bootstraps and pull them up because they're not watching Reddit to find a quick and easy scam?
How do you think I had 7 grand just to throw around in a crazy, weird little investment? Because I actually do work my ass off.
Yeah, sure, but
yeah, I mean, why would you work your ass off just to do that? Like,
to what? To make a shit ton of money?
No, to like go fucking randomly like lose a bunch of money on fucking crypto.
Yeah.
To go drop drop 100 grand on crypto.
It started with $7,000.
You had 7,000, really?
Also,
yeah, because the 7 grand on GameStop turned into 120, and then I took that 120 and turned it and bought a bunch of Bitcoin.
He got lucky on GameStop. Is crazy.
He did. That's what I'm saying. Like he hit a lucky scheme, and now he thinks he's some type of guru. But yeah.
Well,
he got lucky on GameStop, and he's like, dude, you know what? Go check out my course, everybody. I'll get rich quick, rich lifestyle.
I never said anything about get rich or anything like that, but I do work my ass off, and I mean it's all right.
So, what was your level of income before you hit a quick lick?
About 300K.
So you were making, or you were worth 300K?
I was making. Okay,
so what was your actual income level like? Better question. Your parents' income level. What was that like?
They're like middle upper class.
Okay. So you're telling me that you come from a well-to-do family, and so you not only were in a position where you started life on second, right?
Yeah,
but you had an opportunity.
My dad grew up poor.
Yeah, I hear you. You didn't. That's why I didn't say anything about your parents. I'm talking about you. But your premise is that everyone should be able to make it to where you are, even though you started on second.
Everyone should not be able to make it. That's the whole point.
Well, you just said that everybody. You just literally said that everybody needs to work their ass off. What are you talking about?
Everybody should have a fair opportunity.
Do you think that everyone has a fair opportunity?
That's actually the point we're critiquing. We're saying that not everyone has a fair opportunity.
Wait. Wait. Hold on. You believe that everyone should have a fair opportunity, right?
Yeah.
So you believe in DEIA?
Well, I don't really know what that entails, except it's like teaching about each other's education. But what does that really mean? What does that mean?
DEIA, the entire premise is that you have the ability to receive the same opportunities of other people without having to meet the top of the patriarchal system, meaning being white or a man. So if you have a disability, or if you're a woman, if you are, a person of color, like you literally have the same opportunities to display your merits for any type of job opportunity, and the best person gets the job.
Yeah, that's how it is.
So you believe in DEIA?
I guess I believe in.
So you're an advocate for DEIA, right?
Fair opportunity. There's nothing in life that you can't do that I can do.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Like what?
I couldn't yell at a cop, and you could.
I couldn't yell at a cop.
Yeah, you could.
No.
Quite literally, there are white men who have unalived people and then gotten Burger King before they took to jail. Like literally before, like unalive black people at a church, and the police stopped and got him Burger King before taking him to jail.
You think if I yell at a black cop that's gonna go over well?
Yeah. You're
No,
a white
it's
man,
not.
right, Ryan?
Yeah, you're damn right.
Okay, then yes, that's something that you can do.
No,
I'm not saying
the
that you
cop,
should do it, and I'm not even saying that every time it's going to yield in your favor, but it's a higher probability that you'll be able to get away with it. That's the point.
I mean, that's just like speculation. I
It's
mean, I
not.
don't even know.
It's actually proven. I mean, the systemic racism is a thing. It's not speculation. It's actually proven. There's actual science behind this. Quick fun fact. Hey, Parker, did you know that Citigroup did a study and the U.S. is on track to lose 16 trillion with a T trillion dollars due to racism? Due to racist practice, the United States is losing out on $16 trillion. It was an amazing study that they
Who
created.
said that?
Citigroup.
Who?
Look up the study. It's Citigroup. They completed the study.
Yeah, okay. That's I
Go-
don't even
Look it
know how
up.
you could
Go check it
possibly
out.
try to quantify that.
Sure. It's over a
There's-
20-year period. There's a complete study about it.
Yeah,
so
but there's
if
a
you
study
you want
that
if you want the
chocolate cures
department
cancer,
wait
too. Just
so
because somebody does
so
a study doesn't
how
mean
about
it's
this
right.
how about this Doge, Department of Government Efficiency, where you at?
What they cut some money. I don't know what about it.
Do you understand? Like I meant like cut out racism so that we can save money. You know what I mean? Like that's what I was saying. Like
Oh
if
yeah,
it
yeah, okay, I got you.
if Citigroup estimates that racism has in America has caused 16 trillion in economic loss.
With the T. With the T.
Does it say anymore? Like, like what their methodology was?
Well, you should go check out the study. It might actually, you might learn
I'm
something.
going
Right?
right now.
Yeah. Go do some
I mean,
reading.
just because somebody does a study though doesn't mean it's right. Everybody has studies.
What's wrong about
Like,
it?
there's a study that chocolate cures cancer. Doesn't mean it's right.
What? Can you give me a study on that? Give me
There's
any study.
studies on
Give me any good.
There's a study that
give me
there's
any
a study
reputable
that
study that says
vaccines cause
chocolate
autism.
cures cancer. Please give me any
There's a
reputable
study that vaccines cause autism. Like,
No, there's not.
studies for
There's
everything.
literally not. You can look at the bibliography in my bio. It actually indicates otherwise.
Yeah, there is a study, and then he refuted it, and they found out he was a quack. That just shows you that you can't just rely on one study.
What do you wait? Who specifically?
The vaccine's autism. You knew that was an actual study, and that was actual science for a while, right?
Wait, again, people claimed, right? People make claims specifically, but it was not consensus, right? Specifically, and there's no good evidence.
It was an
indicating
actual scientific study.
that. Wait, was it a reputable study that was peer reviewed?
It was for a long time.
Peer reviewed, reputable study. Which one?
Oh my god, I'm looking it up right now. It's
Yeah, I'd love to see. Alrighty.
guy's
In the
name was
meantime,
Lancet.
everyone, do make sure to tap the screen, share the live as well. Lovey, thank you so much for the $10. Said someone bring up black women's mortality rate. The fact that I have a higher chance of losing my life if I were to have a child in comparison to a white woman is just sad. The NIH did the study.
Here you go.
Evelyn, thank you for the $5.
It was
Thank you
actually
so much.
published.
And then
It was
Jolish,
published
thank you
in
so
the
much for the
British Medical
$20.
Journal.
I'll make sure to get to you. Jolish, thank you.
This study was published in the British Medical Journal. So that's how legit it was. The paper falsely claimed causative links between the MMR vaccine.
Wait,
colitis,
actually,
and
Ryan. I have a question. Are you using the existence of one bad study to then say that all studies are bad? Is that what you're doing?
No.
So then what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that because one
I'm
bad
trying to
study
say you
exists, that
can't
it's
rely.
probable? Oh, what do you mean we can't rely? Are you saying that it's not 100% reliable?
Because anybody in the medical
Wait,
industry.
are you saying it's not 100% reliable? Or are you claiming that we have no reliability?
And
it's not 100% reliable.
Okay, that's totally okay.
That's why medical doctors need a meta analysis of many studies that are all peer reviewed before they even have they'll even say anything.
I'm
for
confused.
certain.
I'm confused. What you're disputing then? What are you disputing?
that Santana brings up a study that's 16 trillion in racism. I'm just saying
How does
that doesn't
wait
mean
wait?
that's true.
Why
But
don't you look at the study? Why don't you dispute the study for the study rather than just disputing it because it's a study?
And also, there's multiple independent resources that have went back and went through the validity of the Citigroup study, and there's multiple findings that yes, this is actually a valid study.
Who are these findings from?
Yeah,
Can you source them?
NPR, from National Association of Manufacturing, from let's see here,
They all
European
went and
American.
peer reviewed it and studied it to make sure
I'm
it was
telling you,
all
they
right.
all broke down the exact same thing because they wanted to verify if there's an actual gap that's being caused over a 20-year period that would cause a $16 trillion loss. Like even the European American Chamber of Commerce of New York did an actual complete 106-page breakdown of this complete study. Like multiple people have charted this out and proved it against the information that they provided.
In the meantime, everyone, make sure to tap that screen, share the live. It'll help get out to more people. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate. If you're on TikTok, I'd really appreciate if you go over to YouTube and you like the stream. I'd seriously appreciate that. There's 1.1 thousand likes. There's 2.3 thousand people here in the YouTube stream. If I don't see it at 2,000 here very soon, I'm gonna be incredibly sad. Okay, I'm just kidding. I appreciate everyone. Thank you so much, everyone.
One of the main things of this study is that the black-owned business underinvestment, but who was putting opportunity zones and investing into black-owned businesses?
Sure. Do you know
Trump was?
Hey, okay, cool. Quick question. Quick question. So you think opportunity zones are a good thing, right? Ooh,
yeah.
now you're second guessing your statement. So let me just make sure. Let's make sure we're on the same page. So you think opportunity zones are a good thing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Do you know what gentrification is?
Enlighten me.
Sure. Basically, what happens in opportunity zones is opportunity zones exacerbates gentrification. Those opportunity zones are given to those people, the wealthier people that can actually invest in those areas so they can get tax credits. So they come in and they actually build in certain areas. And now the premise is supposed to be, well, if you build in the area, then you hire the people that live in the area, and the people that live in the area can actually make higher income, and then it brings the entire area up. Well, what really happens is when those factories and those different, opportunities come in, they actually outpace the ability for the people in the community to keep up. And so the people in the community, other places start to come in and build around that manufacturing. If you build a manufacturer, of course, there's going to be like restaurants to pop up. You got to feed the workers, all this other stuff. And then what happens from that point is the people that were currently living in the community can no longer actually sustain the cost of living for living in that community. And so it drives them out. So other companies or other wealthier people come in and buy those same homes. And at the same time where there's, the opportunity zone and the new things popping up around it, then there's more investments that happen into that community. So the community ends up turning into a well-to-do community, but the people that were originally part of the community that were supposed to receive the quote-unquote opportunity have all had to leave because they never actually got the opportunity to make the money that was being made. Opportunity zones exacerbate gentrification.
I mean, how do they not have the opportunity to make the money? Everybody has the opportunity to go out and work hard and get a good job and work their way up.
You keep saying that, bud, but we've already talked about this.
No, we didn't.
Okay, cool.
You say every single person has the opportunities, right? Then why do we have lower social mobilities in other countries around the world, right? Why is that true?
Because we have bigger gaps between our classes. Our upper classes, the
so you're saying more income inequality. So you say we have more income inequality.
No,
so are you saying we should mitigate income inequality?
Also, who did that gap grow like the most under?
Enlighten me.
Trump. The actual wealth gap increased significantly under Donald Trump. And just an FYI, there is a huge wealth gap as far as like the top 1% and everyone else, but there's there's also a huge wealth gap between like white people and black people. So it's even shown that it's harder for black people to make money than white people. So it's not just a classism. I mean, it's not just a racism thing. It's a classism thing, and classism and racism are intertwined. So it's a twofold thing.
Okay, so the wealth gap expanding under Trump, the reason for that, right?
TCJA.
No, it was COVID. Remember all the top 10
those are
billion-
both influences. But they can
that was the
simultaneously
biggest
be
influence.
influences together. Well, that was a very big influence, but that's not to say that the TCGA didn't have
Yeah,
any
but
influence.
I'm just saying that Trump didn't cause that.
Well, that's part of it. Trump didn't cause.
That's the
So-
main part. That were they all? That's
So cool.
Remember the top 10 people in the world of the richest? They like tripled their net worth during COVID. You guys remember that stuff? Yeah, that's
and,
why.
and, like,
so-
the- and oftentimes because of things that Trump allowed for, right?
Exactly.
Like, I mean, we can point towards things if you'd like, but like Donald Trump clearly created an environment for rich people specifically to be able to gut any type of public health crisis such as that.
Elon Musk made a large portion of his wealth under Donald Trump's first term, and Donald Trump has made 40% of his wealth under his second term. Donald Trump benefits the ultra wealthy, time and time again.
Yeah, you got conned
How did I get conned?
because it is the case that you thought he was going to do these things that were going to benefit the country, and he's not.
So no tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
He's not
Blue
getting no
collar
tax on
wages
tips. He's
going
not
up.
getting no tax on overtime. He's not doing anything to increase blue collar wages. You have got to be kidding me. If anything, if you want to reference that specifically, since if we look at 2025, quarter one 2025 as comparative to quarter four 2024, we can actually see that real median wages declined. We can see that real GDP has declined in quarter one 2025 comparative to quarter four 2024. So if you want to address that, how about we address that specifically in terms of the effect that Donald Trump has had since he's become president?
Yeah, but those real median wages include like executives and CEOs and people like that. But under Trump,
Real
blue
median
collar
wages. Do you
the
know what
people that
median?
aren't in
Can you tell me what
managerial
median
roles-
is? What does median mean?
I'll give you a clue. It doesn't mean like top.
What
I
does
know what
median
median
mean?
is.
What is it?
It's like the middle.
Oh, okay. Which means what? 50%, 50% to the left, 50% to the right. Correct? Do you remember how you learned it in kindergarten?
Yep.
Okay. So that means
Yep.
that when you say, oh, it's carried by all these different people who make disproportionately more. No, it's not. We're not talking about averages. We're talking about median. That
Yep.
means 50% of people make more, 50% of people make less.
So why do we use median instead of average?
Because it is more reflective of the average individual rather than the average of the entire country in terms of GDP. Because
Yeah,
it's
you don't-
carried specifically by people who make disproportionately more, and we live in a society with vast income inequality. So it's going to be pulled by the extremes, right? Of people not doing well in this country and people doing very great in this country. So what we need to do is we need to look at what it is for the bottom. What is the marker for people who are 50% lower than this, 50% higher than this? So say the real median wage specifically is 40,000. That means 50% of people make less than 40,000 and 50% of people make more than 40,000. That's what it means. So that's one of the best indicators that you can have for the typical individual or the middle class, or what's happening for people in typical. And that's specifically why I referenced it rather than averages. So would you like to address it for what it is? The fact that real median wages have declined since Donald Trump has become president?
No.
Of course not.
But so you're saying the median is better than the average for determining things like information. Okay.
You don't think?
So
No,
how
no,
come-
no, no,
hey,
no,
hold
no.
on,
Wait,
hold
wait.
on, I
No,
got something.
specifically for that. No, because now you're going to obfuscate.
No.
I mean, the thing is, even if we look at averages, right? Averages also show its worst for Trump in quarter one 2025.
Okay.
So try.
No, I'm about to
And
cook.
also, you don't think that Elon Musk throws off any actual data? Like, what are we talking about? Go ahead and obfuscate. You got it.
No, yeah,
But
I
you're
got
going to
it.
be disingenuous. Go ahead.
No, I'm not.
Go ahead.
So Parker says that median is the better representation of numbers, but Parker always also likes to say that the immigrants on average do less crime
Per
than
capita.
American citizens. But if you take the median crime rate of Americans, it's 0 because most people don't get arrested for crimes. How about that? How about that?
Wait, repeat that again. What the
He's
fuck?
trying to apply an equation that doesn't even work. Bro,
Yeah, it
that
does
doesn't.
work
No, it
because
doesn't.
more
It
Americans
doesn't.
than not don't ever get arrested. So
Wait, so
the median American,
Wait, can you
the
can you
median
can you
crime
repeat?
rate is 0.
That
0 is
makes
the
no
median crime rate.
sense.
it
No.
doesn't.
That does.
What the
Yeah.
fuck
It
does
does.
that mean? Wait, here,
But
let me clarify with him. When we're
Oh,
talking
I
about
thought the median
specifically
was the
GDP,
best
when
representation.
we're talking about GDP or wages, median is a better representation because it is the case that it's not impacted by outliers.
Yeah.
Okay, but
So
that's not true for all data points.
it's true for the crime rate because the outliers are the inner city cultured gangs
That's not true.
that are the outlier that bring violent crime way up.
There's more firearm violence in rural areas than it is in city areas.
No.
Okay.
Over 50% of the crime, it's been proven,
Proven where?
is in 5% of neighborhoods across America.
Sure,
It's
proven where?
concentrated in ghettos.
Sure, proven where?
It's
What-
called the
can-
crime
can-
concentration
No.
theory. It's
Sure,
been studied multiple
proven,
times.
proven where? Can give me the actual source of where you're stating, because
Look up crime concentration
no,
theory.
I don't want that. I want the actual recent data to show me that 50% of the crime, as you said, across 5 neighborhoods.
5% of the neighborhoods.
5% of the neighborhoods. Okay.
Where is this information from?
Oh, let me show you. I mean, no,
Go back to
don't put that
ChatGPT.
book up because I'm about to show you the sources.
Don't make me put you in the book.
Also, I want to read this off real quick. W's in the chat for Mushimu, who sent a $5 YouTube super chat to piss Trinity off. Trinity's over in my YouTube
That's funny.
channel being weird. She's being so weird.
Can we get some L Trinities in the chat?
Here you guys go. Just go to here. Law of crime concentration on Wikipedia.
Bro.
It's all sourced from David Weisberg, a leading criminologist from.
Bro.
This is a groundbreaking study from 2012.
From 2012. What year is it? Like you keep saying things, it just gets worse.
Wait,
No,
what's,
it doesn't.
Wait,
You're
what's the
getting
title?
proven wrong at every turn.
Hey,
You have no
hey,
idea
hey,
what
hey,
you're talking about.
Hey,
You have low
what's
IQ.
the title?
I hear you.
Low
I'm
IQ.
walking
What's
you,
the
though.
title? What's the title? Low IQ.
Law of crime concentration.
Okay, I have a question though. While I look this up, how many branches of government are there?
You're not going to quiz me, bro. What's the only state that has a unicameral government?
Can you answer the question?
Can you answer the question?
He can't answer the question, can you, Chad?
3. There's 3. Now you answer
What
my
are they?
question.
What are they? You have to let me finish.
Executive, legislative, judicial. Now you answer mine.
Okay.
What's the only state that has a unicameral government?
No, I'd have no clue.
Yeah, exactly. Don't fucking quiz me.
Wait. You know that I ask basic things, right?
Yeah, I do too.
Okay.
It's civics 101 from 10th grade, bro.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, Al Parker. Al Parker's in the chat, everyone. Al Parker, if everyone knew that, you know. I have a question for you. Can I keep
I thought you were
asking?
looking up the crime concentration.
I am. I'm trying to figure out which one it is. Where's the study? Does it link to? Where on the Wikipedia?
Well, you have to go to
article?
Wikipedia, and then you have to
Yeah,
look
I'm
back
currently on
13
Wikipedia.
years. And so they're using data that's 13 years old, but go find it on Wikipedia
Wait,
for 13-year-old data.
This doesn't even link to a study.
Yeah, it does. It's the Weisberg one, 2012.
Okay. Wait, hold up. Number 1. Is that what you're referencing?
Yep.
Okay. And where does it say specifically the information that you're referencing?
Well, it's saying right there in the paragraph that it's citing. On
No, it doesn't.
I'll go.
Where does it say this?
It says right here. But across a 16-year observation period, level of concentration was remarkably consistent. 50% of crime incidents were found at between 4.7 and 6% of street
Where does it
segments
say
in the
this?
city
Where
each
does it
year.
say this? It does not say that.
Yes, it does.
Where? There's only an abstract provided. You did not pay for access.
It's citing it right here in the paragraph on Wikipedia.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
the
wait.
site that
I
it comes
understand.
from.
You're reading it on Wikipedia, but you didn't read the study at all, did you? You only read the Wikipedia because you can't even click
I've
on the
seen this
study.
study before.
Really?
I have
Because
read this
so
study.
you paid for the study?
There's multiple studies like this.
You paid for the study.
This isn't the only study like this.
You paid for it.
Crime concentrate? No, I did not.
No, well, you have to pay for it. It's not free.
Well, I found it somewhere else. Then
Where did? He found it somewhere else. Really?
Yeah.
I wonder where you
I've,
found it from.
Because I've used this before.
Really?
Yeah.
He's such a fucking liar. It's unbelievable.
No, Dean tried to call me a Nazi because he thought I was being racist or something. But it's just
what
facts.
did Dean think you were racist for?
Because he thought I was. He called it dog whistling.
You are. That is a dog whistle. Well,
you literally are.
What's a dog whistle? How am I dog whistling?
You're using.
You said that I'm
just
low IQ.
giving you an actual study that proves.
No. You said that I'm low IQ. That's a dog whistle.
That's something you say in any debate when you're trying to debate someone.
No, it's not. It's an actual dog whistle towards black people. It's something that's been used to actually. Hold on. No. I'm trying to educate you because listen. I'm trying to educate you because I feel like you might have said it unwillingly or unwittingly knowing. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but it is a trope that has been used towards black people to indicate that they're not as smart as white people. It was justification even during chattel slavery. It's something that's continued to happen over the years. And again, I'm not saying that you did it on purpose, but I'm just telling you that's what it's based in. Specifically, that's why people say black people are low IQ or less intelligent.
Yeah. Also, you use the wait. Hold on.
Criticized for anything.
I'm just telling you where it's based in.
He also specifically used the term ghettos specifically as describing where crime comes from in the country. That's also like definitely like dog whistle. That's just in the conversation that we had, let alone the conversation you probably had with Dean. What specifically did Dean? What did Dean say specifically that you used?
Dog whistle.
No, that he said that. No, so
he called me a Nazi.
For what? What did he say? What did he say that was a dog whistle?
When I was bringing up the 50% of crime happens in what?
Oh, just so go for it.
Well, what I said was 50% of crimes because I didn't have the study at the time. 50% of crimes happens in 10% of the places, and he thought I was trying to bring up that
10%.
Other study.
What 10% places?
I'm talking about the streets in this study, the law of crime concentration, that most crime happens in just small street segments of streets and neighborhoods through inner cities.
Yeah, just the FYI.
This is also specifically like the using just quote unquote inner city specifically is how he's trying to use it to refer to that's also like a dog whistle, like in of itself.
High crime rate. High crime areas. I mean, what do you want me to say? This is why.
Well, just an
this
FYI.
is why Trump's winning because this is insane.
This is not why Trump is winning. What?
Just an FYI. There's a recent study that showed like 8 of the top 10 cities with the highest crime per capita are all like rural cities or red cities, including let's see, two in Alabama. Florida, Texas, Louisiana, Missouri. So there's a whole litany or whatever. Anyway, there's a bunch of cities that are not quote unquote big cities that have high crime rate and actually higher crime rate per capita per 100,000 people. So the smaller cities, the red cities, not the ghettos, as you would say.
What cities?
Yeah, there's a whole list.
Where's the study coming from?
Sure, if you actually go take a look at where is it? Security.org. They did a breakdown of the FBI violence. Sure, I'm telling you, if you go to security.org, they did a breakdown of the FBI violent crime report because it was a study that was shown about the decrease in the crime rate because Trump said that crime was going up, but it showed across the board that 10.13% of crime was down as far as robbery was this 13.6. Grape was down nearly 18%, and murder was down 23%.
Okay, so I got the top crime rates as St. Louis, Missouri, Memphis, Tennessee, Baltimore, Maryland, Detroit, Michigan, Little Rock, Arkansas, Birmingham, Alabama, New Orleans, Louisiana, Oakland, California, Cleveland, Ohio, Stockton, California.
Sure. Are you looking at per capita, or are you just
Yeah.
looking at the
Yeah,
actual
this is
rate?
per capita.
Where are you looking at?
The AmericanSecurityForce.com.
AmericanSecurityForce.com.
Isn't that what you said?
Okay. No, that's not what I said.
What'd you say?
I said security.org, where they did the breakdown of the actual FBI stats. But even more, I would like to see what you're looking at, because I'm not saying that those cities, now the cities that you named are high crime rate cities, but I'm talking about per capita.
This is per capita. It's homicide rate.
Give me where you're looking at?
Is AmericanSecurityForce.com, top 10 most dangerous cities in the U.S.
Did you look at the AI overview to pull it?
He used ChatGPT.
I'm so confused as far as where you're looking. Okay.
Yeah.
Why is it why is every guest using ChatGPT and AI? Why is it every guest?
Why aren't you? If you're not using AI in this day and age, I don't know what the hell you're doing.
Because it gives you a compilation of information, and also it actually does not pull these specifics out.
Okay, have you
So
ever talked to a
combines
librarian?
information.
Have you ever talked to a librarian?
I sure have.
And would they tell you to use ChatGPT?
They don't know because they're older and don't understand.
They're older and don't understand. Well, Matt, my friend, who's a librarian, good friend of the stream, you know, rockin' librarian.
I don't
He specifically. Let me please finish. He specifically is younger. Okay, he's younger, and he still says you shouldn't use ChatGPT because it could be very wrong in plenty of scenarios. And instead, you should use peer-reviewed research, or like maybe look at the bio, the bibliography in my bio, made by Matt, who is a librarian himself.
Sure, but I'm not taking ChatGPT at its word. I'm looking at the sources it's citing and going to the actual sources.
Okay.
Yeah, because I feel like you clicked on. Wait. Did you click on the first link? Wait, name those cities again.
Hold on, I'll just show you.
Because it looks like if you click on the first link, which is usnews.com, it tells you the most dangerous places.
St. Louis, Missouri. Here's American Security Force.
And by the way, the study he provides doesn't specifically say anything about where the crime comes from. It just says that specifically there's a small portion of areas, specifically within certain cities around the United States, that produce the crime. But like it's different in terms of the concentration based upon different areas. So it's obviously just showing no relation.
It's what do you even say? That's word salad. It's 50% of crimes happen in 5%.
That's from your own Wikipedia thing. No, it's not just that. You get there from all the different cities. There are differences in the statistics. Specifically, from some places, it's 4.7 to 6.1. It's 0.4 to 1.6. For one, it's 2.1 to 6%. For another one, it's I mean, it goes all over the place. So like, I mean, none of it is specifically the same. You just said it's a word salad, but I'm just referencing your own shit. What are you talking about?
Hold on, I'm gonna see what you're referencing.
What do you mean? You should know about this if you looked at it. You've done no research on it, I bet. You just literally looked at the Wikipedia article, the first fucking thing that came up. Wikipedia and ChatGPT. This guy's got fucking incredible sources.
Yeah. I also want to say, Debbie's in the chat for Alana, who sent a $10 YouTube super chat saying, showing some love from Parker's Live, Santana. Also meant to send you something because you taught me about Turtle Island the other day, and I found a new channel. Love you all in the chat. Thank you so much. Hey, Parker, I meant to tell you, and I meant to give you a call. The people, since you were sending raids, and we did this past week, we did a really important topic. We were talking about classism versus racism, and then blue, black, and white spaces, all this other stuff. Anyway, there was a couple of people that came over, and then they ended up joining the panel and reaching out. They freaking learned so much, and they were just the best people to have in our community. So you're sending some really good people over, and I really like that they were actually genuine people engaging and trying to learn. So
No,
That was
I
awesome.
love that. I love that.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I want to like promote and to like get people to go out to do. So like, can we get some fucking W's for people in the chat for that? And also, if you ever want to, you know, at the end of my lives, I always am, you know, trying to tell people to go over to Santana's live. I would always appreciate if you do. Make sure to follow him if you haven't already. I actually even posted a YouTube video recently where I like put your links in it because you were in one of the videos. I don't even know if I told you you were in the video. I just literally, yeah, you're in the video, and I literally linked you in it. So some
Okay,
people can
no,
find it
that's
through
dope.
that. There's multiple of those if you like to like go look through. Sometimes I post, you know, videos of me with, you know, co-hosts on the live. So actually, I think it's only really been you recently. Otherwise, it's only
Yeah.
just me.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Hey, so you didn't even read when you're trying to refute my own study. He said that those other numbers, he says he examined 8 additional cities in the range between 2.1% and 6% for 50% of the crime. And then it says 0.4 and 1.6 commits 25% of the crime. So it's saying 25% of the crime gets committed in 1% of areas in the United States. So you didn't refute anything that I said.
No, I'm saying in different areas, they realize that there's different concentrations.
No, the concentrations were almost the same. 50% of the crime in between 2 and 6%, 4 and 6%.
Also,
Like,
by the way, this doesn't say where the concentrations are. It also doesn't demonstrate anything specifically about any of the other claims that you made. What about this crime concentration demonstrates anything about the other claims that you made?
Also, I'll just say, Debbie's in the chat for Jenny. Jenny's one of the people that came over from your live, and she sent a $1 donation saying, "Hi Santana, hi Parker. Glad you're on live today. Extra fun and love for both of you. Thank you."
Base.
And Debbie's in the chat for Karen, who sent a $2 donation. Santana cooks MAGA. I do. I'm actually the Gordon Ramsay of MAGA cooking. So there's that.
all right, so you said that how does it compare to the other claims that I made? I was claiming that just like you said, the median is a better way to do than the average because the average has outliers. These are the outliers. The 50% happen in 1 or 2, 5% of the areas. You can't take
I'm
the
so
average crime
confused.
rate of
What are we
American
even having a
citizens.
conversation about? What is this supposed to tell
He's
us,
all
dude?
over
I
the
just,
place. He
You
keeps
can't
trying
even
to
follow
use
a
like
conversation.
but
no,
you're
you can't even
anytime you lose,
demonstrate.
you just don't remember.
No, it's not that I don't remember. It's you never even demonstrated it. It's like there's no relevancy of this point.
How is there no relevance?
What's the
We're talking
relevancy?
about outliers. You said there wasn't an outlier in crime rates of Americans when there obviously is because there's 50%
I said
happening.
there wasn't an outlier in crime rates in Americans. Okay, so let me clarify. In terms of this, I'm saying that there's nothing in terms of referencing crime rate that would make it even relevant to talk about when we're referencing undocumented immigrants versus natural-born U.S. citizens. There's not a distinction that you'd be able to provide. So no, this isn't a distinction that you can provide. What?
The distinction is that median is a better representation when we're looking at things like that. Just
it's
like you
not. It
said,
depends on what you're
Median
looking at. That's why you
crime?
keep.
So is he looking at the middle crime that happens? What?
He's
Why would
trying
you?
to
Where,
apply, that's what I said. It's such a bad faith argument. He tried to parlay like the argument that you had as far as like why you would look at the median as far as
it's not bad faith at
wages.
all.
It is. It is.
No,
It's
no,
literally
'cause
bad faith.
most Americans don't commit crime, so don't come in here and saying like,
no,
"Oh,
no, you're misunderstanding. So okay, let me clarify. When we're doing a comparison, the way that you would be able to qualify for outliers is by specifically in terms of especially population. Is referencing population, and we already did. We're referencing per capita statistics already. Someone's asking if I have PayPal in the YouTube. Yes, it's in my link tree in the description of the YouTube. And
Also, Solomon, thank you for the $20 YouTube super chat. You're awesome. Hey, is the source that you gave us? Do they sell drones?
Linda, thank you for the $10. Carrie, thank you for the $2. And then Hara, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $40. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Kelsey, thank you for the $2.
I have actually no clue, Hara.
Oh, she said $1 for you, $1 for Parker. I love you both so much. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Kelsey. You're awesome.
You're good. You can keep the $1, my guy.
No. Gotta send you $1. I don't know. I think you can still get an Arizona iced tea. So there's that. That's the only thing that Trump has not raised the price on just yet.
all right, I need to go hang out with my family."
just Santana, think about it this way. Like I sent you the $1, you know? That's how you should think about it. Chat. Yeah, Bosman, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. He's actually got a point with the median crime rate. Most people don't experience any crime. Which again is the issue that MAGA people claim it is. So I'm confused what you mean by median crime rate then. Like, I'm really confused. I'm confused how that would be a relevant statistic when we're referencing crime rates. Because you're not making... I guess I'm confused.
Well, the problem as far as what he's trying to apply the same logic, and you don't take a look at the actual like super obscure points. I mean, there's no one committing crime at the rate that Elon Musk is making money. So those are, you can't, it's not apples to oranges. That's why you have to determine what type of formula you use to,
It's also
take in
it
certain
just doesn't
data.
make sense to compare in that way. It makes sense with money because you're making a
Mhm.
comparison because you want to understand like, like what is a typical person, right? How much money do they make? We're not really
Right.
asking how much crime does a typical person engage in. That's not the question we're asking. We're asking
Yeah.
a different question. So it's like,
Yeah.
no, we wouldn't look for median because we're answering a different question.
Yeah. Someone said, "Can you debate my mom, please? Tell your mom to request up."
Yeah, we would totally debate her. If you literally just want to join up and you could want to hand the phone to your family member who's MAGA, we'll debate them. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
Do you support Trump?
I'm 30. Yeah, I'm 32. Support
Why do you
Trump.
support Trump?
I feel like initially when he first ran, back in his first term, it was, a nice breath of fresh air. Having someone that wasn't like politically correct, that had to live under, like a microscope their entire life, go through the fundamentals of becoming a politician. So I liked him back then. And then when he ran again,
You like
I
him
wasn't-
because he's not politically correct?
I mean, yeah, I think politics.
What does politically
needed-
correct mean?
It's not. I don't mean politically correct. I mean he didn't follow the same basis that all the politicians before him ran.
Like?
Like everyone. What do you mean?
Like in what aspects?
I mean, look at the Clintons. It's like it was high profile, rich white human beings. Sure, he does have money.
Wait, so isn't that Trump? Like literally?
No, yeah, that is Trump.
Okay, cool.
Okay, but like where he's different.
No, dude, he's orange, so it's like it's a little bit different. Okay, he's
bit-
orange. Okay, I
That's not what
promise
I'm
you,
saying.
it's a little bit different.
What's different about Trump is he's had success in things other than politics before he ran for president, correct?
It's because he was rich before he was born.
Yeah, a $400 million
I mean,
inheritance from his dad, accounting
a lot
for
of people-
inflation. Push
A
that
lot of people are
mustache.
rich before they're born, and they're not
Exactly,
successful.
and they continue to have success. Yeah, no, they continue to have success. And when you're handed $400 million when you're born, it's pretty hard for you to like screw that up. I mean, it's a difference between like someone who actually just wins the lottery and at a later age comes into a bunch of money. He was literally born on home, not even second, on home.
Well, you know about his brother, right?
What about his brother?
His brother's an addict, pretty much a
Okay.
burnout.
What does that have to do with them being born on, home?
Well,
Like again, it doesn't negate the point.
Okay,
And
but
yes, you
there's-
can look at other factors, including like substance abuse. Yeah, I mean, okay, but that still doesn't mean that he did anything special.
Yeah, but it's not a guarantee that
Yeah,
because
but
you're born into money,
But
you're going to be
it's
successful.
probable though, right?
It is probable. I'm not saying
Okay.
it's not.
Oh,
But
and-
it's not a shoe-in.
Yeah, and I'll even say this: like, I understand your premise as far as him like being not quote unquote politically correct, but I think the thing that you guys seem to miss is that there's a difference between because you guys for some reason equate him not being politically correct to him being like a normal person when he's not. He's just a rich asshole. Oh, why'd you leave?
Oh, unfortunate.
Like, but they don't get that. Like, he's not. Trump isn't like you with money. Trump is like worse. Alana, thank you for the $2 YouTube super chat for 2 Arizonas. Thank you so much.
Yo, what's up,
And,
how old are you?
Nightblade, thank you for the 3.
What's up, boss? I'm 27.
You support Trump?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm gonna go on a subject that you guys may or may not talk about. It's trucking. I'm a truck driver, and we need a shit ton of regulations with these H-2B visa drivers, and I believe on May or June 25th, they did some English proficiency law.
Are you mad with
that
immigration? Like people coming to the country and immigrating here and getting work through immigration?
No. So this is why I was saying you may not talk about it a lot. These people aren't migrants to be in America. So with the H-2B visa, let's say they are from Somalia. That's a big one in the trucking industry. They come over here, drive a truck for as long as they're
You cut out.
Yeah, he's cutting out. Hello? You're cutting out.
Somalia.
You cut out. We didn't hear what
Well,
you said.
So with the H visa, they come over to them.
You're breaking up really bad, friend.
By the way, this guy sent $10. Said that I removed him before he could even say anything. You're a coward, bro. Santana, you are a homie. Parker, you are a beta. Lamau. Oh, I didn't remove
What?
anybody. I literally didn't do shit. What is he talking about?
Oh, the guy that we were just talking to?
I think so. I think so.
Bro, get back in the box.
Like,
what's happening?
When did I kick you? Like,
Parker was just as confused as I was.
I was low key kind of zoned out.
Yeah, I saw you. Yeah, I saw it.
You know what I mean? I'm a
Narca,
little
thank
bit
you for-
elevated. I zoned out for half a second. You know what I mean? Like,
Narca,
bro.
thank you for the $20 YouTube super chat. This guy has bars and like I already know where he's going. This is the same debate that we had like a couple of days ago. You remember that with the truck drivers?
Yes, it was. Yeah. But like, I mean, I just like, I don't understand. Like, I really like if someone comes to the country, right, and they work in the country and then they leave, that's totally fine too. Who cares? What's wrong with that?
Their premise is that these people are
The
taking
training.
the money back.
How are they?
No, it's the training.
What about training?
For an actual American CDL, you must go through a minimum of, I believe it's 1 month of a school, and then obviously a company will choose to either hire you on, or there are companies that will train you to get your CDL, and then they will send you with a trainer on the road for a whole month. These visa drivers do not have the full schooling to get their actual CDL. You can Google it. You can look up all these, let's say, quote unquote schools.
What makes you think that?
Go on Google and type in truck driving schools pay for, or whatever it may be.
Wait, repeat that. Sorry.
There is not. Hello?
Go ahead.
Sorry, man. I'm at a truck stop and I'm on my phone, so I don't have the best connection. Go on Google and type in buying your CDL. I don't know the exact Google search, but like I said, I'm a truck driver. I'm in this industry.
You don't know.
I see the people that are going down the road.
You see,
I when you go past a truck that's 80,000 pounds and this dude's got his left foot up on the dashboard, are you telling me that's a safe way to operate a commercial motor vehicle?
Wait, I have a question. How do you know they're specifically on an H-2B visa?
Well, when they don't speak English, that's another thing.
Oh.
You need to look up English proficiency in the trucking. They just made it a law, I believe, on June 25th, that are going to require DOT inspections will request you.
You know what's funny about what you're saying right now? So I'm on U.S. Citizens and Immigration Services, where they're talking about specifically the H-2B visa, and also specifically breaking down the requirements to get the CDL. And they said that not only with the actual getting your CDL, they put higher levels of scrutiny in order to be able to get a CDL on an H-2B visa. So literally, they're saying that they have higher requirements than they do for anyone else with the actual CDL.
All right, let me pull up the study on my iPad 1 second. Not the study, but the thing I'm talking about, because I may not have the exact Google search right now, but I'm sorry that I'm in this industry. You cannot tell me just from a Google search that
Wait,
I'm sorry.
by the way,
I
I also just want to clarify one more thing. All right, you said you were speaking to them while they're driving?
At shippers and receivers, yes. When you go up to a shipper and receiver and
No,
this
no, but
dude's
like
shaking his head, yes, no.
whoa, but like you were specifically referencing them in terms of their driving. So like, are you every single time you see someone driving, are you speaking to them? Because it sounds like to me that you were just racial profiling.
CB, some yes on CB radio. We'll say not a lot of drivers have a CB radio nowadays, which is kind of should be a requirement in my opinion. But if you have a CB radio in your truck, you can talk to anybody who has a CB radio on the exact channel that you're on within like a certain mile radius.
And you
depending on
talk
whatever
to
you have it set up
everyone,
to.
and you're like, why are you driving that way?
Also, these things are like super
Oh
exclusive.
yeah, dude, are you
Apparently,
kidding me?
it's like super exclusive, and all the it's halfway through 2025, and they've only issued about 400 of these in order to be able to get your CDL. So halfway through the year across the country, they've only issued about 400.
That's ridiculous. That he makes that an issue. That's insane.
No. Okay, so what about 2024 and 2023 and 2022 and 2021 and so on and so forth until the issue kind of started during the beginning, if
Well, I
not
mean,
middle
yeah,
of
you're
COVID.
right. It's ticked up. I mean, like year over year, of course, they're issuing more, but I mean, like 400 nationwide.
So far, and why do you think that is? Maybe because the guy that
Halfway
we
through the
voted
year.
for that said he would stop this shit. 400? Do you know how many truck drivers are on the road daily? 400 is not even a null of 0.01% of what is being
That's what
driven
I'm
on the road
saying.
every day.
Literally, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, in this year though. You're looking
How
at the
many
year.
how many truck drivers do you think are on the road?
What about the past 4 years where Biden was president?
Yeah, but again, it's only trended upward. So even if you take this higher trend of 400 and you work it backwards, again, think of how many truck drivers are on the road. You're talking about
Give me 2
hundreds out of
seconds, I'm gonna pull.
thousands? 10, 20,000? What are we talking about?
No, there's 3 million drivers.
Okay,
Give me 2 seconds. I gotta Google it. 1 second. I don't have the exact numbers, but like I said, I'm on the road, so I see it. I see it.
You just see it, so you're racial profiling, you fucking dickhead.
No, I literally just said I see it at shippers and receivers. Are you fucking stupid, bro?
You literally said you see it. You obviously we know that you're
Yes.
racial profiling. You're just trying to cover up for that.
No, that's actually not even close to true because there's also Russians, Bosnians, Czechoslovak. Well, it's not really a country anymore, but Ukrainians out here, they're white. Am I profiling them because they're white? No, because they don't fucking speak English either. It's not a race thing. I was using Somalia as a way to show we have a lot of them over here, but we have a lot of Russians, Ukrainians, Bosnians. They don't speak English either. This isn't a race thing. It's about an English
to
speaker
clarify,
on the
so to
road.
clarify. Oh wait, you understand that in order to be able to get the CDL license in the first place, you have to understand a certain amount about English in terms of the roads in order to be able to get that in the first place, right? If you're
You
referencing
do
in
understand that
America.
you could pay to get around that shit. Why do you think
provide
they're
me a
making,
source.
Why do you think
Provide me
they're
a
making
source.
DOT inspection stations require an English proficiency? Tell me that.
Can you provide me a source? Again, provide me a source.
Sure, give me 2 seconds. Okay.
No, not for what you just said, but for what I was asking for prior.
What were you asking about, bro? Just so I can
Well,
make sure I get the right thing.
What were we just saying?
We just went over like 4 topics in like 30 seconds. Can you just
Then
specify which one I was talking
at least specify any of the 4 topics.
about? You were talking about. I was talking about the Russians and the Bosnians. I was talking about the English proficiency. I was talking about DOT inspections requiring English proficiency tests. Which one are you trying for me to look up?
Yeah, I'm talking about specifically in terms of the claims of English proficiency, right? That like people already don't meet that set of criteria in terms of the CDL training. Or CDL test. Because okay, all right. Well, we'll give them a second to look it up, everybody. In the meantime, make sure to like the stream if you're here on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. I think we have 1.3 thousand likes for the 2.3 thousand people on YouTube. I'd really appreciate you like this stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everybody.
Would Honigman.com be a good source for you? Because I'm like I
Never
said,
heard
I'm
of
not here
it.
to.
Give me a title.
Neither have I, brother. I don't go on YouTube or Google.
Title.
It's a law firm, I guess, if that helps.
Title.
Just type in honigman.com/alert-2955.
Oh my god, just give me a title.
I'm sorry. I gotta read this out. W's in the chat for Rachel for the dollar donation said, I don't care what language someone speaks as long as my Prime order gets to my door on the day in a day.
Yeah, but that's you see, you can
That's
make jokes
funny.
about it, but did you hear about the dude that crashed into like 12 cars in Texas on I-35 and I believe it was Austin?
Bad
Are you
drivers
cool?
are bad drivers, bro. Go get the source that Parker was talking about. Bad drivers are bad drivers.
Can you give me any good evidence?
Yeah.
Wait, actually, can you give me any good evidence that any of the drivers specifically with on the program are at a higher likelihood of crashing?
I mean, can I spend 2 seconds Googling that, or are you going to critique that too, just because I don't have every...
Go ahead.
I'm a truck driver. I have to work and
Go
drive.
look it up.
I
Go look
can't
it up.
sit
We'll wait.
here,
We'll wait. Go look
pull
it
up
up.
30
Go
feet.
look it up. Go look it up. Go look it up, please. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. I'll mute you in the meantime. All right. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, by the way. Everyone, if you want to support Santana or I, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as if you want to support us, you can support us for YouTube Super Chat as well. Along the fact that I would recommend to like the stream, follow us if you haven't already, subscribe if you're new. I would really appreciate it. Really appreciate it.
And Karen, thank you for the $14. I got your message, and yeah, I'll send your information over. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the $14. And Chris, thank you for the 5. What up, Santana? I would do anything to watch us right now. Wait, are you not watching? I don't know. And also, Maggie, thank you for the 2. English speakers never have car accidents. You're so right, Maggie. You're absolutely right. If you speak English, you drive amazingly.
Yeah, like apparently you just never get into a car accident.
Never ever.
Well, give it a second, everyone. I think I'll be on for like 40 more minutes. And then I'll get off for today. I am going to hit my 6 hours for today. Alrighty, everybody. Give it a second. Give it a second. Someone said I'm fluent and I have 5 speeding tickets. Unless you're older millennial.
Cool.
DUI. Apparently, I heard that when he was arrested that he got tased because he resisted arrest.
Yeah.
That's real crazy, specifically for older millennial, given that apparently he was supposed to be the type of guy to say that like, oh, you shouldn't resist arrest.
Shouldn't resist.
But he's resisting arrest and he got tased.
Mm-hmm. That sounds on par. Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. If you don't know, everyone, the older millennial is a horrible person. He's literally advocated
he's the worst.
For mentally disabled people to be thrown off of a mountain.
You know those like those videos, I don't know, I gotta send it to you, but like the TikTok videos where they make like the cartoon drawings or whatever, and like the history of da 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 da. I'll send it to you. They did one of OM. It is hilarious. It is so good.
Yeah, he's insane. He's like a really well-known Trump supporter on TikTok, one of the most well-known Trump supporters on TikTok, especially like in the past. I think he's fell off recently, but like yeah, he used to be involved in the debates and stuff all over, and would make all these videos about us. He's a disgusting person.
He is. He really is. Yeah. People said they know the video I'm talking about. Yeah, it's hilarious. Actually, let me send this to you now. You get a kick out of it.
Someone said he fell off a wagon, apparently. Oh, he's not going to say that he's too incoherent. Yeah, that's actually diabolical, though. Is he still posting, though? Like, I swear I saw like a post or something. I don't like follow him or anything, so like it just randomly popped up. Let's look it up.
Hey, can I talk yet?
Yeah, I didn't like
We've been
stop you
waiting
from
for you,
talking.
bud.
Oh, he hasn't posted
I
in
don't know
2
how
days.
TikTok works. I don't know how TikTok works. I was talking in your chat if you can unmute me. I didn't know how this
Oh.
shit works. So, if you go to, I just Googled it, and there's a cowboystatedaily.com, which cites the FMCSA, which is the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, which is like the federal laws that us truck drivers have to abide by.
Restart.
So, statedaily.com, I don't know. It talks about the FMCSA, and it shows statistics from the National Safety Council. Would you like the title of the article?
What statistic?
Data from the National Safety Council showing fatal crashes involving large trucks rising from consistency starting in 2016.
I asked for like, is there any evidence that there's a greater likelihood specifically for any of the immigrants on that particular visa?
Yeah, let me find that on this. I mean, you can facepalm, but man, I thought I was muted, so I thought.
No, I was yawning, bro. Chill.
Oh, okay.
Guys, as we wait for him to find whatever source he's gonna source, go ahead and tap the screen. Let's get Parker to 1 million likes before the end of the live. Also, if you would like to support Parker, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. You can also support over on YouTube Super Chat. You can do the same for myself. But at the very least, I would say, hey, give me a follow. This is the new account. This is the main account now. So you may think you follow me, but you don't. If you see the plus, click the plus.
Should we watch the video?
Yeah.
Can I show all the? Oh, actually, I probably can't show all the visuals, so I'll just play it.
Silly, hilarious story of the older millennial. He is exactly who you'd expect him to be. The older millennial needs little introduction. He's spread across this platform like a fungal infection. You've probably heard about Joey Fungus calling for the mass slaughter of disabled people, or begging for genocide in Gaza, or when he got caught pretending to be in the special forces. You may even have heard about his multiple warrants, arrests, and that time quite recently where the cops showed up at his door to arrest him for a current active warrant, and he hid in the dark, peeking out from behind a couch. Very funny, that one. But today, let's talk about his most current grift, the one most likely to land him in prison, the middle-class United Cooperative. Joey raised around $3 million from his audience at $500 a pop, with no specific plans or initiatives, just a vague sales point about housing and freedom and transformation, whatever the fuck any of that means. This was already a red flag, but closer inspection shows that the structure of the cooperation was rotten to the core. By limiting members to only $500 investments, this put Joey and his close friends in charge of all the money, and their bylaws were set up so that they could easily pay themselves the entirety of the raised funds and declare bankruptcy. As of today, they haven't actually done anything. No properties were purchased, no community programs, no scholarships. They've paid no dividends to members and held no official votes or member meetings. All things that cooperatives would do if they weren't a scam. In fact, since launching and collecting $3 million, old Joey Fungus hasn't mentioned it once, and the money completely unaccounted for, and their TikTok page has gone dormant, which is strange for a man who posts multiple times a day. And if you really want a funny read, go check out the comments. Hello? I can't get a hold of anyone. Where's my investment going? Where are we at with the investments? I had no issue paying the $500. What I have issue with is not hearing anything from the company since I paid. Where did our money go? Love the sound of it months ago, but just more word salad with no real answers. Where is my fucking money? And that's just a few. This is a scam. It was a pump and dump, and it is being investigated by multiple agencies. This is who Joey Fungus is. Just another right-wing grifter grubbing after your cash and using false...
That's crazy. He raised
You know-
$3 million.
You know what's wild though? After that video came out, then he got arrested. And I'm like convinced that like the video was like a catalyst, because until that happened, no one was paying attention. Thank you for the dragon. And like it happened afterwards.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually wild. Did he got arrested for violating probation, correct, though, related to his DUI?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's diabolical. There were a lot of people calling him a DUI hire.
Can I read this off real quick?
Go ahead.
This is super sweet. W's in the chat for Danielle. Thank you for the 10. As a South African whose grandparents fought alongside the ARNC, I think that's how you pronounce it, in the effort to end in what was taught about the importance of learning and growing from the country's history. I live in the United States now, and I'm horrified by the ignorance of some people. I lived near and became friends with Nelson Mandela a year before his death when I was 11 years old. And he, along with Winnie after his death, taught me so much. I love watching your streams, and I want you to know that your candidates, when you teach these guests, remind me of him so much. That's awesome. Thank you so much. That is like the most amazing compliment I've ever gotten. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $10 donation. I've never been compared to Mandela. I feel special now.
Base Pragmatic Giant, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sarah with the $52 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate the $52 for Love Listening to Your Lives. Love from Canada. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate it. W's for Sarah in the comment section.
Can I talk now? I don't want to interrupt you.
Absolutely, go for it. Oh, one more second. Sharon, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sharon.
All right, so 2016, which was a year of Trump's presidency, that was the year the FMCSA, which is the federal laws, the rules that the drivers have to abide by, issued a memorandum telling safety inspectors not to suspend commercial drivers for failing to communicate in English. The guidance is despite a federal rule that still says a person shall not drive a commercial motor vehicle unless he can converse with the general public, shippers and
You said this is in
receivers
2016?
speaking English. Yes.
Yeah, 2016, Obama was
That's
president.
when the rule was. Well, yeah, but that's when they were voting into Trump. That's what I was trying to like. It was
nothing to
going
do with
into
Trump.
Trump's presidency.
Trump wasn't inaugurated until 2017.
Okay, so let's go with Biden. Or sorry, Obama. Sorry. And converse with the general public, like I said, speaking English at shippers and receivers. Understand highway traffic signs and signals in English. That, in my opinion, is the biggest one because you can understand signs like a stop sign. You can understand
Chat. A lot of people are. Hold on 1 second. A lot of people are spamming Andrea in the comment section. If she's here, I would totally add her up. I don't see her in the guest box though, and actually, I don't know because I'm also on my third account, so I don't have her as a mutual on this account.
So you can understand what a stop sign is just because it's a octagon, and you can familiar yourself with that. Let's say you're in 294 in Chicago, or on the outer loop of Chicago. They have signs that are above your heads that are not static. They can change from right 2 lanes closed in 2 miles to left 2 lanes closed in 2 miles due to an accident, or whatever it may be. Those are the signs that people need to be able to speak English for, because that stuff is not static. If there are,
I'm sorry. Wait. Are you going to provide the source that people who are particularly on the visa that you're referencing are more likely to get into accidents?
I mean, it's kind of, if you don't speak English, is that?
Hold on. No. Provide the source. I gave you time to go find it, and you didn't fucking get shit.
I gave you the source.
You didn't give me shit.
Okay. I told you, did you want it? And you said no.
What?
I said it's Cowboy State Daily. I said, do you want the title? And then it links the NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Does it show that that people who are particularly... Are you saying that people particularly on the visa that you're referencing are shown to have a higher rate of traffic accidents, specifically within the study that you're referencing?
People who don't speak English, which is my whole point.
Which I'm talking about people particularly on the visa. Because there are U.S. citizens that can't speak English.
That is 100% true.
So can you
they
please
should even have a damn license. A CDL? Hell no. If you can't speak English and
They
you
have
can't
a
understand,
license. They already have a license. If they're already able to get a license, they already understand enough English specifically to be able to like literally like read the signs on the road.
okay, that's all I'm saying is that we need to understand the signs on the road. We don't need to be speaking at, I don't know,
Yeah,
Harvard graduate level.
you understand that that's already like conditions that are met.
That's not meant. Why is there a law that just passed on June 25th that all DOT inspections will require an English proficiency test?
Because
and if you fail it, you will
the
be placed
standard
out
that
of service with a $10,000
the standard for
fine.
English proficiency test, right, is on top of everything that already exists. Eliana, thank you so much for
Yes,
the
but it wasn't
$20. Thank you so much.
enforced.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So this is one thing that people don't
They
understand.
said
In the FMCSA, English
here, hold up.
proficiency was a law, but it wasn't enforced.
Shut up. Eliana, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for
Hey, man.
at Golden
You gotta be
Cheese.
a dick about it and say, shut up. We're talking. You can just say, give me a minute. Hey, I learned how to do this now.
Do you want to
I'll
get
give you a
kicked?
minute.
You want to get
I'll
kicked?
give you-
You want to get kicked? Eliana, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for at Golden Cheese Cookie. This is off topic. Don't hate me. But RuPaul died for you. He died for our sins. He loves you. He defeated Michelle Visage. He gave us the... What? I'm so confused.
I have no idea what those words mean together.
Me neither. I am too elevated for that statement. I'm sorry. All right, you can go.
So I unmuted myself.
Good job.
That was for fun.
All right. Well,
that one was really fun too. I'm not gonna lie.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was expecting a mute. Although we may not agree.
too early. Patience, young Padawan.
This kind of goes to show your immaturity, bro. Because we
what
don't.
Are you talking?
Agree
I
on
said patience, young Padawan.
Yeah, but you're literally muting me while I'm talking. That's kind of immature.
Why are you muting yourself? Stop muting yourself, bro. Stop muting
Disagreeing
yourself.
on politics,
Dude,
bro.
I'm not muting you. That's you muting yourself, dude. What are you talking about?
Okay, well, go ahead and thank a truck driver because your computer,
Thank you.
your laptop,
Thank you.
your microphone, your
Thank you.
clothes, your food,
Thank
chain on
you.
your neck.
Thank you.
Everything is from us.
Thank you so
And
much. I really appreciate it.
All
Thank
I
you.
want is for the trucking community to be safer on the road because at the end of the day, my mom's on the road. My wife is my girlfriend. People are on the road that I love. And I'm sure there's people on the road that you love.
Yeah, I
And
understand. I understand. You act like I don't have that. You act like none of us have that consideration. What?
No, I'm not saying that you don't have that consideration. I'm saying that the laws of the FMCSA need to be enforced for that stuff.
Yeah, I understand, but you gave no evidence to indicate that they're not, and you also gave no evidence to indicate that people specifically on the visa that you're referencing, that you're saying should be removed, all right, have any higher likelihood of there being traffic accidents.
Well, like I said earlier, I don't sit on the computer all day finding sources and stuff. I
You
see
know
this
what?
in
You know
person.
what? Men have higher
That's
traffic
the-
accidents than women do, so we should stop men from driving.
I mean, no, because how many truck drivers do you think are men compared to women? Like, if you were to take it on a percentage base, not like an exact number, how many women are in the trucking industry?
Bro, did you not get the irony, like the joke? Like I'm not actually saying that. I'm saying that's based
Yes,
upon the same
but
reason.
No, because these are things that we can enforce. Like, there is a difference between a man being a man and getting into an accident versus if I were to go to Russia. Let's say I went to Russia and drove a truck over there. I would expect for them to require me to learn Russian so I can read this. I don't hate the Bosnians or Russians or anybody.
You only need to know enough Russian in order to read the signs.
Okay.
So
And
give
if
me
they don't
any
do
give
that
me any
over
evidence that
here-
people, particularly on the visa that you're referencing, don't meet that set of criteria. Please provide me any evidence.
Google any truck driving accident. Look at the one I think it was in Atlanta.
What do you mean Google
maybe
any?
not.
How about you fucking Google the damn source and provide it for us?
I just did, and you told me
No, you
no like
didn't. You
5
didn't give us
minutes ago.
shit. You
I
didn't give
did.
us
I
no.
told you
You did not give us. You did
cowboystatedaily.com
not give us
multiple
a
times.
source. You did not give us a source that indicated people on the particular visa.
Cowboystatedaily.com.
You did not. You did not. That's not a source that indicates that people, particularly on the visa that you were referencing, have a
Can you
higher
define a
likelihood
source?
of traffic accidents. So go provide a particular source, particularly just for
Define
that.
a source?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go find it. Go find it. I'll give you time. I'll go talk to someone
No.
else while you
But
go
can you
find it.
define
Go ahead and go find it right now. I'm serious.
you define a source? Because if I find a
You don't
source,
need to
and you're like,
find a
well, that's not
source. You don't need to
define
find a source. You don't need to find a source.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello? You don't need to find a
I
source.
said, can you define? No. I said, can you define a source? Because if I find something,
What are
you
you,
say,
Jordan
I don't like
Peterson? What do you mean define a source? Jordan Peterson.
Because I just gave
What
you
do
a
you
source,
mean
and you
by
said you don't like
source?
it.
What do you mean by
just-
source? I actually don't know what you mean. Can you clarify what you mean by source? What? What do you mean by source? I
Why are
mean
you
anything.
being so
I mean
immature, bro?
give me a study that justifies specifically that there is a higher likelihood, right, for people on the particular visa that you're referencing, right, at having traffic accidents comparative to natural-born US citizens or anyone who's in the country in general. Anything. Provide me any statistics as such. What do you mean by source? Please tell me what you mean by source. I have no clue what that means.
Well, you want to know what's wild? Trinity has 100 accounts on YouTube too. Holy smokes!
Of course. I think it's because I've banned Trinity multiple times on YouTube.
Oh my gosh, he just keeps coming back. Brittany, thank you for the 5. Thanks for all you do, Santana. Your knowledge you share and how you present it is so appreciated. Brittany, you're absolutely awesome. Thank you for the 5.
Someone said, Parker, you are actually being rude. That's the point. I'm serious. Like
Yeah,
genuinely.
but the point is I'm not even being rude. I'm trying to get a point across to you while you're being an ass. While that's
Are you
another reason
really?
why
Are
I
you
think
really trying to get a point? What was? Can you
knew he
even
was
tell
gonna
me the
say that.
conversation that we just had? Can you even repeat back to me what we had as a conversation?
which part? Because were you talking about the part where you were talking about
generalize.
For me, it was truck drivers need to speak English in America. Obviously, it's different depending on the country. If you're in Mexico, you should speak Spanish. If you're
Wait, so is your premise that if you don't speak the language of the country, you shouldn't be able to drive in the country?
correct,
Okay,
as
so
a commercial motor vehicle.
So what's the difference between being a just a standard driver and a commercial driver as far as reading the signs or being able to actually
Wait,
tell
what he
the
doesn't
difference as far as
understand
driving?
is that you don't have to know the entirety of a language to be able to read the signs specifically or know what the signs mean specifically to be able to drive. All you have to do is be able to read the signs enough to know how to drive and know the specific way to drive in the country. And you're, again, not providing any good evidence specifically that people that are under the criteria of the visa that you're referencing don't meet that set of criteria and or create a higher likelihood of there being traffic accidents. You said you specifically care about the safety of constituents within the country, right? Or people within the country that could be affected by that in terms of the higher likelihood of people dying in traffic accidents. But you have yet to provide any good evidence that it increases the likelihood of traffic accidents.
Can I respond to Santana before I get to your
No,
respond to what you just said?
I'm legitimately not even checked in with you anymore. I'm banning Trinity,
Okay.
so you keep talking to Parker.
Do you think the weight of a Tesla is the same weight as an 80,000-pound truck?
Probably not. What? Why?
How long do you think from the speed limit, let's say 70, because that's a lot of major interstate speed limits, how long do you think it takes to stop the truck?
Why are you asking me these questions?
Over two football fields. Because you were saying all you need to know is the basic to
That's
the
not what I
signs.
said.
No, you just said respond to Parker. Now I'm responding to Parker.
Oh, I thought.
Wait. In order for them to be able to get access to any of that in another country, they had to be able to pass a test.
You can pay for the completion
You
of the
again
test
provided
without doing
no.
it.
You
There is
provided
shit
no evidence
about
of that.
that. I'll get evidence of that too.
How about you just get evidence of one thing, like before you say a new thing?
Yeah,
Just
and
one.
I would also love for any evidence that people specifically on the visa, right, are at a greater likelihood, right, of causing traffic accidents, and you have nothing to provide that. You have literally nothing. By the way, everyone, I would really recommend if you're on TikTok to go over to the YouTube stream and make sure to like the streaming. Actually, subscribe to me on YouTube. I would really, really appreciate that. It's Parker good a job on YouTube. We have like 2,200 people over there. We're going to be live for another 18 minutes or so. So I would really appreciate at the end of the 18 minutes for you to do that. But secondly, I would also recommend to check out the videos that I've been posting.
Also, there's still 3.6
Okay.
thousand people hanging out. I need like 400 more followers to get to my Kobe 24 number. So if there's 400 people that have not followed me, please give me a follow. I would like to be at 24. Mamba out. What were you saying?
So I'm on a law office website that sources OrlandoSentinel.com, the FMCSA.gov, and the CyberDrive Illinois. So the first thing that I see, the FBI and Florida state law enforcement officials recently announced that they had busted a commercial driving license scheme which was based in that state. 3 people have been indicted for conspiracy to aid and abet the unlawful production of Florida CDLs, as well as several other federal charges. The defendant targeted Russian-speaking immigrants from California, Illinois, New York, and Virginia. At least 600 people were given CDLs without receiving the proper training. According to the FBI, the 3 were running a truck driving school, which ran an online campaign marketing to people who spoke Russian, offering Florida CDLs for $2,000. Potential students would pay the fee and travel to Florida, where the defendants would provide them with the false residency documentation in order for the student to obtain a regular Florida's driver license, which is a requirement in order to obtain a CDL.
But okay, so then
they
you're
get a
saying
CDL
that
after.
okay, so that they were caught. 1, 2, as it relates to this. Sure. Like, let's say that that's true. Now, do you have any good evidence indicating that people that particularly have the visa have a greater likelihood of causing traffic accidents? Because you just gave an example of literally 3. Right, one business, you're talking 600 people. There's way more than 600 on the road every single day. Right, 600 is a very small portion of the trucks on the road.
From this school. From this school alone, at least 600.
Sure.
Let's say there's
but like
that's 100 schools in the state.
that's still not showing.
60,000.
One, that's not showing overall, right? That it is the case that there's a higher likelihood of traffic accidents because of this, right? So I think that's actually the most important thing for you to provide if you'd like to actually show that.
Yeah, W's in the chat for Ty, who sent a $1 donation saying this guy has lost the plot. How is this relevant? And then another $1 saying nothing to do with Trump. Guy's just yapping. He is. Also, JG, thank you for the $5 YouTube super chat. Found you on Parker's Live, Santana, enjoying your debates with him. When you join, there's a lot of prejudice in the world. Thank you for enlightening. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for being here. You're awesome.
The reason why this goes to Trump is because Trump and his team passed it's already been a law, but now they're starting to enforce the English proficiency. That's why this relates to Trump. In case people are like, this has nothing, it's going back to the administration enforcing the law that's been there that was not enforced since 2016.
Okay. That was enforced under Obama's administration, you mean?
I just said 2016.
Yeah, that's Obama's administration.
Bro doesn't know when Trump was president.
Why didn't Trump enforce the law under his first admin?
I don't know. You'd probably have to ask him. I joined trucking in 2021, so I mean, like I said, you may not even know of these things until you're in the industry. Like, I don't know everything that a doctor or nurse
but
goes through.
I'm just saying that like Trump had the authority to do that in his first administration. Why didn't he do it? You said the last time it happened was under a Democrat administration. Democrats administration.
Sure. I mean, I don't know why he didn't. Maybe it wasn't a big deal then. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it
wasn't a big deal then. Now it's a big deal. Interesting.
No. I'm saying like the amount of people like before the studies that I've seen is during COVID is when the spikes were happening because there was a quote unquote driver shortage. So they had to quote unquote as in pay somebody 30 cents a mile, which is like $800 a week before taxes if you're doing like 2,500 to 3,000 miles a week. It's slave wages, to be fair. You're working minimum of 70 hours in an 8-day period for $800. That, I mean, if we're gonna bring back slave wages, is there not gonna be any laws against that?
Well, I'm confused. If you want to increase the minimum wage, if you want to increase how much you get paid, that's not a Republican policy.
No, I never said it was. I was just saying that you were saying about it not being a big deal. I don't think it was a big deal, as in there weren't as many drivers until COVID happened. That's what I was trying to relate that to. You, it was passed in 2016. You said, why didn't Trump enforce it then? Maybe it wasn't as big of a problem as it was until COVID happened. Does that make sense?
Well, COVID happened when Trump was president. Biden didn't become president until 2021.
Yes, and I stated 2021 to 2022 is when I saw these surges, quote unquote, if you want to call it that, of these visas.
Okay, so then if it's related to COVID, then it has nothing to do with the presidents. So then why are you blaming the Democrats?
I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that
Rachel,
we
thank
need
you
to
$2.
put a
Thank you so much.
This isn't Democrat versus Republican. This is more just trying to get whoever is in. I voted. Well, I couldn't vote, but I would have voted for Obama, because I'm not here to say I'm a Republican or I'm a Democrat. I didn't like Biden, but Obama was, in my opinion, the best president in my lifetime. I was born in 1997, so maybe I don't have the oldest of experience. But Obama, in my opinion, was a great president. This isn't a Democrat or Republican thing for me. For me, with the trucking, it's about who can make the roads safer for not only us in the vehicle, the commercial vehicles, but the people
Yet
on
he
the
has
road.
no evidence to indicate that specifically people who are on this visa have a higher likelihood of committing traffic accidents. Tyler, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. He'd probably say that. Thank you so much, Tyler. Colleen, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Kate with the $20.23. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that on PayPal. Thank you. DQ, thank you so much for the $10. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Logan with the $1. I really appreciate it. Pay, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. By the way, everyone, I just want to let everyone know I should be live a bit earlier tomorrow. I will be on actually a little bit less long tomorrow. But Dean is going to be off for like the next few days, so I mean I'll probably be on live in like the middle of the day at normal times, right? Typically when Dean would be live when he's gone. So
You know,
we'll have plenty of
I
time.
had an idea. Like I'm gonna have to text you guys, but for like a marathon live, like we take rotational shifts.
Like
I'll tell you
you
about
mean
it.
you mean like a really really long live?
No,
Like
I'll tell you about it. I don't say it on live, but I was thinking about that. It would be cool.
okay, I got you.
Uh,
Sounds good.
I think it's pronounced Griselda. I'm sorry if I messed up your name. Thank you for the $20. Tell Puper Puper to be helpful to others instead of being prejudiced, and just watch the road. Absolutely. Debbie's in the chat for Ty, who's in a dollar donation saying how much to kick this guy yawn. And Debbie's in the chat for Daniela, who sent a $5 donation. Oh, the African National Congress. Okay, thank you so much. I didn't know that was the abbreviation for it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Daniela. I'm gonna look that up. That's awesome.
I'll let the chat pick how much to kick. Decent has to be a decent number, chat. Griffin, thank you for the $5. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. What happened? What were you banned for? Has to be reasonable, chat.
Can I speak now, or are you guys doing something?
Well, the chat wants to kick you, man.
I mean, that's okay. I mean, if you want to kick me, like I said, I'm not here to play Democrat or Republican. You got the ability to kick me, like you have the ability to mute the shit out of me. At the
Maya,
end of the
thank
day,
you
I
for
can
the $5.
respect
Just
you.
found you on. Sure, just found you on Parker's Live. Thank you for being you and doing what you do. You're an inspiration. I appreciate you for standing up to all the insanity. I hope you have a great night. I will. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
And I do want to say this.
I will kick him for $30 right now. That's pretty low. You know, and typically on my live stream, I will not kick someone for any. That's the lowest I've ever gave for kicking someone. I just want to let you know. And it's gonna happen in like 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Watch this.
Also,
That's okay.
Karen, thank you for
I will say,
the $4. I got your message and I sent it over to. You should have someone reaching out to you really soon.
Griffin, thank you for the $5. That's
I do want to
ridiculous.
address
That's so
that.
ridiculous. I can't believe they
Some
you got
people in
banned
the
for that.
comments say that I'm using this as a reason to vote for Trump. First off, I didn't vote for Trump because I was on the road. I support Trump, but I did not vote for Trump because I was not at home during that time. And yes, you can do
But
a
you would
mail-in
have voted
ballot.
for him, though, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just
Okay.
saying, people are saying I voted for Trump. I didn't.
You know what?
There's no line of demarcation now.
You know what? No one sent $30 yet. I think people are okay with him being on.
All right, so I'm gonna read this thing from Craig and Kelly and Faultless LLC. I'm assuming it's a lawyer or.
Yeah. Yeah.
Watch this. Watch this.
I mean, you asked for my source. Can I?
So I have a thing now. Never mind. I'm not gonna say it on live because then people will know. I'm gonna send you a clip. I do something super funny. I have a thing. Enjoyable. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here.
Griffin,
I'm
thank you so much for the
exhausted.
$30. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Brandon, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Brandon. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so funny.
You have
You
a
know
good
that is.
night.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
I'll shoot you a text.
I got you.
I'll see you.
I'll see you. All right, everyone. I think that's the night. Everyone. There's only 7 more minutes. I would go on the live, so I am probably about to get off right now. I just would recommend everyone to go over to my YouTube. I would really appreciate that, and go watch some of the videos that I posted. Been putting a lot of effort in the videos. Zena, thank you so much for the motorcycle. Thank you so much. Thank you. I've been putting a lot of effort into the videos. I would seriously really appreciate it if you go check out the videos on YouTube. Like for example, like it's a lot of the VODs that you've probably seen or remember. Like for example, there was one where I debated like a MAGA couple recently. There's Jill's on there. Like there's all of the stuff from the lives. I'd also recommend make sure to like the stream on the live on YouTube. I think we have 1.4 thousand likes for the 2,000 people in. Can we like the stream to get to 1.5 thousand before we end it, everyone? 1.5 thousand before we end it. I'm gonna go 6 more minutes. I'll answer any questions until you have now. Yo, Sarah with $100 or $200 Canadian. Thank you so much for you and Santana to split. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sarah. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Sarah in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, on YouTube. Alrighty. Yo, W's. And then Lovey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I was thinking about that. Or doing something similar to that. It's been a while since I've done the Swinking is Abuse topic, but I think I would do, that sounds like something maybe sometime I would do. All right, yeah, Vincent, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. What do you mean by source? That was crazy. I actually that was literally like the most Jordan Peterson thing ever. Oh, we got to 1 million likes on TikTok. I really appreciate everyone. Thank you, everyone. Seriously, so much. I really appreciate that. I'd really recommend, hey, for the 2,900 people, go over to the YouTube. I'd really appreciate if you go subscribe over there. Again, seriously, I put so much. I hate to I'm not trying to plug it so much, but I've been putting a lot of effort into the YouTube and stuff. I want to get as many people over there as I can. I've been posting 2 videos a day, chat. 2 videos a day. So if you like the content, it's definitely the place to go. If you have any questions, you can ask me though. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. We have I think 3 more minutes until I'm going to get off real quick. What does your setup look like right now? I want one and need inspo. So I've actually, some of it is stuff that I got when I was a lot younger. So I have 2 monitors, I think 24-inch monitors. I have a computer. I have literally just the random keyboard that came with my I think it was with my computer when I got it. Because I literally my keyboard, I spilt stuff on it, so I lost that. And then I just have my camera. The camera is the biggest part. It's I don't even know what camera it is. It's Dean's camera. I just got the same camera as Dean. And then the microphone is also a pretty big part. And then obviously you need a mix amp. But I actually now can pick practically any mix amp. But the reason I have this one is because it's the only one that works with the iPad. And then I have a little thing to plug this in on the iPad. But that's only if I join someone as a guest. If I'm hosting my own stream, I just do Live Studio now. So I'm so happy that Live Studio is here. But other than that, I really don't have anything specific. I have literally an old fucking random fucking mouse. Literally nothing special. I need to get a new mouse, essentially. I've been lazy and I haven't got one because I spilled stuff on it. So nothing. And then I also have huge lights for the lighting. That's probably one of the biggest things is having lights. And honestly, it's kind of expensive in terms of my energy bills because I have them on for 6 hours a day. 2 big studio lights. So it uses up a lot of energy. I actually don't know what that comment is. I haven't seen it even. Can you please make MAGA ChatGPT fails shorts? You know what? I will try to bring that up. Of them trying to use ChatGPT. I'll try to do that. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you ever have specific stuff you want to see me make in terms of content like that, always let me know. Monty, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you have a good night as well. Nathaniel, thank you for the $10. Thank you. It's my 1 year anniversary of watching you. I've watched you every day since I found you. I'm so proud to see you grow. Oh, thank you so much. That's so nice. 1 year. Let's go. And here's to many more. So proud to see you grow from this point. I love your content and the things you advocate for. Thank you so much, Nathaniel. That's so incredibly nice of you. Love you. Thank you for the $5. That's crazy. $1,800 on a new setup and doesn't like it. That's brutal. Definitely, if you're gonna be spending that much money, because setups cost a good chunk of money. Definitely be sure with what you're gonna get. That's one thing I would say. And get something that can last for a long time. I got these monitors when I was in middle school. And it's the same monitors I got literally from saving up and also Christmases and everything, stacking up stuff. That's how I built mine over time. These are from middle school and I've had them since then. Literally, I've had them for so long. And I've never even updated. Low-key, I probably should update. Danielle, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Study South African history. Ever heard of the Cybertrucks resembling the patrol vehicles in townships during apartheid? The Cybertrucks? So you mean Teslas? I didn't hear about that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Zena Marie, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's so crazy. That's insane. Well, I'm glad that we can sit on live and bring attention to that. That's crazy. That's so crazy. I am gonna get off right now, everyone. I love y'all, everyone, so much. But I love y'all so much. Have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. Make sure to check out my YouTube videos. I would really appreciate that. Love you. Thank you for the $5 for. He hates the TikTok studio and the computer cam is iffy. Yeah, I get that. That makes sense. All right, I love everyone so much. Have a great night, everyone, and peace out, y'all.